The Beast Master banished from the hero's party is on a journey to meet Beast Girls. Volume 5, by Miyama Suzu, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, The Hero's Folly. The demon that attacked the village of Pagos turned out to be Iris, a girl from the Celestial Tribe. Why is someone from the Celestial Tribe, believed to be extinct, still alive, and why would she attack humans? The questions keep piling up. And there's still a lot we need to do. We inflicted a fair amount of damage, so I doubt Iris will return immediately. That should buy us some time. We need to use it wisely and come up with a countermeasure. Aside from that, I want to continue investigating Iris, which was the original goal. I've gotten a rough grasp of her abilities, but, for me personally, it's not enough. Why does she harbor such hatred toward humans? Why is she acting the way she is? If I could understand Iris better, if we could truly connect, I think something might change. It might be an incredibly difficult task, but even so, I don't want to give up. I want to struggle, do everything I can, leave no stone unturned. Otherwise, I know I'll regret it. But before doing any of that, there's something I need to take care of first. Arios is suspected of breaking Iris's seal, and possibly even killing an adventurer in the process. That's not all. There's also suspicion that he conspired with Iris and deliberately had her attack the village. Both are unthinkable actions for someone who calls himself a hero. Did he really do such things? And if so, why? I need to press him for answers and uncover the whole truth. Section. What do you want? After moving to the village chief's house, I summoned Arios and his group. Inside were my party, Arios's party, Axe, Cell, and a few villagers including the chief himself. The house was fairly spacious, being the village chief's, but with this many people gathered, it still felt cramped. That said, this wasn't something we could talk about where just anyone might overhear, so they'd have to bear with it. Arios looked annoyed, and there was a hint of panic in his expression as he spoke. Honestly, we're busy. We have to go after that celestial. If this is some pointless talk, save it for later. So you're planning to run away. What did you say? I deliberately provoked him, and Arios snapped back, glaring daggers at me. I didn't flinch. I stared right back. Back when I was part of Arios's party, whenever I pointed out a problem, he'd usually just lash out in anger and sweep it under the rug. But I'm not letting that happen again. I've got plenty of questions for him, and I won't let him dodge a single one. He'd better be ready. Do you remember what Iris said when she appeared? That she was cooperating with you as thanks for being freed. That's. Arios's face twisted as if I'd struck a nerve, and he instinctively averted his gaze. It looked like he was trying to run. What? Are you saying this whole incident is the hero's fault? And no way, that can't be true, right? Exactly. There's no way the hero would do something like that. He even saved us. There was clear unrest among the villagers, but many of them still trusted Arios. Some even voiced support. When Iris and Arios were talking, the villagers had already evacuated, so they probably didn't hear any of it. Seeing their support, Arios looked more confident and smirked. Come on now, that's a ridiculous accusation. I've been risking my life to protect the villagers. Why would I release a demon, and cooperate with her no less? Enough with the nonsense. It's not nonsense. You just never learned. Iris said she was freed by Arios, and that's why she decided to cooperate with him. That's what I heard. I don't know what your endgame was, but you clearly wanted to use her for something. Still, you underestimated her. Iris broke free of your control, went berserk, and now you're paying the price? Isn't that what really happened? You speak as if you saw it all yourself. I know Arios well enough. We traveled together for a decent stretch of time. I've come to understand his personality, way of thinking, and how he operates, so it's not hard to predict what he might do. Like I said earlier, the root of this whole mess lies in Arios's own stupidity. He tried to use Iris, but instead he got used by her. That's how it played out. Seriously, what a reckless bastard. Because of his foolish actions, a lot of people got hurt. Just thinking about it pisses me off. HMPH. Ridiculous. This is all just your baseless speculation. It's not even proper reasoning. If you're going to say all that, then surely you have proof, don't you? Well, you don't, do you? Of course not. This is all just your pathetic delusion. And to think you'd try to tarnish my reputation with that nonsense, I hope you're prepared to face the consequences. Arios is a hero, and he's closely tied to the kingdom. If he were to report me as a traitor or something similar, I'd likely be branded a criminal and hunted down in no time. Still, that doesn't mean I can back down here. If we let Arios walk away after pulling something like this, who knows what he'll do next? I need to hold him accountable now. But how? To accuse Arios, I need to prove my words are true. But all I have is circumstantial evidence, nothing definitive. Given his position as a hero, I'll need solid proof. Without it, I can't pin him down. Maybe I can find a witness, but will they even be willing to help? You're going to pay for trying to disgrace me with made-up nonsense. Hold it right there. Rain isn't lying. Axel cut in, I dared to hope. I'll be a witness. Rain isn't saying anything untrue. I'll be a witness too. The two of them stepped forward, looking resolute. I had hoped they might back me up, but to have them volunteer on their own, I hadn't expected that. Especially Axe, who seemed to respect Arios a lot. I thought it might be too hard for him, but thank goodness. This might actually work. Rain's telling the truth. I heard it with my own ears. That hero and the demon were working together. I'll second that. Rain isn't the one lying here. The one who's lying is the hero. What? Caught off guard by their unexpected testimonies, Arios was visibly flustered. Why you two? Are you seriously siding with Rain? Have you lost your minds? You think you'll get away with this? With just one word from me, I could have you both branded as traitors. Huh? You're losing your cool, and now the mask of a nice guy is starting to slip. Go ahead, try it. Do your worst. Hero, don't make me laugh. I can't believe I ever looked up to you. You're just a piece of garbage. I don't know what your goal is, but this whole mess is your doing. Don't you realize that? Don't you feel even a shred of remorse? No sense of responsibility? If not, then you're absolutely despicable. Go, why you bastards? Arios's face turned pale, then red. He was clearly overwhelmed with anger and struggling to keep it in check. If the villagers hadn't been present, he probably would have lashed out at Axe and Cell. Arios, please calm down. Yeah, we haven't done anything wrong, you know. Losing your temper won't help. You're right. Of course. Thanks to Mina and Leanne's words, Arios managed to regain his composure. His expression remained stern, but his tone was calm, and he resumed speaking in a more measured voice. I understand your position. So, you're standing by Rain's claim that I conspired with a demon, with full awareness of what that means. Damn right we are. But let me repeat myself, do you have any proof? How can anyone be sure you're not just colluding with Rain to smear me? What evidence is there that your testimony is even valid? That's... Axe faltered, clearly struck by the question. I am a hero. I fight to protect the people of this kingdom. I would never put them in harm's way. And even if you claim to be witnesses, who do you think people will believe? Random adventurers like you, or me, a hero? Go, this guy. Don't. I know how you feel, but don't hit him. Axe clenched his fists, but Cell stopped him. Arios, seeing this, grew even more arrogant. There's no guarantee your testimony is true. You're fine with that, right? Silence implies agreement. Honestly, what a waste of time. I'll be sure to pay you back for this. I'm too busy dealing with the demon for now, but once that's over, you'd better be ready. I can't let anyone insult the title of hero. It won't end with just losing your licenses. Prison might be on the table too. You'll pay dearly for trying to disgrace me. Evidence, that's all you need, right? Arios' smug rambling was cut off by Sora's voice. Luna followed up. We have the evidence. What? You serious? Axe asked, eyes wide. Yes, we are, said Sora. Indeed, we have irrefutable proof. HMPH, ridiculous. Just more bluffing, isn't it? As if you have anything like that. Phew, haha. But we do. Now, Sora, show them. Why is Luna the one leading when I'm the one who brought it up? Whatever. Memory screen. Muttering to herself, Sora cast a spell. Then, an illusion appeared in the air, Arios and Iris, their conversation replaying. Even if you were the one who freed me, you're still human. A hero, no less. Did you really think I'd serve someone like that forever? What, you bastard. This wasn't part of the deal. We agreed that I'd help you as thanks for releasing me, but I've grown bored. I was already planning to kill off the villagers, so let's end our little partnership here. Why, you ungrateful? How dare you say that? I'm the one who freed you, and now you betray me. Promises are meant to be broken, darling. What is this? A magical recreation of the scene, based on the memory of the place. When I looked at Sora, Silently asking for confirmation, she answered plainly. It's a magic spell that lets you extract and recreate a specific moment in time as visual memory. Simply put, it lets you view past events as they actually happened. Of course, you can't alter the contents to suit your needs. It reproduces the truth exactly as it was. This should serve as solid evidence, right? No, that's impossible. Arios's face turned pale. So did Mina's and Leanne's. Agath, on the other hand, remained expressionless, his thoughts unreadable. And just so you know, we have one more piece of evidence. With that, Sora pulled out a blood-stained outfit. Near the shrine where the demon was sealed, we found the corpse of an adventurer. The victim had been slashed to death. This clothing belonged to that adventurer. Apparently, she had collected the adventurer's belongings at some point. She must have anticipated that things would come to this. As expected of Sora, nothing gets past her. By the way, the culprit is that so-called hero right over there. Our magic confirmed it beyond doubt. The motive was to silence a witness. It's reasonable to assume he was seen destroying the seal on the shrine, so he killed them. Gah! Arios's face twisted in agony, and he bit down hard on his lip. Arios, what is the meaning of this? W8. Didn't you say that adventurer had run off? Mina and Leanne were clearly flustered. It seemed Arios had kept the murder secret even from his own companions. Since everyone's going to keep demanding proof, we may as well show it now. Luna, if you would. Indeed, just as before, I shall now replay the memory of the deceased. Memory screen. Luna cast her magic, and the projection floating in midair shifted to a new scene. It looked like it was from the fallen adventurer's point of view, somewhere deep in a dim mountain forest, alone with Arios. Then they appeared to be arguing. When the adventurer turned his back, a scream rang out. He spun around, only to see Arios standing there, sword drenched in blood. The adventurer collapsed, and the screen tilted as his vision fell. Blood filled the scene. Some villagers screamed at the sight. Judging that it was enough, Luna ended the spell. Well, what do you think of that? Pretty conclusive, isn't it? If you still want to argue, go right ahead, but doubting our words is the same as doubting the power of the spirit tribe. Ga and no, this is. Even Arios had nothing to say after seeing that. His face turned pale, and no coherent words came out. He might have tried claiming it was some kind of trick, but Sora and Luna had spread their wings, clearly displaying their identity as members of the spirit tribe. With their magical expertise, it was entirely believable they could use such a spell, and the villagers seemed fully convinced. You deceived us. The village chief asked in a hoarse voice, face twisted with pain. The other villagers, in contrast, trembled with rage as they glared at Arios. You helped us only for your own gain. You were working with that demon, just to steal the glory for yourself. What a monster, this guy, this joke of a man is our hero. Was saving us all just part of your setup? You planned it all with that demon, damn it. We actually thanked people like you. Their glares were like arrows piercing Arios and his party. And it wasn't just the villagers. Axe and Cell were looking at them like they were garbage. This is a farce. Backed into a corner, Arios lashed out like a child. There's no way I'll accept this. This was a setup, a carefully orchestrated trap to frame me. That's all it is, it has to be. He shouted, but no one paid him any serious attention. All he received were cold, silent stares. Damn it, I'm done with you all. Arios. W8. Don't just leave us behind. Arios was the first to head for the door. His 3 companions quickly scrambled to follow. If I let them out of my sight now, they might pull something again. I couldn't let them escape, so I activated Narukami's wire to bind them. Lighting. GH. Arios cast a spell that unleashed an intense flash of light. Caught off guard, I stared directly into it. My vision distorted, and I couldn't keep my eyes open. A pained groan escaped me. There weren't any sounds around me. Everyone else had probably frozen up, just like I had. After rubbing my eyes a few times and blinking repeatedly, my vision finally cleared after about a minute. But by then, Arios and his group were already gone, vanished without a trace. Damn it, they got away. Axe kicked the ground in frustration. In contrast, Cell remained calm. It can't be helped. Let's let it go. We're really just gonna let that bastard go. We're not letting it go. I'll make sure this gets reported to the kingdom through the guild. If it turns out he really did all this, there's no way the kingdom will turn a blind eye. Some kind of punishment will come down soon enough. I really wanted to punch him just once, but yeah, I get it. Right now, dealing with the demon is more important, huh? Exactly, that's some rare insight from you, Axe. That rare part was unnecessary. In that case, how about a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence? Or maybe a storm will hit tomorrow. You don't have to go that far. Axe whimpered, but thanks to their exchange, the tension eased a little. Just like Cell said, we need to focus on countermeasures against Iris for now. We managed to wound her, so I doubt she'll come back right away, but I can't believe she'll just give up either. She'll probably come after the villagers again, no matter how far they run. That's the kind of hatred and obsession I felt from her. We'll need to prepare for her second attack. So, what now? We're technically just a recon team, but... Axe glanced at the villagers. Their eyes pleaded with him. We can't exactly leave now. Yeah, if Iris comes back while we're gone. Until the extermination squad arrives, we'll have to stay and protect the village. For Axe, that's rather quick thinking. Are you an imposter? Hell no. Even I can come up with that much, okay. Though the more I think about it, the sadder that sounds. You'll protect the village for us, won't you, adventurers? The village chief asked hesitantly, looking anxious. I nodded firmly. Of course. Oh, thank you so much. But Chief, we really don't have much money. I'm not sure we can afford to pay you. Don't worry about it, we'll give you a discounted gua. Axe tried to say something, but Cell smacked him on the head with her bow, like always. It's almost impressive how normal that's become. I think I'm getting numb to it. We don't need payment. What? But, isn't it normal to pay in situations like this? Well, yeah, but it just feels wrong, like we're taking advantage of your desperation. And besides, protecting the village is part of our investigation. If the people who know about the demon disappear, it'll only hurt us in the end, so, yeah, don't worry about it. Thank you so much. The villagers bowed their heads in unison. Some were crying, others bowed repeatedly, unable to stop. It might seem a bit much, but to them, who have no one to fight for them, this was probably a matter of life and death. Adventurers really are noble people. It's like your saints. Yeah, a far cry from that so-called hero. Maybe you're the real hero here. You might be right. That guy being called a hero was just wrong from the start. Arios was getting dragged through the mud, but he brought it on himself, so I didn't feel the slightest bit sorry for him. In any case, we'll stay here in the village until the extermination squad arrives. Let's work together until then. Thank you, we're grateful to have you. You get it now, Axe. A first-rate adventurer doesn't ask for payment at times like these. Ugh, why yeah, I get it. Cell's lecture made Axe pull a complicated expression, but he wasn't entirely wrong. Normally, we're supposed to accept payment for our services. If we don't, people might start thinking it's okay to not pay adventurers at all. That kind of attitude would only cause trouble for others in our line of work. So no matter the situation, we're supposed to ask for a reward. That's something Natalie once taught me. Still, we can't just abandon the villagers over money. So this time, I think it's okay to make an exception. So, what now? Guarding the village is fine and all, but if that's all we do, it feels like a waste of time. Yeah, then how about we split into two teams? One group continues the investigation into Iris. I want to know, how did someone from the supposedly extinct celestial tribe survive? And why does she hate humans? We need answers. Is that really necessary? We already know she's hostile, and we've seen a good chunk of what she can do. I think it is. It's too soon to say we can't talk things through. We actually exchanged words. If we can understand the reason she's fighting, maybe, just maybe, we can come to an understanding. Isn't that kinda naive? Maybe. But even so, Axe was the first to give in. Well, I've got my own thoughts on it, but what you're saying isn't entirely wrong. She's got insane power. If we learn something new, it can only help. Thanks, Axe. I'm just being practical. Naya. Axe is such a tsundir. He's totally a tsundir. Stop saying weird stuff like that. Canaid and the others giggled. I almost laughed too. All right then, while we're defending the village, let's also continue the investigation. After some time has passed, maybe someone's remembered something new. Right, yeah, that sounds reasonable. Axe and Cell agreed with the plan. I looked around at everyone just in case, and they all nodded back, as if to say they were on board. Until the extermination squad gets here, let's stick with this plan. First, about the investigation team. Me and Cell will handle that. We're good at this kind of thing, leave it to us. Surprisingly. Yeah, it's rare for me to do something that requires brains. Hey, wait a sec. Axe snapped back with perfect timing. He's actually pretty good at going along with things. Then we'll help too, Sora said. 2 people would have a hard time doing it alone. With our magic, gathering intel will go much smoother. Phew ha ha ha. Isora Luna. I beckon the 2 of them over. What is it, Rain? Is it secret talk time? There's something I want to ask, about the investigation. Can I ask you 2 to look into Iris's past? Things like why she was sealed in that mountain. That sort of thing. I don't mind, but why not mention it to Axe and Cell too? I'm not sure if it's useful info yet, and besides, I've got a few thoughts. Fine. We've got questions, but we belong to you, Rain. If our master says so, we obey. Just tell us what you're thinking once you've sorted it out, okay? Yeah, of course. Hey, what's going on over there? Nah, it's nothing. After our brief secret conversation, we return to the group. All right, we'll investigate and reinforce the village defenses. Sound good? Yup, sounds good, Canaid nodded with a big smile. Then that's the plan. It won't be easy after everything that just happened, but let's work together and get through this. Chapter 2. Iris's past. Investigating Iris has proven difficult. There are plenty of old stories, but very little reliable information. As these tales have been passed down orally, their accuracy has gradually faded, leaving only vague fragments behind. Because of that, I haven't been able to gather anything more detailed. Still, I've occasionally heard a certain word pop up. It's made me think about a lot of things, but for now, I'll keep that to myself. Meanwhile, the village's defenses have been progressing fairly smoothly. We've set up barriers encircling the village to prevent land-dwelling monsters from getting in. On top of that, we installed traps, fences wrapped in thin wire. Even low-ranked monsters would get injured just by approaching them, making it impossible for them to break through. We also installed gates in 2 spots along the barrier. Though calling them gates is generous, they're nothing more than bundled logs, a far cry from the iron gates you'd find in a large city. They aren't particularly sturdy, but they should still slow monster incursions to some degree. With them, the damage to the village will likely be much lower. Hugh, I guess you could say things are going smoothly. Night had fallen while we were busy with various tasks, bringing the day's work to an end. After dinner, everyone dispersed. I stayed behind alone, letting the night breeze wash over me. Now then, what comes next? Will the subjugation force arrive first, or will Iris strike again before that happens? Either way, there's only one future waiting for Iris: destruction. No matter how strong her race is, there's no way you can go up against a nation and expect to get away with it. Sooner or later, this incident will end with her elimination. But is that really okay? A lingering doubt gnawed at me. Was this really the right outcome? I couldn't quite put my finger on what exactly I was questioning, and all I was left with was a vague sense of unease. Just thinking about her makes me feel like this. What a troublesome opponent. Oh my, could that perhaps be about me? I heard a familiar voice from behind, but I responded normally. Who else would it be? You're not surprised at all. Iris popped her face out nonchalantly. She wore her usual smile, but I felt like she might be sulking just a little. Maybe she's annoyed I didn't act surprised. Turns out she's got a childish side too, yet another side of Iris I hadn't seen before. Do you remember the night we first met? Of course, how could I forget? It was a night just like this, so I thought maybe I'd run into you again. Hee, how fateful. Fate, huh? Don't you think it sounds more romantic that way? Maybe you're right. Iris stepped up beside me. The night breeze stirred her hair, and she held it down with her hand. Strongest race, celestial tribe, demon, but right now, standing here like this, she just looked like an ordinary girl. What brings you here tonight? Oh, have you forgotten already? You said you wanted to see me again, did you not, Rain-sama? I remember, so you actually kept your promise. Despite how I may seem, I'm quite dutiful, you know. Yet you betrayed Arios. Hee, you really go for the sore spots, don't you? Iris giggled. She didn't seem to be scheming anything. She genuinely appeared to be enjoying our conversation. But I did grant that hero's request. You mean, letting Arios take the credit for saving Pago's village? He wanted achievements, fame, something like that. He came to me with that offer. Honestly, I could have turned him down, but he did set me free, so I went along with it. Besides, he said it wouldn't be any fun if I hunted all my prey at once. And that last part ruins everything. Hee. Well, after all, I am a demon. Her smile looked more angelic than demonic. So why would she do such things? Why does she harbor hatred for people? If I could, I'd like to see inside Iris's heart. There's something I want to ask. Rain-sama, you're an adventurer, aren't you? Yeah, I am. Did you interfere with my actions because of a request? Well, it's something like that. I told her I'd taken a request to investigate her. Whether I should have told her that is another matter, but I had the feeling she would have seen through any lie anyway, so I chose to be honest. I see. Iris nodded as if everything made sense now. If I'm wrong, please correct me, all right? You took a request to investigate me, but that request didn't include slaying me. Am I wrong? No, that's exactly right. Where was she going with this? In that case, there's no need for us to fight, is there? Huh? You could simply turn around, report that unfortunately you found no meaningful results, and leave it at that. It might hurt your reputation a little, but you, Rain-sama, would easily earn your next success. It's not something worth fretting over. What are you trying to say? Would you back down? Iris looked at me with eyes that seemed to draw me in. As I realized the meaning of her words, my eyes widened. Why would you say something like that? Isn't it obvious? She gently brushed her slender fingers against my cheek, her voice a whisper as she smiled playfully. Because I've taken a liking to you, Rain-sama. That line, you meant it. Oh my, how rude. I always speak the truth, you know. And yet somehow, you lie so naturally. I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about. At times, she wore a seductive smile. At others, she laughed innocently like a child. So, which one is the real Iris? I don't want to hurt you, Rain-sama. So, what do you say? There's just one thing I don't get. Why do you care about me at all? Sure, our first meeting was peaceful, but we fought after that. I don't think I did anything to make you care. That's true, it's a bit hard to explain. But if I had to put it into words, it's just a feeling I have. It may be vague, but I sense something in you, something not quite human. That's why I find myself drawn to you in a way I don't with others. Not quite human, but I'm just an ordinary. Just as I was about to say more, I remembered. People are always telling me I'm not normal. I'm just a slightly unusual beast tamer, that's all. That's how I rephrased it. I'm not really aware of it myself, but apparently tamers like me are extremely rare. Oh my, Rain-sama, normal. Hearing that makes me question the very definition of the word. As a beast tamer, I might be a bit unusual, but that's all. Is that really so? I don't know what you're suspicious of, but I'm not lying. Is my intuition off today, or is it that you simply don't know it yet, Rain-sama? Iris leaned in even closer. Her beautiful face was right in front of me, but strangely, I didn't feel nervous at all. On the contrary, I felt calm. This is just how I sense things, but Rain-sama, you're quite similar to that hero. Zahi. I probably made an extremely displeased face just now. Oh dear, what a look you're making. Don't lump me in with Arios. I don't mean your personality or your demeanor. Let's see, how should I put it? Perhaps it's your soul that's similar. My soul. That just sounds like we're alike after all. Not at all. A soul is the essence of a person. Things like personality or outward behavior don't matter. A soul represents everything someone is. It's not about appearances, but something much deeper, more fundamental. Sorry, but I'm not great with complicated stuff. The night is long. Shall I give you a lecture? Spare me. I raised my hand in surrender, and Iris laughed joyfully. Seeing her like that, it's really hard to believe she harbors hatred toward people. I still can't shake the thought that there's been some kind of mistake. What could have twisted Iris so deeply? If I had to sum it up simply, it would be blood. The blood flowing through you and the blood flowing through that hero, Arios, they feel very alike. That's the impression I got. Arios is a hero. He carries the blood of the gods. And now I'm being told I'm similar to him, well, I don't have any solid proof. It's just my intuition, so don't overthink it. Easier said than done. Iris isn't the type to lie about trivial things, and even if she did, there'd be no benefit to her. Maybe someday I'll have to seriously think about whether it's true. But more importantly, may I ask something? Yes, what is it? Why do you kill people? Why do you hate them? Oh my, you're not beating around the bush, are you? I figured asking directly would be better than dancing around the issue. Well, knowing me, maybe there's no real reason. Perhaps it's just something I do for amusement, like a child who crushes ants for no reason at all. You're not that kind of person, Iris. You only just met me. How can you say that with such confidence? Just a hunch. I borrowed her own words. Also, maybe part of it is wishful thinking. Wishful thinking. I don't want to fight you. I can't bring myself to label you an enemy. This might sound off topic, but I've fought demons before. They killed people for no reason and spread destruction like it was second nature. That's normal. Demons don't acknowledge the existence of any life besides their own. But you're different. It feels like you had a reason, like there was something that made you choose to fight humans. Something powerful, a reason strong enough to make you take that path. Isn't that right? Correct. Iris admitted it without hesitation. Just as you said, Rain-sama, I'm not like the demons. I don't kill humans for no reason. But if there is a reason, then I won't hesitate to kill. Her eyes, as she said that, were filled with overwhelming hatred. Is it possible for you to tell me that reason? What would you do with that knowledge? I don't know, but I don't want to fight you without knowing anything. I want to understand you. And maybe, just maybe, we could find a way to reconcile. Impossible. She answered immediately. There was no room for doubt. I'll never forgive humans. That's what it sounded like she was saying. But I suppose that answer won't satisfy you, Rain-sama. Yeah, you're right. If possible, I'd like to hear the truth from your own lips. There was a pause as though she were conflicted. Then, after a moment, Iris let out a small sigh. Sigh, you really are persistent. If you're going to press me that hard, I suppose I have no choice. So then, but don't misunderstand. I'm not telling you this so you can understand me, or so we can reconcile. I'm going to share what I hold in my heart so that you'll give up, so that you'll understand there can be no reconciliation. That's the only reason I'm talking. That's fine. Will you tell me your story, Iris? You really are insistent. Still, being pursued so strongly isn't unpleasant, from time to time. With a soft laugh, Iris stepped away from me. Then she began to walk toward the edge of the village. I followed slowly behind. What is your family doing now, Rain-sama? She asked the question quietly, still with her back turned to me. Ah, they died a while back, killed by monsters. I see, I'm sorry. I've asked something painful, haven't I? It's fine. I've more or less come to terms with it. I'm glad to hear that. It felt like Iris smiled. I couldn't see her face, but I had that sense. I think I understand one reason I feel a sense of closeness with you, Rain-sama. And that is, I also lost my entire family. There was a trace of sorrow in her voice. It was such a human emotion that I couldn't help but feel a strange sense of kinship, even now. After all, Iris grieves when she loses her family too. That feeling, it's no different from us humans. Is this connected to the celestial tribe? I hesitated but decided to ask. The celestial tribe is said to be extinct, but why? No one knows. A thought occurred to me. What if humans were involved in their extinction? If that were true, then maybe Iris's hatred would make sense. Before I talk about myself, perhaps I should begin by telling you about the celestial tribe. Iris turned around. Her expression was strangely serene. How much do you know about us celestials, Rain-sama? Honestly, not much at all. I've heard you were wiped out or disappeared. I've also heard the word guardians tossed around. Just a few people had mentioned things like that. I don't know what that term really meant, but maybe, just maybe, celestials used to be friendly with humans. I see. So that's what people are saying. Iris gently bit her nail. It may not be all untrue, but erasing anything that's inconvenient, that's just the sort of thing humans would do. What do you mean by that? What do you think it means? Drawing from everything Iris had said and the violent emotions she'd shown at times, I took a guess. Humans were involved in the extinction of the celestial tribe. Correct. So it was true. I'd had a bad feeling about it, but to think it was real. Just what happened in the past. Asking Iris, who was directly involved, might be a cruel thing to do, but without hearing her story, we can't move forward. It might be painful, but could you tell me more? Yes, I don't mind. If it's you, Rain-sama, I'll tell you everything. Although, as I said earlier, it's not because I want us to understand each other. It's so you'll understand that reconciliation is impossible. That's fine with me. Hee. Then shall I continue? With a certain cheerfulness, Iris twirled in place. Now then, where was I? I got a little sidetracked and lost my place. You were about to explain the celestial tribe. Ah, that's right, about us celestials. Since Rain-sama said you know little about us, I'll begin with a proper explanation. Iris sat down on the ground. She didn't seem to care that her skirt would get dirty. She just settled in and made herself comfortable. Then she patted the ground beside her. Drawn by her gesture, I took a seat next to her. A quiet stillness followed. It felt as though the entire world had vanished, leaving just the two of us behind. A strange, almost dreamlike sensation. The celestial tribe is a race blessed by the gods. Eventually, Iris opened her mouth quietly. We may be similar to the god tribe in that we were blessed by the gods. However, there is one crucial difference. We, the celestial tribe, were the spearpoint of the gods. Since the gods themselves could not descend to the mortal realm, it was our duty to carry out their will in their stead. That was the role assigned to us. And that purpose is what sets us apart from the god tribe. So then, the part about celestials being divine messengers wasn't just a rumor. Yes, that much is accurate. It seems fragments of the truth have survived. I suppose it was impossible to cover everything up with lies. If I take her words at face value, that would mean some of the lore we have now is false. But then, which parts? You're just casually talking about gods now. I've never heard that gods couldn't descend to the mortal world. Oh my, really? I assumed that was common knowledge, even for regular humans. Well, I never had a chance to attend church or learn about divine teachings. If my village hadn't been attacked by monsters, I probably would have ended up going to church. But that chance was lost forever. When that attack happened, I stopped praying to the gods. It's not that I stopped believing, but I realized they wouldn't come to help in a crisis. I had to become strong on my own. So I stopped praying more than necessary. Our mission as celestials was to execute the will of the heavens in the place of the gods, and that will was to protect humanity, and to exterminate the demons, their natural enemy. Those were the two main directives given to us. And yet now, the celestials, once protectors, are labeled as demons and seen as enemies of humanity. What a cruel twist of fate. At the time, though it makes me shiver just remembering it, we had a good relationship with humans. We protected them, and they revered us in return. Iris spoke as if she'd seen it all firsthand. Sorry to interrupt, but Iris, how old are you? The extinction of the Celestials happened a long, long time ago. And yet she speaks as if she lived through it. So despite how she looks, is Iris far older than me? Sigh, Iris let out a breath and gave me a sharp glare. Rain-sama. Asking a woman her age, especially in the middle of a serious story, is quite rude, don't you think? Ah, sorry, it just kind of slipped out. Good grief, but maybe that's just so very Rain-sama. That carefree nature of yours, perhaps it's a kind of virtue. Thanks. Take that as half a compliment, half sarcasm. Really, you're hopeless, she said with a giggle, the glare melting into a smile. If only we could stay like this, smiling, talking. But according to Iris, that future is completely out of reach. Now then, as I was saying, we did manage to form a fairly good relationship with humans. It's no exaggeration to say we were good neighbors. We Celestials lived beside humans and walked the path of progress together. A life where the strongest race lives alongside humans, the image warmed me a little. Maybe it was like my current party, peaceful, joyful days shared with others. That thought didn't seem far off. Iris also looked calm, as if remembering fond times. Even for someone who carries such hatred, those days must have meant something. But then, one day, the Demon King was revived. You know this already, don't you, Rain-sama? How Demon Kings pass their mantle through cycles, spending time dormant before awakening. And once active, they rally all demons and wage war against humanity. We don't know why they seek humanity's destruction, but it's a war that's been repeated since ancient times. Yeah, that much I've heard before. We Celestials were guardians of humanity and destroyers of demons, so of course we fought alongside the humans. As she recalled those battles, Iris's face grew grim. The fighting must have been brutal. Many of our comrades died, many humans died. Even so, we could not defeat the Demon King. He was really that strong. Yes, incredibly strong. Not even all of us combined could bring him down. We were hunted like insects. Iris bit her lip. What was she feeling now? Was it rage at the Demon King, or frustration at her own helplessness? At that rate, we would have been annihilated. The Demon King would win and everything would be destroyed. That's what we judged. So we Celestials resorted to our final option. Final option? Self-destruction. I gasped without thinking at how calmly she said it. The Celestials possess the highest specs among the strongest races. Physical strength, yes, but also immense magical power. That's why we chose to release all of it at once, drive it into a frenzy, and crash it into our enemy. That's even possible. Taking down the Demon King with just one self-destruction was impossible, of course. We gathered many Celestials and sent them all on a suicide mission. You had to go that far, you really had to. That's how overwhelming the Demon King's power was. As if reliving those memories, Iris wore a bitter expression. But her story wasn't over. She hadn't yet explained why she came to hate humans. In fact, this was probably where the real story began. Can you tell me the rest? Yes, I don't mind. Sorry. No need to pity me. Of course, remembering those days is painful, but to me, it's already in the past. I don't dwell on it. I see, if you say so, then I'll leave it at that. Thanks. There's no way that's not painful. But still, Iris chose to keep telling her story. As a gesture of respect, I bowed my head. While we Celestials did resort to self-destruction, it wasn't all of us. If we'd all gone through with it, our race would have gone extinct. The younger ones, like me, were left behind. Yeah, that makes sense. Of course it would have been like that. In exchange for the lives of many Celestials, we were able to wound the Demon King. And then a human hero struck the final blow in a mutual kill. There were other factors, of course, but they aren't relevant right now, so I'll skip them. In any case, that's how we managed to defeat the Demon King. But in doing so, we lost the vast majority of our people. It was a devastating tale. To think that the strongest race had to stake everything, right up to the edge of extinction, just to win. It made the Demon King's threat hit home all over again. If the Demon King ever revives again, will we face the same situation? What would I do then? What would happen to my companions? I couldn't think of this as someone else's story, it was too real. With so many of us gone, it became difficult for the Celestial tribe to fulfill our purpose. Your purpose, as in, acting on the gods' behalf. Yes, exactly. Those who remained were mostly women and children. We could no longer protect humans, nor continue the fight against demons. We were barely able to focus on survival as a species. Because of that, the gods voided our mission. Well, yeah, you can't be expected to keep working under those conditions. Anyone would be furious if you were. So, I guess the gods weren't that unreasonable. Yes, you're quite right. The gods didn't make any unreasonable demands. That phrase stuck with me. The gods weren't unreasonable, in other words. But humans were. They asked us to continue protecting them, just as we had before. What? I found myself at a loss for words. Most of the Celestials had perished in the war against the Demon King. There was no way they could keep doing things as they had before. In fact, their own survival was hanging by a thread. And yet, the humans asked them to protect them as always. That was far beyond unreasonable. What were the people of that time thinking? To make such impossible demands of the Celestials? Did they really think they had the right to do that? Did they think such entitlement was acceptable? What do you think we did? You turned them down. No, we tried to continue, to remain protectors of humanity, just as before. Her unexpected answer made me widen my eyes. Logically, they should have said no. Why? Strange, isn't it? Honestly, I think so too. Maybe something was wrong with us back then. Even though our species was on the brink of extinction, we still clung to our role as humanity's guardians. Was it because that was your reason for existing? Correct. Iris smiled, but it was a faint, self-deprecating smile. We Celestials were created to carry out the will of the gods, and that will was to protect humanity. That's why we didn't know any other way to live. We didn't know any other way to live. Those words sounded unbearably sad. It was like they had the illusion of freedom, but none in reality. Like birds trapped in a cage. They could only fulfill the role they'd been given. To put it bluntly, maybe the Celestial tribe was broken in some way. You're making a bitter face. Well, tell me what you think. Your honest opinion, please. It feels wrong. Like you had no will of your own, I mean. Sorry if this sounds harsh. But it felt like you were living completely dependent on others. Dependent, yes, exactly. Iris gave another bitter, self-mocking smile. That lonely smile made something inside my chest tighten painfully. We Celestials were a race created to fulfill the mission given to us by the gods. We were assigned a purpose, and we lived to carry it out. And because of that, somewhere along the way, we lost the ability to choose our own path. That's really sad. That's right, it was a lonely way to live. But back then, we truly believed that it was the best path. Well, I suppose it's also because we didn't know any other way to live. So, that means, you accepted the humans' request to keep protecting them, didn't you? Yes, we did. Even as our numbers dwindled, we still tried to remain the protectors of humanity. And as a result, do you know what happened? She tossed that question to me. What happened, huh? Thinking logically, they probably couldn't continue as humanity's protectors, right? Their numbers had plummeted, and those who remained were mostly women and children. There's no way they could fight like before. No way they could fulfill their mission. You couldn't protect them anymore. I answered hesitantly. Let's say you got it half right. It's not. Half correct. We, the surviving Celestials, didn't have the power anymore. Even if we wanted to protect humans, we were far too weak. We could no longer drive away monsters or eliminate demons like before. Even though we were called the strongest race, what remained were mostly women and children. Against weak monsters, perhaps, but facing anything powerful was beyond us. Even with the Demon King defeated, his influence lingered, and there were still many powerful monsters around. Yeah, that makes sense. But then, what did the other half of her answer mean? What was the real result? The full answer is, because we could no longer protect them, we were condemned by the humans. What? The development was so cruel, I couldn't find any words. But as if she'd anticipated my reaction, Iris continued in a calm voice. Having lost our strength, unable to act as we once did, we were blamed. Why won't you help us? Are you enjoying watching us suffer? You never intended to protect us at all, did you? They said many things to us. To be treated as traitors by the very people you tried to protect. How deep must the despair and betrayal have been? It's hard to even imagine. I don't want to imagine it. Is this why Iris turned her back on humanity? Is this what made her hate them? No, it still feels like there's more. What I've heard so far wouldn't be enough to generate that level of hatred. Then what else happened? They said many things, but even so, we Celestials stubbornly tried to remain their protectors. Part of it was because we didn't know any other way, but we still believed our feelings would reach them. That one day, we'd understand each other, so we kept doing whatever we could. Can I ask what the result of that was? Yes. The expression vanished from Iris's face. With a blank look, devoid of any emotion, she murmured a single word. We were betrayed. What did that mean? What did people in the past do to them? I was afraid to ask, afraid to face what humans had done. But if I turned away here, I'd never be able to face Iris again. I steeled myself and continued. Can you tell me what happened? At the time, it wasn't just the Celestials. Humans were also on the brink of extinction. Everything had been ravaged after years of war with the Demon King. So they had to find a way to survive. And then, humans began to think. In a world this ruined, the human body is too fragile, so what should we do? Do you know what answer they came up with? A horrible chill ran down my spine. The answer was simple. If you don't have strength, just take it from someone who does. Isn't that a simple solution? No way. They came to us and said, we're sorry for what we said before. We were wrong. Please allow us to make it up to you. We'd like to invite you to a celebration. Would you come? We were overjoyed. We thought finally they understand us. That's what we believed. So we accepted their invitation, and as soon as we arrived in their city, we were taken captive. A glint of hatred sparked in Iris's previously blank eyes. There was no other emotion, only pure, seething hatred. She clenched her fists so tightly it looked like her nails would draw blood. We were taken by the humans, and, well, I'll skip the details. It wouldn't be pleasant for either of us to hear or say. But in short, we were captured and made into test subjects. What is the source of a Celestial's power? Can humans acquire it? Can it be harnessed? For those goals, they conducted all sorts of experiments, and one by one, my companions died. What am I supposed to say to that? As a human, what kind of expression should I even be making? I tried to think, but it was no use. No words came to me. I had no idea what I could or should do. Perhaps we were the foolish ones. We coddled humans instead of seeking a truly equal relationship. We blindly pushed forward, believing that one day we'd understand each other. Maybe we deserved to be called naive, but still. Her voice rose, her emotions boiling over at the memories. She clenched her fists, shaking with fury, biting her lip. The emotions on her face were pitch black, blazing hot, and razor sharp. To be betrayed like that, does any fate get crueler than this? Even if we were fools, we did nothing wrong, we committed no sin. And yet, my companions were all treated like trash and murdered. How could I ever forgive that? Iris, I was lucky enough to escape. And that's when I finally saw the truth. Guardians of humanity, the celestial mission is to protect humans, lies, all of it. As the last of the celestial tribe, my mission now is to avenge my family and friends. To kill and kill and kill humans, as long as I live, I will keep killing. Even those alive now, who had nothing to do with it. Yes, even if they're unrelated. I now hate, loathe, and see the entire human race as my enemy. After what they did, how could I possibly just brush it off as the past? I'm sorry, but I'm a child. I can't be that mature. Yeah, if it were that easy to move on, no one would suffer. I'm glad you understand. Now I understood why Iris hated humans. Of course she would. How could she not? Anyone in her position would feel the same. In fact, not feeling that way would be the strange part, and I found myself empathizing with her. I'd lost my family too, my mom, dad, my friends. I'd lost everything once. To be honest, back then, I had thought about revenge. Afterward, I was too desperate to survive to act on it, but if I'd had the chance, I might have gone down that path. And not just that. If I were to lose everyone again, Canaid, Tania, Sora, Luna, Nina, Tina, if they were all unjustly taken from me, there's no way I'd stay calm. I know I'd seek revenge too. So I sympathized with Iris. I couldn't help it. Pardon me. I let my emotions get the better of me for a moment. Iris smiled her usual smile, but now I knew that behind that smile was overwhelming despair and hatred, a sorrow so deep it could never be healed. This is everything I can tell you. Oh, and to add just a little more. After I was freed, I gained strength for revenge, killed many humans, and was eventually called a demon. I was sealed away, and that leads us to the present. Thank you for telling me something so painful. Think nothing of it. It was your request, Rain-sama. Well, and I did want you to see that reconciliation with me is impossible. I see. Now may I ask you something? Iris turned toward me. She met my eyes as if to peer into my soul. After hearing my story, after learning who I really am, what will you do, Rain-sama? That's... I hesitated, torn by everything this meant for the future. Should I fight her? I sympathized with Iris. I understood her pain. But the people she's killing now had nothing to do with the past. The ones who committed those sins are long gone. Targeting all of humanity like this, it's no longer revenge. It's just blind rage. Can I really overlook that? Can I let her go? Should I stop her? Or maybe, should I help her? Even if it was in the past, the sins of humanity don't simply vanish. Human history is made up of everything we've built and everything we've done. If humanity only survived by using the Celestials as test subjects, then that is a sin carved into our very being, one that can never be erased. And Iris, in choosing to punish humanity, maybe she is right, in a way. So maybe helping her wouldn't be wrong. What should I do? What should I do? Which path is the right one? I keep thinking, what's the right thing for me? What's the right thing for Iris? No, that's not it. If I keep getting hung up on what's right or wrong, I'll never find the answer to this. The Celestials believed they were doing the right thing and were betrayed. Humans did the wrong thing and betrayed the Celestials. If I judge things on that same scale, I might repeat the same mistakes. So what I really need to consider is, what do I want to do? I have to face my own heart, find my own answer. May I hear your answer, Rain-sama? I still hadn't found it. As I hesitated, Iris pressed on. Do you think what happened is something that can be forgiven? No, I don't. Do you think my revenge is wrong? No, I don't. Then, will you stay out of my way? I had no words. Seeing my hesitation, Iris let out a quiet laugh. Don't worry. When I said I like you, I meant it. That wasn't a lie, so I won't lay a hand on you, Rain-sama. And of course, I have no intention of harming your companions either. They're the strongest race, not humans. I wouldn't harm my own kind. Well, there is one rather unusual ghost among them, but I'll make an exception for her. What do you think? Not such a bad deal, right? Maybe not. I could feel myself wavering, but... Iris, how long do you plan to keep going with your revenge? Isn't it obvious? Iris smiled as she spoke, until I die. As if it were the most natural thing in the world. As if it were an obvious truth. As if it were a fundamental law of existence. She said it without hesitation, and upon hearing her words, something inside me solidified. So that's it, that feeling, this conviction, this is what I truly want. I finally found my answer. Yes, Rain-sama. I can't accept what you've said, Iris. Oh. A strange light flared in Iris's eyes. Sharp, burning, as if she were about to glare daggers at me. You refuse my offer. You mean to oppose me. You wish for us to kill each other. No, that's not it either. Iris blinked in confusion. I can't leave you alone, but I'm not planning on killing you either. And what exactly is that supposed to mean? I'm going to stop you, Iris. I'll stop you without killing you. I told you, I won't stop fighting. Are you saying you'll keep showing up just to get in my way? No comment on that. All I'll say is, my decision is to stop you without killing you. That's my resolve. My answer. My. Iris put on a face of dramatic disappointment. Then, with a deliberate sigh, she added, Honestly, Rain-sama, can't you see reality? I can see it. No, you can't. You're still hoping we can reconcile, aren't you? In a way, yeah, I suppose I am. Did you even listen to what I said? If you did, you should know by now, reconciliation is impossible. You're right. It might be a hopeless task. Then, even so, I cut her off, answering with firm conviction, to show her my resolve, to show her my feelings. I looked Iris straight in the eye and spoke from my heart. I won't give up. I don't have the right to stop your revenge. Honestly, I can even understand why you'd want it. Then, even so, I can't let it happen. And why not? Please explain in a way even I can understand. Because you're planning to die, aren't you? No reply, which meant I was right. You're only thinking about revenge, you're not thinking about living at all. As long as you get your revenge, nothing else matters, not even your own life. Isn't that how you feel? I won't deny it. Knowing that, how could I possibly look the other way? Rain-sama, you really are. If it were just revenge, maybe I wouldn't stop you. But if that revenge is going to end in your death, then I will stop you. No matter what, because I don't want you to die, Iris. That is what I truly want. I'm not here to condemn or approve of Iris's revenge. That's not even the point anymore. I want her to live, that's why I'll stand in her way. It's selfish, nothing more than my own self-centered desire. But even so, I'm going to push that desire through. Whether Iris's revenge is right or wrong, that's a heavy question, one that can't be answered in a single line. But I know this for sure. If Iris were to die like this, that would be wrong. And so, I'll resist with everything I've got. Do you think you have the right to interfere with how I live, Rain-sama? No, I don't. Then could you please stay out of it? No, I'm selfish. Iris blinked, caught off guard. Then, Fufu hadahahe. She laughed happily. You really are something else. Maybe it's that unshakable sincerity of yours that made me like you in the first place. I know what you're saying comes from a good place, and I'm grateful for that. But still, I've made my decision. I'm going to stop you. Very well. Iris stepped away from me. She stood, turning her back. What a shame it seems we'll have to fight then. Yeah, but like I said, I'm not going to kill you. Oh my, how sweet. But I won't be holding back. I figured, still, I won't kill you. That was my declaration. I said it believing that, even if just a little, it might reach her. That you think you can stop me, without killing, that's almost laughable. It won't be easy. But I'll do it. You really are stubborn, but perhaps that's exactly what makes you Rain-sama. Iris turned around. She stared at me for several seconds, then pinched the hem of her skirt between her fingers and gave a graceful bow. I'll be looking forward to it. She smiled and then melted into the night. Section, Hue. The night breeze felt chilly. Maybe it was the sweat on my skin, unnoticed until now, that made the air seem even colder. I guess it's only natural. Talking to Iris one-on-one after everything that happened makes anyone nervous. Still, I did gain something from it. Until now, I didn't truly understand Iris, nor had I fully sorted out my own feelings. I'd been carrying around this lingering doubt, but not anymore. I'm done hesitating. I'll believe in the path I've chosen and charge ahead. That said, I wonder if everyone will accept it. Everyone? Who exactly are you talking about? Well, of course. A cold bead of sweat ran down my cheek. A different kind of nervousness settled in. That voice, Tania. Naya. I'm here too. And so am I. I am present as well. Me too. I'm here, you know. They were all there. Since it was nighttime, going out didn't pose a problem, and Tina was floating around effortlessly nearby. Why? You really thought you could sneak off without us noticing? And no, I didn't. I might have been able to fool Sara, Luna, or Nina, but trying to sneak away from Canade and Tania? Not a chance. Not only are their instincts razor-sharp, but their ability to detect presences is off the charts. Especially with that massive presence, we knew something was up the moment we felt it. Not noticing would have been stranger. That overwhelming presence must have been Iris. Was it really that obvious? You did a good job masking it. Most people wouldn't have noticed at all, but at our level, it stood out right away. It was a little tricky to sense at first, but once I focused, I picked up on it. My tail went all tingly, and I stayed on edge the whole time. Canade spoke with a slight tone of irritation. Why she was upset, well, there's no need to even think about it. She must have been worried since I went to meet Iris without saying anything. Rain, are you okay? She didn't hurt you, did she? Your arm, do you still have it? Please don't casually say such terrifying things. My arm's still attached, and I'm not injured anywhere. Nice, huh? Good. So, what exactly were you doing with that celestial? Tania narrowed her eyes and gave me a piercing stare. At that signal, the rest of the girls did the same. Yeah, there's no talking my way out of this. Not that I want to. I don't want to hide things from them. This isn't just my issue, it concerns all of us. Everyone deserves to know. Actually, I told them everything, honestly and exactly as it happened. I see. After hearing my story and learning about Iris's past, Canade had a complicated look on her face. The others wore similar expressions, sympathy toward Iris plain on their faces. But I still don't think what Iris is doing is right. After a moment of silence, Tania spoke firmly, as if cutting away her doubt. Nina looked pained. Tania, don't you feel bad for her? I do. It's not my life, but it makes me angry like it was. That's how much it hurts. But what Iris is doing is still wrong. There's no way you can call it right. It'd be one thing if she were going after people from back then, but the people now have nothing to do with it. Tania's voice was bitter, but her words were unwavering, and I understood what she meant. But even so, that kind of logic probably won't reach Iris anymore. Maybe it really doesn't have anything to do with the people of today, but I think it's too late for that kind of reasoning to work. She won't stop. Nina asked, her voice strained and full of sadness. She must have really empathized with Iris. She's such a kind soul. I gently patted Nina's head and gave voice to what I thought might be in Iris's heart. To Iris, it doesn't matter if it's the past or the present. She lumps all humans together and hates them as the ones who took her friends, her family from her. But the people who hurt Iris, they're gone now, aren't they? Even so, she can't stop. She won't stop. But why? It's hard to explain with words. The heart doesn't always follow logic. Yeah, maybe you're right. Nina seemed to accept that answer in her own way. Her face was still sad, but she didn't ask anything more. Naya, so, what do we do now? You can't fight anymore. Tania's question made Canade frown thoughtfully. I think it'll be a little hard to fight. Things might not go as smoothly as before. I get how you feel, but you should be prepared. Prepared for what, Naya? Because the subjugation squad is coming, right? You've already fought once. With that kind of past, I doubt reconciliation is even possible. Which means, we'll have to fight. Canade's expression grew complicated as the thought crossed her mind. She let out a troubled moo and looked my way. Naya, so what about you, Rain? Are you going to fight Iris? I mean, we'll probably get called in to help too, right? Oh, that's what I wanted to ask as well. Rain, what are you planning to do? Could it be that, after learning about Iris's past, you can't bring yourself to fight her anymore? Luna and Sara both looked at me with concern. I'll fight, but I won't fight. Nyan. Canade tilted her head in confusion. Luna mimicked her, tilting her head the same way. What kind of riddle is that? I don't get it at all. SHH Luna quiet. MMMPH. Moo. Sora clamped a hand over Luna's mouth. Those two really never change, no matter the situation. Even in a moment like this, something about them was comforting. Rain, what do you mean? Yeah, I'm with Luna on this one. I got no clue what you're trying to say, partner. Tania and Tina both looked at me puzzled. About that. What I'm about to say is something I've been thinking about. Something I've decided. But will everyone agree with it? Will they accept it? I started to feel a bit unsure. Still, I won't hide anything. I'll explain everything, and if possible, I want their support. I want them to understand. More than anything, I want us to stand together and stop Iris as one. We're a team. I believe we can do it. I'm going to stop Iris, but I'm not planning to defeat her in battle or anything like that. Then what are you going to do? Talk her down. Isn't that kind of hopeless? I've heard the whole story too, and trying to convince Iris, that's just impossible. Tania, I didn't expect you to say that. My dear sister, sometimes we must face cruel truths head-on. Sugarcoating things won't help us now, will it? Well, that's true, but still. Rain, what will you do? Nina's question brought everyone's gaze onto me. I did have an idea. I'll seal Iris away. Seal her? Canaid tilted her head again, and the others looked confused as well. I don't want to kill her, but I can't just let her go either. So sealing her away is the best option. Naruhodo, that's why you said you'd fight but not fight. But honestly, wouldn't it be faster to just take her down? It'd be tough, sure, but at least there wouldn't be any lingering resentment. I don't want that. I'm not trying to defeat Iris, I want to save her. Because if we do nothing, I think she'll die. Why would you jump to that conclusion? Tania didn't seem convinced. It was like she was asking whether Iris was even worth saving. Recalling my conversation with Iris and the emotions I felt in that moment, I answered quietly. I didn't feel any will to live from Iris. It was like she was looking for a place to die. I think she plans to vent all her hatred through revenge and then die. I think she wants to join her fallen comrades in the end. Denaya. Imagining that, Canaid's ears drooped flat against her head. But I don't want Iris to die. I can't accept that she deserves to die. She's suffered for so long, and to disappear without ever feeling warmth or kindness, I just can't accept that. Maybe it's just pity. Maybe it's selfishness. Even so, I don't want her to die. Rain. But like you all said, convincing her is probably impossible. That's why I want to seal her. I'll stop her revenge, not by defeating her, but by keeping her alive. That's the conclusion I've come to. Everyone silently listened as I spoke. They were all waiting for my next words. I won't cooperate with the subjugation squad. It might be a difficult path, but I plan to find a way to seal Iris. That's how I intend to stop her. I know this is selfish of me, but if possible, I'd like everyone to. Of course. Canaid cut me off with a gentle smile. I wasn't done talking yet. You were going to ask us to help too, right? Then yes, I'm all in. I'll do my best for you, Rain. No, I'll do my best for Iris too. Canaid twirled her fist in the air and struck a triumphant pose. She looked absolutely fired up. I've got no objections either. Honestly, I do have a few things I'd like to say about all this, but if that's what Master wants, then I'll follow. Besides, like I said earlier, just defeating Iris and calling it done would leave a bad taste in my mouth. I have no problem with it either. After hearing everything just now, I'm not cold-hearted enough to turn my back on her. I also support Rain's decision. A little mischief from Iris isn't worth making a fuss over. I am quite magnanimous after all. Phew-ha-ha-ha. I want to help too. I'll do my best. I want to save Iris. I'm with Rain too. Though maybe that's not the right way to put it. I vote for sealing her. If we go the subjugation route, it'll just feel wrong afterward. Thank you, everyone. Iris sighed. Deep within an ancient ruin stood Iris. The lights flickered on in response to her presence. There were small holes scattered across the stone walls, allowing sunlight to filter in, keeping the room decently lit. She walked further in, arriving at a small room with a window. What was once furniture sat inside, now crumbling with age, most of it barely retaining its shape. Looking around, Iris gave a nostalgic smile. It hasn't changed at all since hundreds of years ago. She gently ran her hand across the surface of a ruined cabinet. Dust clung to her palm, but she didn't mind. Her expression remained soft and peaceful. Of course she would react that way. This ruin had once belonged to the celestial tribe. In a sense, it had been her home. It was filled with memories. Just being here gave her a warm feeling inside. But at the same time, a deep hatred boiled up within her. She remembered the past, her family, and how she was betrayed by humans. That dark fire reignited in her chest. That said, I won't be moving for a while. She sat down on what looked like a bed, resting her body. A wave of dizziness washed over her. Unable to hold on, Iris let herself fall backward, lying flat. Her chest rose and fell as she gasped for air, beads of sweat forming on her skin. I must say, to think he could push me this far. Rain-sama truly is unbelievable. Back when she spoke with Rain that night, she had acted as if it were nothing. But in truth, the damage had been severe. She could barely stay on her feet. She kept a calm face only out of pride. She didn't want Rain to see her weakened. It had been nothing more than stubborn pride. And, well, it was also a bluff. A warning that I still had strength left in me. If possible, she had wanted to avoid clashing with Rain. He held immense power, and on top of that, he had several members of the strongest race by his side. She couldn't be sure she'd survive another confrontation, but she was prepared for the worst, ready to fight again if needed. That bluff had been part of her strategy, a show of strength. If Rain had decided to attack her then and there, she likely wouldn't have made it out. But the bluff worked, and a fight was avoided. Even so, lying down for a while calmed her down a bit. With that calm came space to think, her thoughts drifting in different directions, until one image popped into her mind. Rain. To think that Rain-sama would say something like that, honestly, it was completely unexpected. She had expected opposition. Maybe, though the odds were low, he might have even sided with her. But what she hadn't expected at all was for him to oppose her while still showing concern for her. He said he'd fight me to keep me alive. That's just, I don't even know how to process that. Iris was confused. She had never been told something like that before. She always believed Rain was different from the rest of humanity, but perhaps she still didn't fully understand him. Compared to the humans of the past, he truly was different. In fact, maybe he wasn't human at all. Maybe he was something entirely different. It was the kind of thing that just naturally came to mind. Truly, what an interesting man. Iris giggled softly. Her expression matched her youthful appearance, completely innocent and unguarded. But that look didn't last. It shifted into something cold and razor-sharp. If possible, I truly didn't want to become Rain-sama's enemy, but given how things have turned out, I suppose there's no other way. Still lying on her back, Iris gently placed a hand over her chest. What lay hidden deep within was hatred, an unending fury toward humans, rage over the family taken from her, pain from the comrades slaughtered, the sorrow of betrayal. All of it blended together, an emotional chaos that ultimately hardened into a bottomless hatred. I absolutely cannot stop. To avenge her companions, to kill humans. That was Iris's purpose, the only thing driving her forward, her reason for living. If that were taken away from her, Iris would be left with nothing, completely empty, and that wouldn't be life. That would be no different than being a corpse. So Iris made her resolve once again. There was no more room for doubt. She embraced that burning, seething hatred with everything she had, vowing to complete her revenge. Humans took everything from me, so now, it's my turn to take everything from them. I'll kill and kill and kill until they've lost everything. It was a vow, a declaration that bound her soul. Fueled by that vengeance, Iris clutched the area over her heart, where that hatred dwelled, and closed her eyes. Then she began to dream, though what kind of dream, no one could say. Section. The next day. Just as the reports had warned, the subjugation squad arrived in the village of Gis. It was a combined force of adventurers and knights, over 100 strong. There was no way that many people could fit inside the small village, so they set up a camp in the open field just outside. Tents lined the area, with people bustling all around. We had come to check things out, but the scale was bigger than I'd expected. Naya, that's a lot of people. Canaid murmured as she stared at the subjugation squad's camp. Her eyes widened in surprise at the sheer numbers and size. I didn't blame her. It's rare to see so many adventurers and knights gathered in one place. It showed just how seriously the higher-ups were taking this incident, and how committed they were to stopping it. Ah, there you are. We turned to see Axe and Cell approaching. The leaders of the subjugation squad are about to hold a meeting. they've asked us to attend, even though we're just the investigation team. We're the only ones who have directly encountered the demon. They want to hear our perspective. And since the future plan might change drastically, they said they'd like to discuss a few things with us. And if I may add, I think they're counting on our combat strength as well. I see, got it. I'll head over right away. Kanade, can you go back to the others for now? Actually, Kanade-san, would you mind coming too? Cell stopped Kanade just as she was about to turn back. Nyan. Meh. I think they want to hear your opinion too, as a member of the strongest race. When it comes to who will be fighting, the more insight we have, the better. And your input could be incredibly valuable. Naya, but we don't plan on fighting, you know. Did you say something? Nope, nothing. Got it. Then give me a moment. I need to let everyone at the inn know we'll be attending a meeting. Sure, but please hurry. I parted ways with Axe and Cell and walked back toward the inn with Kanade. Rain. Yeah. You think they're gonna try to add us to the subjugation squad? Chances are high. What are we gonna do? We'll resist it. I wasn't going to fight Iris, I was going to save her. That's what I had decided. After returning to the inn and letting everyone know, Kanade and I headed for the large tent where the meeting would be held. Inside, Axe and Cell were already there. There were also several adventurers and knights. And, oh, Rain, is that you? It's been a while. Hi, Stella. There, for some reason, stood Stella, who was supposed to be the new commander of the Horizon Knight branch. Why are you here? I received a request for support. Honestly, there are others more suited for the job, but for some reason, they put me in charge of coordinating the knights. If it's you, Stella, there's no problem. You've got the skill and experience to match. Flatter me all you want, but I'm still far from perfect. We smiled and shook hands as we reunited, but the smile quickly faded, replaced by serious expressions. I knew you left the city on an urgent mission, but to run into you here of all places, the world feels vast, and yet it's so small. Yeah, no kidding. Anyway, sorry, but the meeting's about to start. Will you join us? Of course. Kanade and I took our seats as directed. Before long, the meeting began. First on the agenda was information about the demon, Iris. Testimonies came from me, Kanade, Axe, and Cell. We spoke about Iris's abilities. She could use summoning magic with practically no limits. Each spell was stronger than high-level magic. She could summon entire hordes of monsters. And she could even summon an alternate version of herself from a parallel world. Kanade added that Iris's physical ability was on par with her own. Hearing all that, the room buzzed with tension. Some adventurers and knights immediately objected, claiming such a thing was impossible. But Axe and Cell were A-rank adventurers. And I, well, it's embarrassing to say, but I'm known as the hero of Horizon. With Stella's support, she calmed the objections by stating plainly that people of our standing wouldn't make up such lies. Those who'd pushed back seemed to have been acting out of shock. They soon settled down and accepted the facts. I had debated whether or not to give the subjugation force this intel, but if things came to a fight, Iris wouldn't hold back. If I kept quiet, the consequences could be devastating. With that in mind, I decided it was better to be honest. About an hour passed after the meeting began. We moved into a discussion about future plans, and the atmosphere grew tense. Now then, regarding what comes next, first, I'll share the decision from above. The investigation and scouting teams will cease all operations. We want you to formally join the subjugation force. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Axe raised an eyebrow at the sudden declaration. Stella, as if expecting the question, answered smoothly. The demon's power is too great to ignore. Even if sealing her succeeds, there's always a risk it will be broken again in the future. To avoid leaving behind a curse for the next generation, the conclusion is that she should be defeated here and now. I see, can't say I don't understand. So, it came to this after all. I had expected it, but it wasn't the outcome I wanted. Sorry, may I ask a question? Go ahead. You mentioned, even if sealing succeeds, does that mean a method to seal her has been found? No report like that's come in. The records are ancient and practically non-existent. We assume magic was involved, but that's all we've got. I see, understood. Sorry for interrupting, please continue. It would have been ideal if a sealing method had been discovered, but that was wishful thinking. Disappointed, I turned my attention back to Stella. All units will regroup. With our full force, we'll strike down the demon. That's the general plan. We'll work out the coordination in detail next. Is that really okay? If we concentrate all our strength in one place, other areas will be left undefended. Did Axe just say something reasonable? Who are you, and what have you done with the real Axe? Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Axe and Cell launched into their usual back-and-forth. Stella gave a wry smile before responding. I'm aware of the risks. Then why? If we spread out our forces, our chances of defeating the demon drop significantly. To be honest, if we don't go in with everything we've got, we'll be wiped out. That's how strong the enemy is. Yes, leaving other areas less guarded is a problem, but we'll have to manage. We'll leave behind only minimal watch and scouting teams. The main force will stay on standby here. Once the demon is spotted, we'll rush in immediately and force a final battle. That's the best we can do. That's, well, not the most thought-out plan. Feels more like we're winging it than following a strategy. I get what you're both saying, but splitting up our forces will only lead to them being picked off one by one. After hearing everything from Rain's group, we've come to understand just how powerful this demon is. I don't think there's any other option. I suppose you're right. I've seen her fight up close myself. She's a real monster. Trying to conserve our strength or go in half-heartedly will only get us killed. There are risks, sure, but yeah, I don't see any other way. All right, I understand. Axe and Cell looked like they still had mixed feelings, but in the end, they gave a reluctant nod of understanding. Stella turned to look at me. Her eyes asked the unspoken question, do you have any objections? In response, I'm sorry. Hi. I'm afraid we can't join you. I clearly expressed our decision. And what exactly do you mean by that? Stella was taken aback at first, but quickly recovered, her gaze sharpening as she stared at me. It was a piercing, interrogative look, stern and unyielding. But that was only natural. Saying something like that in this situation could be seen as cowardice or even distrust toward the Adventurers Guild. Of course she'd react this way. Still, I never imagined I'd see that look from Stella. It stung a little. Even so, I had to stand firm and speak my truth. No, our truth. We have no intention of defeating Iris. Then, what do you intend to do? We're going to seal her. I stated it clearly, leaving no room for doubt. Didn't I say the option of sealing had already been ruled out? I understand that. The method for sealing hasn't been found, and even if it were, there's a chance she could break free again. All you'd be doing is postponing the problem. Surely you can see that, Rain. I do, and yet I don't. I just can't accept that killing her is the only solution. It would be hard to get Stella to understand. She didn't know Iris's past. Even if she did know, she might still disagree. What I'm trying to do would put many lives at risk. It runs counter to Stella's principles. At worst, I might even end up making her an enemy. But I've already decided to follow the path I believe is right. Rain. Canaid quietly took my hand, as if to say, you're not wrong, I'm with you. The warmth in her grip spread through my chest. Very well. After a brief silence, Stella gave a small nod. Her expression was one of reluctant acceptance, and she offered a faint smile. In that case, I'll let you act as you see fit. I'll inform the higher-ups myself. I hadn't expected her to agree so easily, and I was honestly caught off guard. Are you sure? I mean, I know I'm the one saying it, but this is kind of a selfish request. Our party included several members of the strongest race. In terms of power, we were likely among the top tiers. Losing us would be a major blow to the subjugation force. I was sure they'd refuse. You do realize we're not going to help with the subjugation, right? It's fine. Yes, losing your support hurts, but we've managed to gather a decent force on our own. We'll manage somehow. Besides, Stella smiled softly and added, you have your reasons, don't you? If you didn't, I know you wouldn't be saying something like this. I'll respect your conviction and your goal. Thank you, I really appreciate it. You helped me plenty back in Horizon. This time, it's my turn to support you, though I doubt this alone is enough to repay the favor. It's more than enough. Stella and I exchanged a smile. And so, we were granted special permission to operate independently. But that didn't mean the subjugation squad would wait for us. They were preparing for battle, and the moment they located their target, they'd strike without hesitation. Even for Iris, it would be difficult to face that many adventurers and knights. She had strength beyond compare, yes, but her stamina and mana weren't infinite. Fighting alone, she'd eventually reach her limit. And then, she would fall. We had to stop that from happening. We had to seal her, not kill her, before it was too late. It was a race against time. We had to hurry. Hey, Rain. As the meeting ended, and we were about to head back to the inn where everyone was waiting, Axe called out to me. Well, I figured they wouldn't just let me leave without saying something. I hadn't told Axe or Cell anything yet. I stopped in my tracks and turned to face them. What you said during the meeting, were you serious? About looking for a way to seal Iris. Yeah, that. Were you actually being serious? I was. Why? Axe frowned, his expression tense. We're talking about a demon here. She wiped out a whole village. Word is she's killed people elsewhere too. If we let someone like that live, the same thing will happen again, more grief, more destruction. And you're okay with that. Don't tell me you've gone soft now of all times. He clearly had strong feelings about this. I'd never seen Axe so fired up before, his voice sharp, full of emotion. Then Cell stepped in. Calm down. But, I said calm down. You're in no state to have a proper discussion right now. We should at least hear them out first, right? Fine. Reluctantly, Axe backed off. Cell looked at me with a composed gaze. I understand your position, Rain. I don't agree with it, but I understand. I see. But why did you come to that conclusion? The higher-ups have already decided. This demon must be eliminated. And most people would agree that we can't just leave something like that unchecked. So why are you insisting on sealing her instead? Could you tell us your reason? There was no point keeping it to myself now. I had a rough idea of how they might respond. Still, I made up my mind and began to explain everything that happened the night before. Actually, I told them about Iris's past, about the source of her hatred. And then I shared how I felt, that I couldn't bring myself to see her as someone who deserved to die. That's why I wouldn't agree to her being slain. At the same time, I acknowledged that if left alone, the damage would grow, and Iris herself would likely die. That's why I would seal her, to save her life, because I didn't want to see any more senseless killing. I laid everything bare, my thoughts, my reasons, everything. I see. Cell took it all in calmly. Axe, on the other hand. You idiot. What good is sympathizing with the enemy? He was clearly furious with me for letting Iris's emotions affect me. I'd never seen that look on him before. He was so upset, it felt like he might grab me at any moment. She wiped out an entire village, and she'll kill more without a doubt. Just because she went through hell in the past doesn't mean she gets a free pass. You get that, right? Of course I do. But if you say that, what about us, humans who killed her friends and family? Are we any more justified? That was the work of some fools in the past. We shouldn't have to carry the blame for what they did. Axe wasn't wrong, he was absolutely right. But absolute, unbending logic can sometimes ignore emotions entirely. It can skip past the human heart. And we're human, we have emotions. That's why I couldn't ignore what Iris was feeling. You want to just leave her be. I'm telling you now, there's zero chance she'll turn over a new leaf. I guarantee it. She'll kill again. I know, and I agree with you. That's exactly why I'm choosing to seal her. I don't want her to carry any more sins. I don't want her to die, that's why I'll seal her. That's just selfish. Yeah, it is. This is my selfishness, my own wish not to let Iris die. I know full well that doing this could put others at risk. This is pointless. Axe clicked his tongue and kicked at the ground in frustration. I felt guilty seeing him like that, but even so, I couldn't back down. May I ask something? This time, Cell spoke up. Her voice was calm, her expression unreadable, just like always. And that made it all the harder to tell what she was thinking. This is a hypothetical, but say you fail to find a way to seal that demon Iris, and she goes on a rampage again, and someone dies. In that case, will you take responsibility? I won't be able to. So you understand that. Even so, you still won't change your mind. I won't. I said it clearly, without hesitation, to make sure my resolve came through. If we're talking about responsibility, then we humans need to take responsibility for what we did to Iris. If we just kill her without doing that, then we're no better. She's one of the strongest races and views humans as enemies. Are you really in a position to be offering her compassion? Iris became our enemy because of humans. We brought this on ourselves. Do you really think she's worth saving? Whether she is or not doesn't matter. I just want to save her. That's all. Oh, what a foolish reason. I already told Axe, this is my selfish choice. I just don't want Iris to suffer anymore. She's already been through enough. Isn't it time she was finally allowed to rest? Is it really so wrong for me to think that? Can't someone just once want that for her? Sigh. Cell let out a long breath. It was the kind of sigh that carried quiet resignation. Fine, do whatever you want, Rain. What, Cell? You're really going to let him go off and do something this reckless? What choice do we have? He's made up his mind, there's no convincing him. And do you really think we could force him? Rain has the strength to command multiple members of the strongest race. We're in no position to stop him. Ish. You get it, don't you? There's nothing we can do. Cell took a single step back. It was only one step, and yet it felt like the distance between us had grown immeasurably. It hit me like instinct. This was a gap that couldn't be closed, no matter what I did. Do what you want, we won't stop you. Thank you. But we can't help you either. I figured. Yeah, like Cell said, we can't stick with you any longer. It was a declaration of separation. I'd expected it to come to this. The two of them were top-tier adventurers, bound to their contracts, obedient to the guild's commands. More than that, they were both incredibly straightforward people. There's no way they'd ever ignore the threat someone like Iris posed. They'd never just stand by. I'd known from the start that the odds of them siding with us were low. Still, now that it was happening, it hurt. We may not have traveled together long, but they were our companions. And losing a companion really does hurt. So this is goodbye. It was short, but I enjoyed our time together. I did too. Naya thanks you too. Canaid, who had quietly watched the whole exchange, murmured softly. Seems she'd grown more attached to them than she'd realized. She looked genuinely sad. We'll follow our own path. You guys be careful too. You're all so damn soft. Sorry, but I'm not going along with this. Do what you want. Couldn't you at least give them a proper goodbye? I've got nothing to say to bleeding hearts like them. Axe was curt, but his expression was conflicted. Harsh words aside, I could tell, he still cared about us. Parting with them like this, it tore at my heart. Even so, I had already made my choice to keep moving forward. To save Iris, so I didn't let myself show any hint of regret. I looked straight ahead, held out my hand to them, and let my actions speak for my resolve. See you around. Yeah. Let's both do our best. I exchanged a handshake with Axe and Cell, and then quietly let go. And with that, the bond we once shared was severed. Chapter 3, To the Village of the Spirits. We decided to search for a way to seal her again. Once more, we interviewed the villagers and dug through any old documents left behind in the village. We ran around, desperate to find any possible lead. Phew, it's not going well. I sighed as I sat down on a bench in the village square. Despite all our efforts, we couldn't find a single clue. Some people knew the general story of Iris and the seal, but no one seemed to know the deeper details. I guess that's to be expected. Too much time had passed. No one remembered. Still, I had hoped that at least one or two people might know something, but that was wishful thinking. Gathering information about the seal was proving to be a real struggle. That said, we're not giving up just because of this. There's no time to get discouraged. Iris must have taken a decent amount of damage in the last battle. She likely won't act again right away and will need time to recover. So, I doubt we'll clash with the subjugation force immediately. But even so, we can't afford to take it easy. Time is short. We need to do everything we can, quickly and efficiently. Rain. When I turned around, I saw Canaid and the others. Canaid was holding a cup and offered it to me. Are you thirsty? I brought you some cold water. Thanks. I drank the cold water, letting it wash down my throat. My head felt clearer, and strength returned to my body. All right. Break time's over. Time to push on a bit more. How did it go on your end? We'd split up to investigate. I wondered if they'd had any luck. I asked with hope in my voice, but... Naya, sorry, nothing really. Canaid's tail drooped. Everyone else wore troubled expressions and shook their heads. I see. Sorry. No need to apologize. It's not like you or anyone else did anything wrong. Still, what now? We're not giving up on the investigation, but with no leads, we can't even decide what to do next. Anything would help, even the smallest clue. Rain, I have a suggestion. After a brief, hesitant pause, Luna spoke up. What if we tried to find out who cast the seal? If we could, I'd love to, but how? I'll use my special magic. Luna, that's not an explanation. What? You didn't get it from that? Of course not. You useless little sister. Useless. Luna looked visibly shocked at Sora's harsh jab. That comeback sounded oddly familiar. Could you explain what you mean more clearly? Very well. Do you remember when we went to the remnants of the seal? I used a spell to read the memories of the adventurer's corpse we found there, didn't I? Yeah, it wasn't long ago, so I remember it well. I want to apply that spell and search the remnants for residual memories. By tracing the memory of that place itself, I might be able to find out who cast the seal. You can do that, then why didn't you say so earlier? Tania voiced a perfectly reasonable question, but Luna responded with a troubled look. Memory tracing magic becomes exponentially harder the further back in time it goes. Iris was sealed over several centuries ago. I've never tried going that far back. The chances of failure are high, and I didn't want to get your hopes up for nothing. But now that we've run out of leads, I thought I'd at least offer the idea. Of course, if it fails, we'll have wasted a lot of time. What do you want to do? I listened to the two of them and gathered my thoughts. If we could trace the memory of the place and find out who cast the seal, it could lead to a huge breakthrough. But it's not guaranteed to succeed. We might just end up wasting precious time. It would be a bit of a gamble. Right. We don't have any other leads, so let's give it a try. Sora, Luna, can I count on you? Yes, understood. Fuahaha, leave it to me. Section, we moved to the ruins of Pago's village, and from there, headed into the mountains. Since we had already been there once before, the second trip went smoothly. Before long, we arrived at the spot where the sealed shrine had once stood. Now then, it's time to witness my brilliance. Is there anything I can do to help? Searching memories from over hundreds of years ago takes an enormous amount of time. So I want you to protect us while we work. We'll be completely defenseless while casting the spell. Can we count on you? Of course. Even if it costs me my life, I'll protect Sora and Luna. Not that I need a reason like that. These two are precious companions, and I'd protect them no matter what. By the way, how long is this going to take? Probably about an hour. That long? That's quite a while. It's that difficult a task. I see. Well, do your best. I'll make sure nothing gets close to you. Tania said confidently. Yeah, leave it to us. We'll do our best. Even dressed like this, I can still fight just fine, you know. Canaid, Nina, and Tina all looked fired up and ready. Everyone was reassuring. All right then, let's begin. While Sora and I are casting, we're counting on you. Sora and Luna took positions on either side of the ruined shrine, raised their hands, and began chanting. Particles of light poured from their palms and enveloped the broken shrine. The chanting continued without pause, and this would go on for a full hour. Let's leave the rest to them and focus on what we need to do. Yeah. Canaid responded cheerfully, and the others raised their hands in agreement. Then we formed a circle around Sora and Luna, standing guard for anything that might come. Ha! I blocked a bear-like monster's blow with my arm like a shield. Thanks to the power I gained from my contract with Canaid, I only felt a slight numbness, no actual injury. Gravity manipulation. Just as the monster went for a second strike, I manipulated gravity, overloading its body. Its movements visibly slowed. Hiya! Without missing a beat, I drove my knee upward into the monster's jaw. The massive body staggered and collapsed to the ground. Moments later, as if clearing mist, the monster's body vanished, leaving behind a magic stone. Phew, that's that. About 30 minutes had passed when we were spotted by a group of monsters and had to fight. Fighting while protecting Sora and Luna was tense, but there's no way we'd lose to monsters like these, not after all the training we received from Suzu-san. We successfully protected Sora and Luna and wiped out the attacking monsters. Naya, good work, Rain. Good work, Canaid. Good work, everyone. You all okay? Of course, that was nothing. I'm fine. I've got stamina to spare, you know. Tania, Nina, and Tina responded energetically. By the looks of it, there's no serious damage. That said, if we had to keep this up for too long, it'd get tough. Protecting Sora and Luna during battle takes serious focus. Even if we don't feel it now, we're probably more tired than we realize. We'd been fighting monsters for about 30 minutes, meaning it's been nearly an hour since Sora and Luna started their spell. Hopefully, they'll be finished soon. Almost as if in response to that hope, the particles of light pouring from Sora and Luna's hands disappeared. Phew. That was exhausting. They let out soft sighs as they quietly stepped back from the remains of the shrine. Good job, both of you. I'm so tired, Rain, pamper me. That's not fair, Luna. Luna staggered toward me and clung to my body. And then, Sora followed and hugged me too. I held them both tightly and gently patted their heads in appreciation. Thanks for going this far, it really means a lot. It's nothing. This is all for the sake of my master. As long as it's for you, Sora will always give her best. And Naya, I get that they're tired and need some comfort, and that's totally reasonable. But still, I feel all fuzzy and weird inside. For some reason, Canaid was giving me a complicated look as she stared. So, did you see anything? We did see something, but... Luna, who usually spoke her mind without hesitation, was uncharacteristically hesitant. Did they witness something terrible? I instinctively braced myself. The spell was a success. We saw the moment Iris was sealed at this shrine. Nice job, so who did it? Was it someone we know? Yes, but well, Luna's eyes darted uncertainly, before she finally spoke with hesitation. It was our mother. Your mother's? The words caught me completely off guard, and I stood there blankly. The others reacted more or less the same. The first to snap out of it was Tania, who turned to Sora and Luna with a question. When you say mother, you mean like your actual mom, right? What else would I mean? Are you mocking me right now? Well, I mean, come on. Tania gave me a look like she wanted to say something. I could guess what she was thinking. Their mother being the one who sealed Iris? This world's way too small. Who could have expected this kind of connection? Naya, I can't believe your mom was the one who sealed Iris. That's a shock. To be precise, it wasn't just our mother. It wasn't only her. I saw several members of the strongest race. There were Nekore there too. Naya, you don't think my mom was part of that too? I doubt it. Nekore don't have lifespans that long, right? Oh yeah, true. But still, if it's mom, maybe. Is Canaid under the impression that Suzu-san is immortal or something? Well, considering how young she looks, it's kind of hard to blame her. In any case, this gives us a solid lead. Luna sounded upbeat, probably because her spell succeeded and lifted her mood. At her words, Nina tilted her head slightly. A lead, really? We learned that our mother was involved in the sealing. That's a major lead, isn't it? But how are we supposed to talk to her? Well, just normally. Oh, I see. That's what you meant. Nina, or rather, all of you. Could it be you're under the impression that our mom is dead? Wait, isn't she? I mean, Iris was sealed hundreds of years ago. Logically, there's no way their mom could still be alive. Unless she's over a few hundred years old. But hold on. If that's the case, wouldn't that make Sora and Luna hundreds of years old too? But they're actually 14, so... Wait, now I'm confused. So, what's going on here? Tania pressed Sora and Luna, clearly getting impatient. It's simple. The spirit tribe has long lifespans. The average is around 500 years. Our mom is about 300, so it's not odd at all that she was involved in Iris's sealing. I see. I didn't know much about the spirit tribe, so I wasn't aware of their long lifespans. 300 years old, what kind of person is she? I'm really curious now. Naya, if your mom is 300, then doesn't that mean Sora and Luna are around that age too? Of course not, I'm 14. I'm not lying about my age. Mom just wasn't interested in romance for a long time. She stayed single for centuries, but recently, she got married. That's when Sora and I were born. Naruhodo, so she, did all that at 300, wow, she's got energy. What exactly are you thinking? And nothing at all, Naya. Caught under Tania's exasperated gaze, Canaid blushed and waved her hands side to side in a flustered attempt to cover it up. Well, I get it, there's a lot going on to think about. I understand how Canaid feels. But back to the topic. Where is your mother now, Sora and Luna? Who knows? Back when we were still serving as gatekeepers, she said she had something to do and went off somewhere. Thanks to that, we couldn't get her help when we needed it. Well, thanks to that, we got to meet Rain and the others. I think it turned out for the best. Sora agrees with that too. So basically, you've got no idea where your mom is, Tina asked, opening and closing the kettle lid in her hands. Why the kettle lid? Was she trying to mimic someone's mouth? If we return to the village, someone should know. I'm sure someone remembers where she went. Or, since it's been a while now, She might have finished her business and returned home already. We might be able to meet her without any trouble. That might be tricky. I mean, it's one thing for the rest of you, but I'm not sure I'd be welcome in a spirit tribe village. Sora and Luna had abandoned their posts as gatekeepers, but they're still part of the tribe, so I doubt they'd be turned away. Canaid and the others aren't human, they're members of the strongest race, so they probably wouldn't be refused entry either. But me and Tina, as humans, it's hard to say how we'll be treated. And that's the problem. Getting to the gate that leads to the village isn't hard, though. Oh yeah, there are gates that connect to the spirit tribe's village, scattered all over the world. There's even one near here. The problem is what happens beyond that point. Just like we were guarding another entrance, there's definitely a gatekeeper. We'll almost certainly run into trouble. I'd guess it's anywhere from 2 to 5 guards. With the way Sora and I are now, we could probably force our way through if we had to. Most spirit folk are shut-ins and don't have much combat experience. Please stop calling them shut-ins. Still, even if we force our way in, who knows how we'll be treated once we're inside? Just thinking about it is a headache. We're not trying to pick a fight with the spirit tribe. We just want to talk to Sora and Luna's mother. Isn't there a way to explain that and convince them? I'll say it up front, it's going to be difficult. As if reading my thoughts, Luna spoke. We spirit folk have a huge prejudice against humans. Honestly, before I met you, I thought humans were about on par with bugs. That bad, huh? To us, humans are like natural enemies, destroyers of forests. Of course we'd be hostile. So, I'd say convincing them is close to impossible. Seduced exceptions like Sora and me are rare cases. Oh great. We finally get a lead, and now we might not even be able to act on it. But there's no time to go chasing other leads from scratch. I really want to meet Sora and Luna's mother somehow. There has to be a way. I know we said not to get your hopes up, but would you leave this to us? Luna, unusually serious, or maybe not that unusual anymore, spoke quietly, her expression calm. You have a plan. Rain, it'll be difficult for you to convince them. So we'll try convincing them ourselves. Would that really work? Sora and Luna abandoned their post and left the village on their own. Even among their own people, they likely aren't in good standing. Your concern makes sense. Whether or not they'll even listen to what we say is a real issue. But still, we can't just give up now. We finally have a lead, we can't throw it away. Besides, I think the chances of success are decent. First, we'll try to convince them. And if that doesn't work, we'll go back to the village alone. Then we'll speak to Mother ourselves. That way, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Yeah, that makes sense. If things go as they're suggesting, this might actually work. The spirit tribe wouldn't go so far as to block Sora and Luna's return to the village. But still, if we go with that plan, I'd be leaving everything up to them. It's not that I'm worried they'll fail. It's not that I don't trust them. I trust them more than anyone, as irreplaceable comrades. But what if something unexpected happens? What if something happens to them because I let them go alone? I couldn't shake the worry. I couldn't bring myself to make the decision. Seeing me hesitate, Sora and Luna gave me a gentle smile. Master, do you trust us? Yeah, I do. Then please, leave this to us. Isn't entrusting us with this task the very proof of your trust? And because you trust us, we'll do everything we can to succeed and come back to you safe and sound. As I give up, they saw right through everything I was thinking. And on top of that, they even gave me a soft little lecture, asking me to trust them more. Maybe I really am just overprotective. After all that, there's no way I can say no. I should put more faith in Sora and Luna. All right, then I'm counting on you. Leave it to us. Understood. Sora and Luna nodded enthusiastically. Then let's head to the Spirit Tribe's village. Let's go. Luna, where are you going? That's the opposite direction. A slight miscalculation, that's all. Sora calmly corrected Luna, who had started walking the wrong way. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. So, where's the entrance to the Spirit Tribe's village? It's actually pretty close. We spirit folk can sense the flow of magical energy, and I can feel it. It's probably near the base of this mountain. All right. Then let's go together, at least up to the entrance. Very well, then once again, let's go. When we reached the mountain's base, we found a small cave. Hidden behind overgrown grass and brush, the entrance wasn't obvious at all. It's pretty cramped in here. Naya, who touched my tail just now. My apologies, it was me. And yes, I did it on purpose. On purpose, huh? Luna wore a smug grin, while Nina responded with mild exasperation. The cave was so narrow that even a single person could barely fit through. Making progress was difficult. Still, Sora and Luna were confident that this path led to the spirit tribe's village, so we had no choice but to keep going. Careful not to hurt ourselves, we slowly advanced. After walking for nearly an hour, we reached the deepest part of the cave. This place is. Unlike the tight passage before, the cave opened up into a vast space. It was so big, you could probably play a sport in here. The ceiling was high as well. Did something like this form naturally? Hard to believe. You almost never see a perfectly round space like this, you know. Tina shared her opinion in response to Tanya's question. I agreed with her. The area was an immaculate circle, no way it formed naturally. Or rather, it was likely shaped by the spirit tribe, so this is the entrance to the spirit village. Yes, that it is. Still, it's odd, I don't see any guards. Just as Sora said, there wasn't a single person in sight. It was possible they were hiding with magic, but if that were the case, Sora would have pointed it out. Since she hadn't, it probably wasn't the case. Then again, could there be someone powerful enough to fool even Sora? What is this feeling? Is there really no one here? Just like Sora said, no visible figures, no magical presence. And yet, there's something. A sense of pressure, like the air was heavier here, and a gaze, it felt like someone was quietly watching us. Sora, are you absolutely sure no one's here? Hi. What's wrong, Rain? Like you can see, there's no one around. Yeah, I know, but I still feel something. Aren't you overthinking it? There's no one here, and I don't sense any magic either. Maybe, but I can't shake the feeling. Like there's someone here. The man passes. A voice rang out suddenly. I frantically looked around, but just like before, there was no one else here but us. And yet, the voice continued. I should have completely concealed my presence and form, yet you were still able to sense me. Impressive, you have my praise. Compared to that, my daughters, utterly pitiful. To think they didn't notice when I was this close. That voice. Mom! Sora and Luna exclaimed in shock. As if responding to them, the space at the center of the cave shimmered, like a mirage bending reality. What appeared was a member of the spirit tribe with radiant wings on her back. She was petite, so small it was like Sora and Luna had been shrunk even further. At a glance, she looked incredibly young, but strangely enough, she didn't feel like a child. It was contradictory, but she gave off a sense of being older than anyone else here. Ash blonde hair, pale skin, bright, round eyes, she looked just like Sora and Luna. If someone had said she was their younger sister, I'd have believed it without hesitation. But in truth, she wasn't their sister. Her true identity was. Mom. Mother. Sora and Luna spoke, eyes wide. Indeed, it is I. Seeing her daughter's stunned reactions, Sora and Luna's mother gave a satisfied nod. She floated gently through the air toward us and softly touched down on the ground. It's been a while, my daughters. Have you been well? Why yes, we've been doing just fine, right, Sora? Why yes, as you can see, we've been managing without any problems. Good. I was worried when I heard you abandoned your gatekeeping duties and wandered out into the world. But it seems you've had some good encounters. She cast a glance our way. It seemed like she already had a solid grasp of our relationship. Since there hadn't been any time for conversation beforehand, she must have simply observed us here and deduced everything on the spot. She was clearly sharp. Are you the one looking after my daughters? No, I'm not their guardian, I'm a companion. My name is Rain Shroud. I'm an adventurer. I'm Canade. As you can see, I'm from the Nekore tribe. I'm Tania, a dragonkin. I'm Nina, from the god tribe. I'm Tina Holly. I may look like this, but I'm actually a ghost. Everyone introduced themselves one by one. Oh, Nekore, dragon tribe, even someone from the god tribe. And a ghost to top it off, quite the rare party. It seems you all are bound together by that boy there. You say that like you saw it all yourself. It's just deduction. All of you are alert, ready to act at any moment, and especially to protect that boy, yes. That's why I assumed he's the center of the group. Simple reasoning, wouldn't you say? She really is clever. Pardon me. I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? As I hesitated, unsure what to call her, Sora and Luna's mother gave a polite little bow. I am Al, mother of Sora and Luna, and gatekeeper to the entrance of the spirit tribe's village. Al-san, I see. You may call me Al-chan if you like. Looking at her, it's true, Chan feels more fitting than San. But still, I couldn't bring myself to attach a Chan to Sora and Luna's mother. I'll stick with Al-san. What a bore. I still think of myself as quite young. You know, don't you think so too, Sora, Luna? You'll always be mother to us. You're definitely well past your youth. I mean, you've lived for over 300 years, and you want to be treated like we're the same age. That's pushing it a bit, don't you think? MGH, you've gotten quite sassy since the last time I saw you. Al-san pouted like a child. She seemed both childlike and mature, an oddly hard person to pin down. In any case, foi. Hiya. Al-san suddenly pulled Sora and Luna into a hug. She pressed her face close to theirs, as if soaking in their warmth. I'm glad to see you've both been well. Mom. Mother. Tears welled up in their eyes. I heard things got rough while I was away. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you, but I'm truly happy that you're both safe. Hick. Unable to hold back any longer, Sora and Luna burst into tears. They clung tightly to Al-san and sobbed in her arms. Let's give them a moment. Yeah, I agree. Kanade and the others nodded gently with soft expressions. We watched quietly, letting the three of them have their time as a family. Sorry to make you all wait, Al-san said after a while. She separated from Sora and Luna and turned to face us. Her face was calm and content, clearly fulfilled. Sora and Luna had the same look on their faces. I was glad they got to reunite. No need to apologize. We were happy to do it for Sora and Luna's sake. Al-san stared intently at my face. What is it? To say something like that so naturally, you're quite a fine young man. I commend you. Thank you. Oh dear, I suppose calling you boy won't do. I should use your proper name. Let's see now, what was it again? Mother, our master's name is Rain. He is our lord, after all. Please remember it properly. As Sora and Luna explained, Al clapped her hands with an awe. That's right, it was Rain. Rain shroud, shroud. What is it, Mother? No, it's just it sounds familiar somehow, It's probably nothing. Just my imagination. What was that? Al looked a bit puzzled for a moment. But she quickly brushed it off like it wasn't important. More importantly, apparently deciding to move on. My daughters told me you came to ask me something. Yes. Actually, I told her everything. That Iris's seal had been broken, that we were now searching for a way to seal her again, and that we'd come to speak with Al in hopes of finding a clue. After hearing everything, Al's expression turned serious. Just to confirm, Mother, it really was you who sealed Iris, correct? Yes, that celestial was sealed by me and my companions. In response to Luna's question, Al nodded quietly. She seemed to be recalling that time, a mix of emotions flickering across her face. Her rampage, Iris's rage, was terrifying. She destroyed everything, consuming it all in her path. At the time, we spirit folk had already started distancing ourselves from humanity, but even so, we couldn't just turn a blind eye. So, we joined forces with the other strongest races and sealed her away. Why did you seal her instead of defeating her? Was that not an option? We could have defeated her, but considering the pain and reasons behind her rampage, I didn't want the conclusion to simply be her death. I thought time might one day heal her hatred. That's why we chose to seal her, but it seems it didn't go as we hoped. Al let out a sad sigh. She must be a kind person. Someone who can empathize deeply, someone who saw Iris's tragedy as more than just an enemy's actions. If that's the kind of person she is, maybe she really can help us. With hope, I asked her, will you lend us your strength? Iris is once again trying to carry out her revenge. She's about to repeat the same sorrow and suffering from the past. We want to stop that. That's why we want to seal her again. Is it to protect people? That too, but more than that, I want to save Iris. Save her. Iris is prepared to die if it means achieving her revenge. If she continues down this path, she'll end up being defeated. I don't want that to happen. That's why I want to seal her to save her. That won't remove the danger. It could be a problem again in the future. This is a problem humanity created in the first place, and better a future problem than her death now. Do you realize what that kind of action is called? Just selfishness. My own ego. You understand that, and you still choose to walk that path. Al looked visibly surprised. Then she stared at me intently. If it's you, Rain, maybe your words really could reach Iris. They will. So certain are you? Ha ha ha, how amusing. Al laughed. It was a gentle, warm laugh. Very well, I understand, and I accept your reasons. Then, but the method we use to seal Iris is considered a secret technique among the spirit tribe. Even if asked, I cannot give it away so freely. Our tribe no longer concerns itself with the fate of humans. Mother, that's mean. Then what do you expect us to do? In response to her daughter's protests, Al smiled slyly. Isn't it obvious? In times like these, the classic answer across time and space is this: prove your strength. That's how these things usually go, after all. So that's where this is going. It was disappointing, but at least she hadn't rejected us outright. In a way, it was actually easier to understand. I figured I'd be the one to step forward. I readied myself, prepared to act at any moment, but strangely, Al made no move at all. Or so I would say. Huh, but I owe you for helping my daughters. I must properly repay that debt. Then that means, indeed, if you'll have me, I'll lend my aid. Al smiled warmly. You could have just said that from the start. If you were planning to help anyway, there was no need for theatrics. That would be boring. Besides, I wanted to see what kind of person you were, Rain. Even as her daughters gave her narrowed eyes, Al remained unfazed. I see, very parent-like, an immovable force, someone children could never truly win against. So then, what is the method to seal Iris? Sealing requires the use of magic. The spell itself is classified as high-grade, but with about a week of training, Sora and Luna should be able to learn it. I am a magical genius after all. Luna puffed out her chest, clearly pleased. Maybe she was happy to be praised by her mother. You won't be coming with us, Mom. Sora asked a little nervously. It's true, if Al could do the sealing herself, that would be ideal. I have to stay behind and keep guarding the gate. Thanks to certain daughters who abandoned their posts, I'm now stuck picking up the slack. Besides, is it really okay to leave this to someone else? No, we want to see it through ourselves. She was right. This isn't something we can hand off to someone else. Iris's situation, we need to be the ones to resolve it. Good spirit. However, there is one problem. To seal Iris, you'll need a vessel. A vessel? Luna tilted her head in confusion. But I had a rough idea of what Al meant. At the shrine where Iris had been sealed, there had been some kind of artifact placed inside. Most likely a legendary class item. That item must have served as the medium for the sealing spell. Back then, we used the Ring of Heaven to seal Iris. The Ring of Heaven, I've heard that somewhere before. It's one of the legendary artifacts, only wieldable by the hero. That makes sense. I must have heard about it while traveling with Arios and the others. And now I finally understood why Arios destroyed the shrine. It wasn't to release Iris, but to get his hands on the legendary item. But as a result, Iris was freed, and Arios and his group just ran off without taking any responsibility. Seriously, what a disgrace. Maybe it's time someone dealt with them. Well, that can wait. Right now, sealing Iris is the real priority. The spell I developed converts the target's soul and body into ether, and, well, no need to get technical. Basically, it seals both their spirit and body into a vessel. But for someone as powerful as Iris, the vessel needs to be incredibly strong, on par with a legendary artifact. Do you have anything like that? Well, judging by your face, I'll take that as a no. Sorry. There's no need to apologize. It's not like just anyone has access to a legendary item. Now what to do? Al frowned in thought, groaning softly as she tried to come up with a solution. We all joined in, brainstorming as best we could. Naya, what if we just take the hero's gear? That's basically theft, and besides, we have no idea where Arios and the others even are. What if we swipe some Dragonkin treasure? We've got a lot of items that look legendary. Wouldn't that cause a massive incident later? Fa. If nothing comes to mind, don't force it. Want to use my kettle? Is the kettle Tina's haunting actually a legendary kettle? Despite everyone pitching ideas, no real solution presented itself. Seeing our struggle, Al let out a resigned sigh. Well then, I suppose it's time to use my trump card. Meaning? In the Spirit Tribe's village, many items are kept in storage. Among them are several legendary class artifacts. We'll make use of one of those. What? Sora and Luna both raised their voices in unison. I hate to be the one to say this, but are you sure that's allowed? That'll cause some serious trouble. So it's come to this. Mother's turn to theft. Sora has become the daughter of a criminal. Hey now, don't talk like I'm planning to steal something. Of course I intend to obtain it legitimately. Is that even possible? Hardly. Despite her words, Al said it without hesitation. In order to take one of the village's sacred treasures, the people of the village must approve. Not me, you must be the ones they accept. It won't be easy, that's for sure, but are you going to give up because of that? That's not your way, is it? Of course not. If that's the only path forward, then we'll keep pushing until we break through. Good spirit. With that determination, I'm sure a way will reveal itself. Al smiled and gave me a gentle pat on the head, as if to say, well done. It was a little embarrassing. Section. In order to seal Iris, we needed a legendary class item as the vessel. To obtain it, we would head to the Spirit Tribe's village. With that decided, we immediately set out. Well then, to the village we go. Is everyone ready? At Al's question, everyone nodded together. Once she confirmed that, Al turned toward what appeared to be empty space and clapped her hands. Clap. In response to the sound, the air shimmered. Like ripples spreading out from a stone dropped into water, rings of distortion expanded through the air. This is the entrance. Follow me. With those words, Al stepped into the center of the shimmer. Kian, a high-pitched tone echoed out and her form melted away, disappearing. Naya, she vanished. She's just moved to the Spirit Tribe's village. Come now, everyone. Follow along. Unlike the startled Canaid, Sora and Luna remained calm and composed. Just as Al had, they stepped into the ripple and disappeared. So that's the entrance. Whatever the mechanism is, it must lead to the Spirit Tribe's village. Naya, are we gonna be okay? What if it dumps us somewhere weird? We'll be fine, and if someone does get dumped somewhere weird, it'll just be you, Canaid. Why me? Here we go. While Canaid and Tania squabbled, Nina stepped forward with quiet courage. The kettle haunted by Tina balanced on her head and entered the ripple. The smallest among us, but by far the boldest. Canaid, Tania, let's go. Oog's fine. Come on, stop dragging your feet. With a push from Tania, Canaid stepped into the portal. I followed right after them. We were engulfed by a white light and a floating sensation. That lasted for about 10 seconds, then suddenly my vision opened up. This is. Green stretched endlessly in all directions. It felt like we were deep inside a forest. The entire area was surrounded by thick vegetation. I could see houses built into massive trees and walkways made from wooden planks. Beyond that, there were no signs of artificial construction. Instead of a water fountain or well, there was a crystal-clear lake. The water was so transparent you could see the bottom, and it shimmered faintly. As for light, soft, glowing particles floated in the air, probably some kind of bioluminescent insects. I vaguely remembered reading about such species somewhere. Gentle chirps of birds and insects, combined with the cool breeze, created a tranquil atmosphere. There was something uniquely soothing about this place. Naya, it's amazing. Really? So this is the Spirit Tribe's village. It's beautiful. Canaid and Tania were both awestruck by the fantasy-like scenery. Everyone's here, I see. Al waited for us in an open, clearing a short distance ahead. Sora, Luna, and I will go talk to the villagers. You all wait here. That's fine, but... we're not going to get eaten or anything, right? Tania and Canaid looked uneasy, and with good reason. From earlier, I'd felt several eyes watching us from the shadows. Every time I turned to look, whoever it was would vanish in an instant. It wasn't just my imagination. We were definitely being watched, and those stares weren't friendly. There was some curiosity, sure, but that was mostly directed at Canaid and the others. The ones aimed at me carried suspicion, even hostility, probably because I'm human. To the Spirit Tribe, I must seem like a natural enemy suddenly appearing in their midst. Of course they'd be wary. Yahoo just passing through. For some reason, Canaid suddenly gave a cheerful wave and greeting. Smiling brightly, she waved toward the invisible spirit folk. Tania gave her a slightly alarmed look. What are you doing? Did something snap in your brain? That's kind of a terrible assumption. Canaid looked stunned, like she'd just been hit by a mental bam. No, see, I just thought, since they seem all nervous, I'd try to show them we're friendly, like, hey, we mean no harm. Well, I guess you did successfully demonstrate your complete airheadedness. Airheaded? Canaid looked visibly wounded. I appreciate the gesture, but I doubt it'll help much. Why not? Because the root of the issue isn't you guys, it's me. I'm the one they're wary of. Oh, right. You're human, after all. Technically, I'm human too, but I guess since I look like this now, they probably don't recognize me as one. Tina, are you part of the kettle tribe? What kind of weird made-up race is that? Tina popped the lid on her kettle in surprise. We all laughed at the exchange, but the cold stares from the surroundings remained unchanged. HMMPH. Canaid puffed up her cheeks in frustration. What's wrong? It's just, you're not a bad person, Rain. So it really bugs me seeing people treat you like this. Ugh, it makes me feel all fuzzy and annoyed. Thanks. Foi. I reflexively patted her on the head. Hearing that from you really makes me happy. You that is Rain. Yeah. My head is ha. For some reason, Canaid suddenly became shy and meek. What was going on with her, before I could find out? Sorry to keep you waiting. Al and her daughters returned. That was fast. I couldn't leave you all waiting too long. I hurried. Mother is one of the oldest people in the village, one of the top few, even. So when she speaks, no one ignores her. She's not quite on the same level as Canaid's mother, but she's still pretty important, you know. The two sisters spoke proudly, and their faces beamed with pride. Naya, that's amazing. So how old are you exactly? I am forever 17. She declared it so firmly that no one could bring themselves to argue. We followed Al to the elder's home. It was built inside a tree, so massive it must have been thousands of years old. The interior was spacious, big enough for all of us, with plenty of room to spare. There was a calming warmth to the natural structure. But thinking about what was coming next, I couldn't feel at ease. I was too nervous. Now then, so you're the human Al spoke of. An elderly spirit folk man sat across from us. He must be the elder. Deep wrinkles marked his face, and he wore a long, flowing beard. He carried the unmistakable presence of someone who had lived through countless seasons. Just sitting across from him, I could feel the pressure. I was nervous, but I couldn't let it show here. I took a deep breath to steady myself and met the elder's gaze head-on. The elder let out a sound of mild admiration. It seemed he appreciated that I didn't avert my gaze. For a human, you've got quite the backbone. Thank you. Was that supposed to be a compliment? If so, things were off to a good start. Maybe this would go the way I was hoping, was what I wanted to believe. But it wasn't going to be that easy. I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point. I hear you want to use an item stored in our village. Yes, actually. There's no need to explain. Al already told me the reason, and my answer is this: I will not help you. I see. It's not that I can't help, I won't. That is my decision. His tone left no room for argument, firm and final. There was a strong sense of rejection. This wasn't just about me being human, there was clearly more to it. This wasn't going to be resolved easily, but I couldn't back down. I had already decided I would see this through. May I ask why? I have nothing to say to a human. Even agreeing to meet you face to face, consider that my greatest concession. Beyond that, assistance, out of the question. Now then, our talk is over. I suggest you leave this village at once. Bonk, Al smacked the elder on the head. What are you doing, Al? What kind of attitude is that, when a group of young people has taken the time to come all the way here? Even if one of them is human, there's still such a thing as proper courtesy. But to a human, ouch. She hit him again. Precisely because he's human. If we act like that, it reflects poorly on the dignity of the spirit tribe. And don't forget, Rain has remained calm and respectful this entire time. You, the elder, are the one acting shamefully. Don't you realize you're embarrassing yourself? Also, I vouched for them. If you drive them away without even listening, you're disregarding my word. Are you trying to disgrace me? But still, no but about it. Now try again. Properly. Al and the elder exchanged jabs like seasoned sparring partners. As I watched, stunned, Sora and Luna leaned in to whisper. Mother's actually older than the elder. That's why even the village head can't talk back to her. It makes sense. Still, judging by appearances, Al looked more like the elder's granddaughter than anything. It felt like their roles were reversed, an ancient girl and a wise-looking grandpa. Suzu-san was the same way maybe among the strongest races. The older the woman gets, the younger she looks. How human. The elder's gaze returned to me. I take back my earlier words. I won't ask you to leave. I'll hear you out a little more. Thank you. I've heard most of it from Al already. The celestial you sealed long ago, she's been released, hasn't she? Yes. That's why we want to seal her again, and we'd like to borrow the item necessary to do that. I have no intention of helping a human. Did you say something? Tell me more in detail. Al, standing at his side, held up her fist with a cheerful smile. Cold sweat beaded on the elder's brow as he quickly changed course. That was a threat, no matter how you look at it. Is this okay? Well, it was the only way to move things forward. Sorry, I apologized silently as I continued. We can't leave Iris unchecked. She has to be sealed again. That's none of our concern. I've heard the ones who broke the seal were humans. You're simply reaping what you sowed. Yes, that's exactly why we have to stop her. I met the elder's gaze directly. He stared back, his eyes peering deep into mine. Our stares locked for a long moment, and then he sighed. Phew, you're a stubborn human. Most would have given up after being shut down like that. I don't intend to give up, not even a little. What drives you so strongly? Is it to protect your fellow humans? That's part of it, but not the only reason. Oh, then what is it? To save Iris, that's my other reason. Oh. The elder seemed intrigued by my words. He motioned for me to continue, so I spoke my heart. Iris only thinks about revenge. She doesn't care about herself at all. Living like that, it's unsustainable. If things continue, she'll destroy herself. That's why I want to stop her. I want to save her. Even though she's your enemy. She might be. Technically, I recalled that time, back in Riverend, when I'd spent some time with Iris. It may have been brief. It may have meant nothing to her, just a whim, just a passing moment. And maybe I hadn't thought too deeply about it either. But even so, it left a mark. I hadn't forgotten. It still lingered within me. That's why I could say this with certainty. She may be my enemy, but that doesn't mean we can't connect. I won't pretend I understand everything about Iris. What I've come to know is probably just a small part. Maybe it's nothing more than pity. So you're aware of that at least. I am, but is pity such a bad thing? Feeling pity means trying to understand someone else's pain. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. HMPH, well said. But it's how I truly feel. I pushed back against the elder's skeptical tone, not to argue, but to express myself. To be understood. To lay bare what I carried inside. I want to seal Iris to save her. It might sound contradictory, but right now, it's the best option we have. That's why I'm asking you, please lend us your strength. Wouldn't it be faster just to kill her? That wouldn't solve anything. I mean, sure, it might end the problem for us humans, but that's just sweeping the mess under the rug. This whole crisis, ultimately, we humans caused it. That's why it's up to us to take responsibility. And that responsibility doesn't mean hunting her down because it's convenient. It means making amends in the form of sealing her again. To kill and be killed, then kill again and be killed again. That cycle's nothing but sorrow. Someone has to break it. We will. We'll end that cycle here and now. Very well. The elder finally gave a deep, solemn nod. If you carry such resolve and conviction, then I have no more to ask. Then, I will lend you my strength. Relief washed over me. The tension in my body faded away. We'd finally taken a step forward. From here on, we'd keep pressing ahead and stop Iris. I reaffirmed my determination in my heart. However, there is one condition. Seriously. At this point, Al glared at him. But this time, the elder didn't flinch. My willingness to cooperate is sincere. If that celestial is left unchecked, the spirit tribe could be caught in the crossfire. We must act. He was right. The spirit tribe were the ones who sealed Iris before. There was every chance she'd seek revenge on them too. But even so, I'm not sure this human is the right one for the job. Before entrusting him with anything, I must see his strength for myself. It would be foolish to leave everything to someone untested, wouldn't it? Oh, that's... Al, caught off guard, had no response. The elder's point was fair. If I lacked the power to seal Iris, then trusting me would be meaningless. The only way forward was to prove it, not with words, but with action, which meant, human, show me the strength you possess. So it's come to this, but that's fine. If defeating this challenge is what it takes to obtain the method to seal Iris, then I'll face anything that comes my way. The elder led me to a space that looked like an arena. A place like this exists in the Spirit Tribe's village. That's a surprise. This is mainly used for magical training, Luna explained. That's why it's built so spacious. And, Sora added, there's a barrier permanently active here to prevent any accidents from damaging the surroundings. So this is where the Elders' trial would take place. What kind of challenge would it be? Could I overcome it? With all sorts of thoughts swirling in my head, tension slowly tightened in my chest. Step onto the stage, the Elder ordered. I did as told and walked up to the arena platform. Kanade moved to join me, but was quickly stopped. Nekore girl, and the rest of you are not permitted. Nyan, why not? There's no need to test your strength. As members of the strongest races, your power is without question. So I'm the only one taking the trial. That is correct. Are you nervous? No, I'll be fine. I glanced back toward Kanade and the others. So, just wait here for me. But, it's fine, I'll be okay. I always have been right. Naya, Rain does have a habit of telling little lies when it comes to himself, you know. Kanade gave me a flat stare. Was that true? I don't think I've ever lied. Maybe, probably not. But still, yeah, I'll believe in you, do your best. Thanks. Kanade and the others waited near the stage. Once everything was set, the Elder spoke in a solemn tone. Your task is to defeat a certain opponent. A certain opponent? That cryptic wording didn't sit well with me. Who or what was I about to face? Naturally, my sense of caution heightened. It will be a one-on-one fight. If you can defeat this opponent, I'll acknowledge you. What's the win condition? Exactly as I said, defeat your opponent. I see. What? Already planning how you'll win? No, that's not it. HMPH, no need to worry. Your opponent will be a creation born from magic. It has no life, no soul, so there's no need for moral hesitation. That's a relief. Of course, your life is still very much in danger. That's fine by me. HMPH, let's see how long that confidence lasts. I didn't know what kind of opponent I'd be facing, but I'd fight with everything I had. I had to earn their approval. And with time running short, I hoped to finish this quickly if I could. But it wasn't going to be that simple, and I was about to be reminded of that fact. Your opponent is this. The Elder swung his hand wide in a sweeping motion. The space before us warped and shimmered, then a massive mirror appeared. What is that? Reflected in the mirror was me. The version of me in the mirror wore a puzzled expression. Suddenly, the reflection smirked, but I wasn't smiling. The reflection began to move on its own, and then it stepped out of the mirror and into the real world. Another me, my mirror self, had emerged. Nyan the heck. There are two Rains. Kanade and Tania's voices echoed in surprise. Even though I didn't say it aloud, I was just as stunned. What the hell? That is your opponent. You means me. Indeed, in other words, you will face yourself. Fighting myself. One's true nature is revealed only when they confront their own heart. That is why you must battle your own reflection. Now show us your strength and your spirit. I didn't understand how it worked, but it seemed some magic had created another version of me, and that duplicate was now my opponent. As expected of the Spirit Tribe's village. The magic, or was it an artifact, they had here was outrageous. Despite my surprise, a small part of me felt excited. An opportunity to fight oneself doesn't come often. As an adventurer, the thrill of that challenge stirred something inside me. Are you ready? Yes, no problem. Then show us your strength. With a sharp clap of his hands, the Elder signaled the start of the match. Let's just call him Shadow. It's easier than saying the other me every time. At the sound of the signal, the Shadow charged forward. He's fast, like the wind. I couldn't stop his rush and let him get in close. With that momentum, he launched a barrage of punches. 1, 2, 3, fluid and relentless. Damn it. I tilted my head to dodge the first, caught the second with my left hand, but the third, I couldn't avoid or block it, it landed squarely. A heavy blow. The impact shook me to my core, nearly knocking me off balance. The Shadow didn't miss the opportunity. He pressed in close and refused to give me even a breath of space. Like a snapping turtle, once latched on, it wouldn't let go. Persistent little. I swept at his legs and landed a knee as he staggered. Not stopping there, I spun and brought my heel down from above. A crushing blow, yet the Shadow only faltered for a second, then quickly regained his stance. That strength and that endurance. He must have copied my stats perfectly, which meant... Just as the thought crossed my mind, The shadow fired off 3 simultaneous fireballs. Another side. On the stage, Rain and his shadow were locked in a fierce duel. With identical abilities, neither held a clear advantage. It was nearly an even match. Still, if you had to pick one, Rain was slightly on the back foot. Facing an opponent unlike any he'd fought before. It was his first time confronting himself. That inner confusion, that hesitation, those were weighing down his movements. Looks like Rain is getting pushed back, Al observed coolly as she watched. The elder, standing beside her, gave a dismissive snort. HMPH, so he's just a human after all. Shaken by the idea of fighting himself, pathetic. I thought he might show some promise, but clearly I was wrong. Now, anyone would be shaken by a fight against themselves, Al said, unable to resist defending him. The elder shot her a glare. Are you on the human side now, Al? I wouldn't go that far, but he is someone my daughters like. So yes, I'm inclined to root for him. HMPH. Letting such trivial emotions cloud your judgment. A parent loves their children, and a parent naturally grows fond of those their children cherish. Isn't that how it's always been? Nonsense. Even as the conversation continued, the battle raged on atop the stage. Like a ravenous beast, the shadow relentlessly pursued Rain. Unable to shake him off completely, Rain took several hits. None of them were critical, yet, but it seemed only a matter of time. Sora, Luna, the human you call master, doesn't seem to possess much power. To be cornered this easily, how disappointing. Oh, has the elder's eyesight started to go? The fight isn't over yet, you know. It's only a matter of time. That's not true. Rain will win, absolutely. Sora and Luna didn't look away from the stage for even a second. They fixed their eyes firmly on the figure of their master as he fought. Their gazes overflowed with unwavering trust. Not even for a moment did it seem they doubted Rain would win. The elder noticed this and found it perplexing. How could they trust him so completely? No matter how close you are to someone, watching them struggle and get pushed back usually plants seeds of doubt. Even a sliver of uncertainty is natural, yet Sora and Luna didn't waver. They didn't doubt Rain's victory for a second. They believed utterly and without question that he would win. Why? Why are you able to place such faith in that human? Yes. Like owls, Sora and Luna tilted their heads to the side in unison. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. You both believe in that human's victory without a shred of doubt. I can see that clearly. What I want to know is, why do you believe in him so completely? As if they were only just now realizing it, Luna clapped her hands together in realization. Sora nodded in agreement. Now that you mention it, the elder is right. I've never once doubted that Rain would win. Strange, I didn't even notice until it was pointed out. Well, maybe that's just normal for us. Sora and Luna spoke as if they were stating the most natural truth in the world. Like they were explaining a self-evident fact, an absolute law of nature. There was not even the slightest hesitation in their words. Their calm confidence only deepened the elder's confusion. What could inspire that level of conviction? What could possibly cause two people to place such complete trust in someone? Sora and Luna may still be young, but they were spirit folk. They'd been raised to believe that humans were incompatible with their kind. Before they left the village, they never questioned that belief. And now look at them. They didn't just trust Rain, they trusted him completely. It was the exact opposite of who they used to be. What in the world had happened? What had changed them so deeply? The elder felt something stir inside him, curiosity. Is that human someone precious to you? Yes, he is. Indeed. The two nodded without hesitation. Once again, the elder came face to face with the depth of Sora and Luna's feelings toward Rain. Is it because he saved you? That's part of it, but that's not the whole reason. Being with Rain is just so much fun. And our hearts feel warm when we're with him, like a gentle glow. Yes, just as Luna says, it's comforting, peaceful, it feels right. I want to stay by Rain's side forever and ever. Their words left the elder speechless. Two spirit folk, completely and utterly devoted to a human. No, devoted might not even cover it. They didn't seem to realize it themselves, but from an outsider's perspective, it wasn't far off to say they were in love with him. And yet, the elder couldn't understand. Rain, the human currently being pushed back on the stage by his own copy, hardly seemed powerful. How could anyone be so captivated by someone like that? It would be easier to believe they'd been deceived. He just couldn't grasp it, and because of that, he began to want to understand. Why do you trust that human so deeply? If you ask us to explain, I can't explain it. What? The elder was dumbfounded by their completely unhelpful answer. But it wasn't that the two were trying to be evasive. Putting something like that, what they felt in their hearts, into words was simply too difficult. Can things like that really be explained by saying, this is the reason, or that's the reason? I don't think so, said Sora. Trust isn't something you describe in words, it's something you feel. Sora speaks the truth. I've never really sat around thinking about Rain this or that, I just genuinely want to be with him. That feeling alone, that's what I think trust is. The elder fell silent at their words. After a moment, he turned his eyes back to the ongoing battle on stage. That human, could he really be someone that significant? He didn't understand. He couldn't accept it. And yet, he found his interest in Rain's shroud steadily growing. Section. How long had I been fighting the shadow? A minute, 10, 30, time had begun to blur. That's how intense the battle was, how brutal. Material creation. Drawing on the power I shared with Nina, I conjured a block of explosive compound. I hurled it at the shadow. Fireball multi-shot. And detonated it with magic. Crimson lotus-like flames and shockwaves roared across the stage. How's that? But it still didn't go my way. From behind the dust and smoke, the shadow charged forward again. Its body was scorched and blackened, but it didn't seem to have taken any critical damage. I'd tried so many different tactics, but none of them landed cleanly. I couldn't find a decisive move. Was this thing immortal? Could I really win? For just a moment, doubt crept into my mind, and that's when. Rain, do your best. You can do it, Rain. I heard Sora and Luna's voices. Just those few words were enough to wipe the doubt away completely. Their cheers filled me with renewed strength. That's right, I'm the one who chose this path. There's no way I'm quitting now. I won't let myself lose like that. Ha! Refocusing, I charged forward this time. We collided head-on, our hands locking in a test of strength. Enough already. I swept his legs out, and when his balance broke, I threw him. Fireball multi-shot. I followed up with magic. 3 fireballs launched, one of them hit the shadow directly. It still wasn't enough to take him down, but the damage clearly landed this time. His once sharp movements froze. I wasn't going to let this chance slip away. I rushed in close, slammed my elbow into his gut, then followed up with a flurry of punches. Then launched a rising kick straight into his chin. The shadow staggered. The damage was clearly adding up. What the? I heard the elder shout in surprise. Until now, I'd been on the defensive, so this sudden reversal must have caught him off guard. Now, it's my turn. Gravity manipulation. As the shadow tried to flank me, I used magic to trap him with intense gravitational pressure. His movement slowed drastically under 5 times the normal gravity. This was my opening. Fireball, multi-shot. I created distance and unleashed another volley of fireballs. One explosion after another erupted, swallowing the shadow in flame. But I couldn't relax just yet. If this thing was as tenacious as I was, the fight was far from over. Sure enough, the shadow burst through the flames. It should have been wounded all over, yet it charged in with unrelenting force. Maybe because it wasn't human, it didn't feel pain, and its momentum didn't falter. What a ridiculous opponent, but I'd overcome it. Boost! I activated my physical enhancement magic and closed the distance myself. Caught off guard by the unexpected move, the shadow faltered for the first time. It tried to boost its own physical ability in response, but too slow. I wasn't about to give it the chance. I kicked it in the face, interrupting the chant, then locked its arm and put my full weight into it. A dull crack and a nasty resistance traveled through my grip. Even if it's just a shadow, it still doesn't feel good to break something. Still, I couldn't hold back now. Even with its arm broken, the shadow didn't give up. Like a zombie, it came at me, swinging even its shattered arm in wild strikes. If I left this be, it would eventually get me instead. Then there was only one thing to do, finish it. I slid in low, sweeping out both its legs. With its support gone, the shadow fell. I quickly got to my feet and mounted it. Pinning its arm and leg under my boots, I immobilized it completely. Then, drew Kamui. And drove it deep into the shadow's back. So deep the blade buried to the hilt, a fatal blow. The shadow jerked once, violently, then stopped moving. Eventually, like a puddle of ink, it dissolved away. Ehew. I waited a moment to see if it would come back, but it didn't. I sheathed Kamui and slowly stood up. Then turned toward the elder and the others, who had been watching. Can I call that my win? Ahem. The elder, still stunned, slowly nodded. I won't insult you with petty excuses. Human, you win. Yes. I gave a small fist pump. Naya. You did it, Rain. As expected of you. Congratulations. I knew you'd win, not a shred of doubt. You're not hurt. Knew it, Rain's the real deal, huh? That was awesome. Everyone offered their congratulations, one after another. I waved back to them with a smile. How did you manage to win? The elder asked quietly. That thing had the same power as you, no weaknesses in ability, and you were rattled, you were on the back foot at first. So how? Well, yeah, that's true. But after a while, I got used to it. Got used to it? Yeah, while I was fighting, I started to see through its attack patterns, its logic. Sure, the shadow might have had the same strength as me, but I can grow. I learn as I fight, and I grew strong enough to surpass it. Doesn't that seem like a pretty solid answer to you? To think that's possible. And also, because I wasn't alone. What do you mean? To be honest, there was a point where I almost gave in mentally. But I heard their voices. I felt them with me. That gave me the strength to keep going. That's all it took. I see. The elder widened his eyes briefly, then gave a small nod as if something had finally clicked for him. Let me hear your name once more. Rain Shroud. I see. What was that about? It looked like something was on his mind. Come to think of it, Al also reacted strangely when he heard my name, didn't he? Well, whatever. Right now, I'm more concerned about the outcome of the trial. So, I passed the trial, right? The item that will serve as the vessel. Yeah, that's right, don't worry, I'll keep my promise. I need to make preparations, so go on ahead and return. Understood. I gave a bow and stepped down from the stage. Another side. Having successfully overcome the trial, Rain left with his companions, smiling. Preparing the item would take a bit of time. In the meantime, they were told to stay in the village and rest up. Rain and the others gladly accepted and, guided by Sora and Luna, headed to the guest lodging. Watching their retreating backs, the village chief recalled the battle that had just ended. He grew stronger while fighting. That shouldn't be possible. It's true that any living being can grow stronger by drawing strength from battle. That much is certain. However, growing during a battle, that's impossible. No one should be capable of developing at such a pace. If it were one of the strongest races, like the god tribe or the demons, maybe. Maybe then it would be possible. But a normal human, without any remarkable power, there's no way. If someone can do that, they've already surpassed the bounds of what it means to be human. No, maybe not. The chief realized he had overlooked a certain possibility. He had heard of humans who could grow even as they fought, possessing growth rates so astonishing they defied logic. Long ago, there was a clan that had received divine power from the gods. They grew several times, even dozens of times faster than others, endlessly evolving. That clan was called Heroes. But that one isn't a hero, no, wait. The chief managed to unearth a memory he had long forgot. That human, he called himself Shroud, didn't he? If I remember right, that family line is. What followed was left unspoken. No one would hear it, no one would ever know. The chief kept it buried deep within his heart. Chapter 4. Dreams of Days Gone By. Rain had successfully overcome the trial set by the village chief. Having been acknowledged without issue, we should have been able to receive the item needed for the seal and leave the village right away. But things didn't go that smoothly. Legendary-grade items are kept under strict management, and it seems they can't be taken out so easily. It wasn't just a matter of getting the chief's permission, there were physical barriers in place. The item was sealed under multiple layers, and each one had to be carefully undone. Naturally, that would take some time. There were also various formalities that needed to be handled. It's like dealing with a government office. When Arios asked them for the Shield of Truth, they apparently waived those formalities since he was a hero. But this time, the request was coming from an ordinary human. They couldn't skip the procedures, so things were going to take longer. There was another reason we couldn't depart immediately. Sora and Luna needed time to learn the sealing magic required for Iris. Their instructor would be Al. According to Al, it normally takes about a month to learn the spell, but she believed that Sora and Luna could master it in just 1 week. That's how talented they were. So, we'd be staying in the spirit village for at least a week. Having to wait a whole week, I know it can't be helped, but it's frustrating. What if Iris starts moving again during that time? What if, by then, it's already too late? Just thinking about it made me feel restless. Naya Rain. Before I knew it, Canaid was standing beside me. I hadn't even noticed she was there until she spoke. I'd been so caught up in my thoughts, I'd completely lost awareness of my surroundings. You look really serious. Are you thinking about Iris? Yeah, pretty much. I know that's not the only reason, but MMPH, it still makes me a little jealous. Huh, what do you mean by that? Naya and nothing at all. Canaid flailed her arms in a panic. She's been acting kind of strange lately, I really don't get it. Setting aside my puzzled look, Canaid continued in a concerned voice. You should try to calm down a bit. Being impatient won't help, and right now, all we can do is wait. I know that, but even so, it's hard. Naya. Canaid's expression turned thoughtful for a moment. Then, as if she'd made up her mind. Naya. With a soft shout, she suddenly hugged me. Ka Canaid. You so. I was surprised, of course, but Canaid looked even more flustered. Her face was bright red, yet she still held on tightly. It was like she was trying to ease my anxiety. Like she was sharing her warmth with me. It was a little embarrassing, but somehow it calmed my heart. So, feeling better. It's kind of hard to answer that. Did it help you relax? A little. Good. Canaid smiled sweetly. Still clinging to me, she spoke with a nostalgic look on her face. When I was little, I used to be scared of thunder. Whenever it rumbled, I'd get really anxious, but at times like that, my mom would hold me like this. And that would always help me calm down. Really? So, that's why I did it for you. I just wanted you to feel better, okay? There's like absolutely no weird meaning behind it. None at all. I know. Don't worry, I'm not going to misunderstand. Sometimes I think you understanding too well is its own kind of problem. Isn't being understanding usually a good thing? Anyway, thanks Canaid. Nyafu. I gently pulled away and patted Canaid on the head. Her tail swayed happily back and forth, but that cheerful expression didn't last long. It slowly faded, replaced by one tinged with worry. Tay Rain. I know it's probably the worst time to ask, right when we need to focus and push forward, but I just really need to know. Is it okay if I ask? What is it? If it ever becomes hopeless, what will you do then? Canaid's question pierced deep into my heart. By hopeless, she must mean in regards to Iris. What if we fail to seal her? What if we can't stop her by force? What if we can't even restrain her? If we lose every last option, what should I do? What will I do? That's what Canaid was asking. I closed my eyes and thought. What should I do? What do I want to do about Iris? What kind of ending am I hoping for? I thought and thought and thought, but in the end, maybe it's no surprise. My answer hasn't changed. It's always been just one. Even then, I won't give up. I opened my eyes and spoke clearly. Naya Rain. I'll stake my life to stop Iris. I'll choose the option that doesn't involve killing her, and I'll make it work. I'll never give up, not until the very end, until I can't move anymore, until the final moment, I'll keep fighting. I want to save Iris. She's only ever known pain, nothing but despair, and that kind of life is just too cruel, isn't it? I want to see a genuine smile on her face someday. That's what I'm aiming for. That's my answer. Putting it into words gave me a strange sense of clarity. Normally, in a situation like this, I should be prepared to kill if it came down to it. But wouldn't that be running away? I swore I'd save her. If I threw that promise aside at the last minute, that wouldn't be consistent. It'd mean I had no conviction. I can't let that happen. If I'm going to see this through, if I want to stay true to what I believe, then right here, right now, I need to make up my mind. Do you think I'm being naive? Naya, nope, that's the Rain I know. Canaid smiled, as if my resolve were her own. Section, time passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Sora and Luna said, Al apparently had quite a bit of pull. Thanks to her, the approval process to borrow the legendary item went several times faster than usual, and eventually, it was granted. Some of the spirit folk had their doubts, but since not only Al but even the chief gave their approval, no one outright opposed it. The item was now ready. As for the sealing magic, Thanks to Sora and Luna's hard work, they managed to learn it in just 6 days. They'd said it was all for Iris's sake, but it was obvious they were thinking of me too. I'm truly, deeply grateful. With that, all preparations were complete. However, since Sora and Luna were exhausted, we decided to take one day to rest. That night, with our departure set for tomorrow, everyone went to bed early. Except for me, I made my way to Al's house alone. Well, it's good, isn't it? Oh yeah, it's tasty. In my hand was a wooden cup. Al had one too. Both were filled with alcohol. She'd invited me to join her for a drink, but how many rounds has it been now? I was on my third. As for Al, I stopped counting after she passed 10. I was thinking of heading to bed soon. What's this? You'd leave a poor, frail woman like me all alone and go to sleep. Why yes, ma'am. Wanna sleep together. Gawk. Q-hoo-hoo, that reaction was so adorably innocent. I'd been trying to leave for a while now, but she kept dodging the topic like this, and I hadn't been able to get out of the room. We're leaving tomorrow, so this really isn't the time to be doing this. Seriously, what a mess. No need to be in such a rush. Hi. Her words hit like she had seen straight through me, and I couldn't help but flinch. The drink I gave you is just regular alcohol, but the one you're drinking, Rain, has revitalizing properties. It's actually better to drink a little. It'll help you sleep deeply and rest your body. So, you prepared this for me. Well, part of it's because I wanted to enjoy myself too. Here. Whoa. Al poured me another cup, bringing me to my fourth. Strangely, I didn't feel drunk at all. In fact, I felt somewhat refreshed. I guess she wasn't lying about its restorative effects. Just a thought, but... What is it? Do you have something you want to talk about? I couldn't believe this whole setup was just to help me sleep. It made more sense to assume Al had something in mind, some reason for calling me here. And it looked like I was right. Al gave a knowing smirk. Well, yes, there's something I want to tell you, Rain. Is it about Iris? What you're trying to accomplish. I want to support it in my own way. I'm too busy to offer direct help, but I can at least give you some information. Information? Yes, about Iris, or rather her past. I had already heard about Iris's past from her own mouth. Could it be that Al knew things Iris hadn't told me? But don't expect too much. I don't know any secret weaknesses or crucial intel like that. I see. But I do know about her day-to-day life. So what she used to do, how she spent her time, that kind of thing. Iris's everyday life before everything happened. Aren't you curious? Extremely. But is it okay to hear that without her permission? I hesitated. Still, this might offer some kind of opening, something that could help me persuade her. Right now, I needed every piece of information I could get. I took a sip of the drink and readied myself to listen. Seeing that, Al smirked again and took a swig before continuing. I wasn't particularly close to her, but I did meet Iris a few times before she lost control. She was such a quiet, gentle girl. Gentle. The part about her being quiet I could understand, but gentle. Iris is certainly polite, but her will is sharp as a blade and strong as steel. She doesn't strike me as timid at all. So what does she mean? Before the rampage, Iris really was timid. A lot happened, and it probably changed her. I see. That made sense. Anyone who went through what she did would end up forging a tougher heart, whether they wanted to or not. Still, it's a kind of growth I wish she'd never had to go through. What I'm about to share are stories from Iris's more timid days. I don't know how useful they'll be, but think of it as just idle chatter over drinks. Understanding the person you're facing is important. Yes. Another side. Iris was a gentle girl who loved flowers and enjoyed playing with animals. She couldn't stand bugs, though. While tending to her garden, she'd sometimes spot a worm and scream before fainting on the spot, which happened more than once. Her family and friends were often exasperated by how hopeless she could be, but at the same time, they found it endearing. Everyone around her was captivated by how adorable she was. Iris lived a peaceful life surrounded by her kindred. Then, one day, she met a woman who called herself a hero. Iris had been chosen to serve as her guide during a visit to the Celestial Tribe's village. A hero, a being said to carry the fate of the world. What if I mess up? Am I really the right person for this job? Nervous and stiff, Iris tried to guide her, and failed spectacularly. She tripped while carrying tea and spilled it right on the hero's head. What have I done? Everyone around them panicked. But the hero didn't get angry. Instead, she laughed gently and forgave Iris without a second thought. From that day forward, Iris couldn't stop thinking about her. Why didn't she get angry? Why was she so kind? Those questions swirled around in Iris's mind, so much so that she could hardly focus on her usual work. Even so, she diligently continued tending the flowers. That's when it happened. They're beautiful. Are you the one taking care of them? Before she realized it, the hero was standing by the flower bed, speaking gently to her. Tense to the point of stiffness, Iris somehow managed to confirm that she was indeed the one caring for them. The hero gave an impressed nod, and then, "To raise flowers this lovely, you must be truly amazing." With a kind and gentle smile, she said those words. Though they were both girls, Iris found herself captivated by that smile. It was so radiant, she couldn't look away. From that day on, Iris found herself deeply interested in the hero. She wanted to talk more, learn more, see more of her expressions, and most of all, she wanted to see that smile again. Day after day, Iris went to see her. The adults around her didn't seem pleased, they were concerned about Iris bothering the hero. But the hero never seemed to mind. In fact, she welcomed Iris's visits. The hero, too, had grown curious about Iris's gentle nature. And so, the two began spending time together. They hadn't made any formal arrangements, but each day they'd meet at the flower bed and chat about nothing in particular. It was peaceful, it was happy. Influenced by the hero, Iris gradually became more outgoing. She began to express her own thoughts more clearly. She stopped fainting at the sight of bugs. Even when teased by boys her age, she no longer wilted. And above all, she smiled more than ever before. Her smile shone brighter than ever, drawing others to her effortlessly. Iris was grateful to the hero and wished she could always stay by her side. But that happiness wasn't to last. The Demon King had returned, and the world was once again plunged into chaos. The hero had to set out on a mission from which she might never return, and the thought of that wounded Iris deeply. Then came the night before the final battle. The hero and Iris met in secret under the stars and made a single promise. "I don't know what will happen tomorrow, so I'm glad we could meet tonight. Please don't say such things. Promise me, promise you'll come back safely." "I'm sorry, that might be too difficult." "And no, with your power, hero, you're sure to." "I want to say, I'll definitely defeat the Demon King and come back alive, but he's a monster beyond imagination." "I'm sorry, I can't make that promise." "No, but I can make a different promise. A different one. I'll never forget you." "Ah." The hero pulled Iris into a hug. Tight, firm, yet gentle. "Your voice, your smile, your heart, I promise I'll never forget them." "And me too." Iris returned the embrace. "I'll never forget you. This warmth, I'll store it deep in my heart and cherish it always." "Yeah. Thank you, and one more thing, it's not a promise, but can I ask something? Will you smile for me? Like this." "Thank you, I knew it. Your smile really is beautiful, Iris." Holding back tears, Iris did her best to smile, just as the hero asked. And that's the story I know about Iris's past. I remember hearing it once long ago. I can't believe it. I had learned yet another piece of Iris's history. Whether it would help in stopping her rampage, I honestly wasn't sure. But I was glad I heard it, because knowing this changed how I saw Iris entirely. Iris didn't always hate people. It's not like she was born that way. Before the incident, she was capable of smiling and laughing with others. And now that I've heard the specifics of what happened, I feel more strongly than ever that I have to do something. Thank you. That was an incredibly valuable story. If it can be of any help, then I'm glad I told it. Alsan gazed at me intently. Your face looks a little better than before, or is it just my imagination? Maybe it's because I feel more resolved than ever now. That's a good thing. But still, Alsan suddenly leaned in even closer. Then she peered straight into my eyes, no, more like into my soul. "Iris said she liked you, didn't she?" Yeah, she did." "Why?" "Perhaps she was drawn to those eyes of yours." "My eyes?" "Yes, like the hero, you have eyes that are incredibly sincere and unwavering. It's probably because you're that kind of person that Iris could bring herself to trust you." I hadn't understood why Iris said she liked me, but maybe that's the reason. It means she didn't judge me by my appearance, she saw something in my heart. That honestly makes me happy. "Rain." "Yes." "I said I would entrust her to you, but, to be frank, I hold a certain position, and I cannot leave the village so easily. If I could, I would lend my strength even if you refused, but I can't. That's why I'm asking you. Please help Iris. Take her out of that dark world and show her what it means to feel the light again. Leave it to me. With firm resolve, I nodded in affirmation. Chapter 5, The Path I Won't Yield. The day finally came for us to leave the Spirit Tribe's village. Sora and Luna successfully learned the necessary magic, and we managed to borrow an item from the Elder. The Crimson Tear. A deep, clear red gemstone. It's not just a jewel, it's apparently used as a magical catalyst. They gave it their full endorsement, saying it would be perfect as a vessel to seal Iris. We'd learned the sealing spell, and now we had the vessel we needed. Everything was in place. Thank you so much. After moving to the exit that connected the village to the outside world, I bowed my head to Alsan and the Elder, who had come to see us off. I can't go with you, but I'm sure the lot of you will manage just fine. I'll be rooting for you. I don't care what happens to humans, but since you're taking one of the Spirit Tribe's treasures, you'd better deliver some results. Understood. The Elder's words were a bit thorny, but this was probably his way of offering encouragement. It only fueled my resolve to see this through. I promise I'll stop Iris. Yes, that's the spirit. With Alsan's words behind us, we turned to leave the Spirit Tribe's village. You're called Rain, yes. Just as we were about to go, the Elder called out, and I stopped in my tracks. Yes. If you ever lose sight of where you stand, return to this village. By then, I may be able to answer the questions you'll no doubt be carrying. What do you mean by that? If you don't understand now, then it's not the right time. Just remember these words. Losing sight of where I stand, What kind of situation would that even be? I didn't really get it, but these were the Elder's words. There must be some deeper meaning behind them. I etched them firmly into my heart. Section. We left the Spirit Tribe's village and returned to the ruins of Pagos. After spending a week there, the outside world felt strangely nostalgic. It really does feel like it's been a while. Canate stretched with a deep groan. Everyone else seemed to be feeling the same, savoring the open air against their skin after so long. So what now? Obviously, we're going to seal Iris. But do we know where Iris is? Tania said as she casually scanned the area. Of course, there was no sign of Iris. Only crumbling buildings stood around us, no other people in sight. Maybe she's still hiding somewhere. Could be, but it's been over a week. She could have started moving again by now. Back when we fought her, we managed to deal a decent amount of damage. But with someone as powerful as Iris, part of the strongest race, her wounds would probably be completely healed after a week. If that's the case, there's no reason she wouldn't already be active again. We really can't afford to waste any time. For now, let's head to the village of Jis. It should be the front line right now. We should be able to get a clearer picture of the situation there. Sounds good. Everyone okay with that? Roger. Starting with Canade, everyone nodded in agreement. With our plan set, we made our way toward the village of Jis. A few days later, we arrived at Jis. The village looked more or less the same, or so I thought. There's hardly anyone here. I could spot some villagers from Jis, and the ones who had taken refuge from Pagos. Aside from them, just a handful of adventurers, but I didn't see any sign of the subjugation force. With that many people, there's no way they'd all be inside houses. They should have been camping outside too, but there weren't any tents. It was as if everything had been cleared out from the beginning. I've got a bad feeling about this. Hey, sorry, do you have a minute? I called out to one of the adventurers standing guard at the village entrance. The squad that went after Iris, the demon subjugation force, they came through here, right? Where did they go? You don't know. The words that came out of the adventurer's mouth were exactly what I'd feared. There's a ruin to the east of here. Turns out the demons hiding there. The subjugation force left the village to take it down. So that's how it is. I almost clicked my tongue at the unwelcome development. When did they leave? About half a day ago, I think. I see, thanks, that really helps. I cut the conversation short and hurried back to the others. Did you find out where Iris is? She's apparently in the ruins to the east. But the subjugation force already left, just half a day ahead of us. I answered Tania's question, trying to mask my growing anxiety. That's bad, Nayu. How far is the ruin from here? I remember someone mentioning it during our previous inquiries. It's about a day away. Tina answered Nina's question while flipping her kettle lid open and shut. A day's distance, then we can still make it. Yeah, if we hurry, we might be able to catch up. But how? We've got no way to close that distance quickly. Would a carriage work? Though the subjugation force probably used horses too, if only we had a teleportation gate from the spirit tribe's village nearby. Rain, can't you summon some crazy fast animal or something? I mean, I can't. So you can. But whether that animal is nearby is another story. Just finding it could take too much time. We brainstormed together, but no solid ideas came up. And while we debated, time kept slipping away. Well, guess we've got no choice. Everyone outside the village for now. Tania said it like something had just occurred to her. You have an idea. Kind of. I don't really like being used as a replacement for a carriage, but I'll make an exception this time. What do you mean? I'll explain later. First, let's get somewhere out of sight. Prompted by Tania, we moved outside the village to a place away from prying eyes. Naya, so what now? This. Tania's body began to glow and was soon wrapped in light. The glow rapidly intensified, and with a burst of brilliance, a massive dragon appeared before us. Naya, Tania, is that you? It's been a while since I've seen that form. Save the comments for later. Right now, everyone get on my back. Tania gave a commanding roar. I see, we're flying with Tania. In that case, we won't just catch up with the subjugation force, we can actually overtake them. Still, you're hard to climb onto. Tania, do you have a seat or something? I'm not a wagon, okay? This is exactly why I didn't want to do this. Sorry for making you do something unpleasant, but right now, you're the only one we can rely on. Please help us. Oh, only one we can rely on, Rain. You've gotten smooth, haven't you? HMPH, this is a one-time special, you got that? Now hurry up and get on. Sora and Luna were the first to scramble onto Tania's back. Next were Nina and Tina, then I climbed on, followed by Canade at the end. Everyone, hold on tight. Tania spread her massive wings and shot into the sky. The village of geese shrank below us as she ascended, then suddenly shifted her angle and blasted forward, heading straight east. She's fast. It felt like we were slicing through the air itself. If we let our guard down for even a second, we'd be thrown right off. But with this speed, catching up to the subjugation force isn't just possible, it's within reach. We have a real shot at this. Tania, I'm counting on you. Phew fun, just leave it to me. Anyayan. Tania leveled out her massive wings and pushed her speed even higher. Canade, who apparently hadn't been holding on properly, nearly got blown off. I quickly grabbed her hand. You okay? Why yeah, I'm fine, but W8 my hand. What's wrong, Canade? Nope, thing's wrong. Nothing at all. A lovesick cat. Tania muttered something under her breath, but this wasn't the time to ask what she meant. To avoid disrupting the flight, I focused on holding on tightly and staying still. How long had we been flying on Tania's back? It had to have been about an hour, but there was still no sign of the subjugation force. HMPH, we still haven't caught up to them. We've been flying for quite some time now. Don't be impatient. If we don't stay calm, we might make a fatal mistake when it really counts. Luna staying calm. That's a tall order. I agree, actually. You're admitting it. Happy. Even now, everyone's acting like usual. Seeing that made me smile without meaning to. I know I'm supposed to be the leader and keep it together in moments like this, but I can't help leaning on them sometimes. I know I shouldn't, but maybe this is what being true companions really means. I don't have to carry everything alone, we can share the burden. But still, we should be catching up soon. Everyone, make sure you're ready to fight at a moment's notice. Fight? Aren't we going to seal her? She's not going to let us seal her without a fight. We'll have to restrain her first. Nyar got it. If I spot anything, I'll give the signal right away. Wait. Everyone, hold on tight. Tania's voice rang out, laced with urgency. Reacting on instinct, we all clung tightly to her scales. Tania beat her wings powerfully and banked sharply to the side in a sudden turn. The very next moment, a streak of light zipped past the space we'd just been flying through. Nya, what just happened? That was... I looked down and saw Axencel. Tania circled high in the sky. From the ground, streaks of light chased after her path. It felt like gravity had flipped upside down as beams of light fired upward from Cell's bow, relentlessly tracking us. I'd never heard of a technique like this before. Was it a unique skill of Cell's, or did she have some kind of special weapon? Either way, it was a major problem. What the hell is with that girl? Tania, you should land. We're sitting ducks up here. Got it. Tania pulled back, putting enough distance to escape Cell's firing range. She then landed, let us down, and reverted to her human form. Meanwhile, Axe and Cell were closing the gap between us. Once they reached shouting distance, they stopped, but kept their weapons at the ready. Quite the greeting. I kept my guard up and called out to them. Sorry, a dragon suddenly showed up and I panicked. The one who fired was me, though. Is that really true? What's that supposed to mean? Isn't that a bit too bold for a reflex attack? I mean, they shot at a dragon. It could have just been flying nearby for all they knew. Attacking on sight like that would be reckless. Any normal person would observe first. The fact that they didn't meant there was a good chance Axe and Cell knew exactly who we were when they attacked. That thought made me stay on high alert, and that instinct proved to be right. Axe gave a wry smile. Geez, you're as sharp as ever. That look, you figured it out, huh? That we attacked even though we knew it was you. That's right. You're oddly quick to admit it. No point lying when it won't work anyway. Why did you do something like that? Tania glared at the two as she asked the question. Axe, undeterred by her pressure, answered calmly. You were heading straight toward the demon's hideout, which means you found a way to seal it, didn't you? Yeah, that's right. Thought so. I figured you wouldn't charge in without a plan after the way we parted, but to think you'd find a sealing method in such a short time. You really are something, all of you. So, you're here to get in our way then? Exactly. Cell nodded softly, so softly it barely registered. I told you before. The higher-ups made their decision. The demon has to be eliminated. The option to seal her is off the table. Come on, you understand, right? Axe spoke with an almost pleading look, like this was his final appeal. Even if you seal her, like this time, she'll break free eventually. That demon will be unleashed again. If that happens, what was the point? We can't leave this for future generations to deal with. It has to end here. So you're saying she needs to die? That's right. Axe nodded without hesitation. I get that you sympathize with the demon, Rain. Honestly, I do too, a little, but still. Just because she was wronged in the past doesn't mean she gets to take it out on innocent people now. Ugh. She's killed people, right? Out of hatred, out of vengeance, out of desire. That's not going to change. You can see it in her. There's no turning back. Ugh. Hatred isn't something time heals. It's something people carry forever. At least that's how I see it. Which means there's nothing we can do for her. As humans, there's nothing more we can do. The only thing left is to end her suffering by killing her. Everything Axe was saying was right. It was an overwhelming, undeniable truth. He was trying to protect people while still taking Iris's circumstances into account. If you asked who was right, it would be Axe. What I'm trying to do, it's nothing but selfishness, pure ego, but still. Even so, I've made up my mind to follow the path I believe in. I can't accept that. This whole mess was caused by humans. And now we want to kill her because it's inconvenient for us. Isn't that way too selfish? We don't have a choice. She's killed people, dozens of them, and she'll kill even more. That's why I'm going to seal her. So she can't. That's pointless. She'll just break free again. That's nothing but a temporary fix. Stop spouting these naive idealistic fantasies. Axe exploded in anger. It hurt being looked at like that by someone who was once a comrade, but I've already made my choice. I know it's selfish. I know it's just my ego, but killing Iris, letting more people suffer, letting more blood be spilled, if we do that, I won't be able to smile anymore. I can't pretend I don't know now that I do. Ugh. I can't live honestly if I just accept killing as justice. Killing because someone was killed, that can't be right. Yeah, it's naive. It's an idealistic dream. But what's wrong with that? Giving up and choosing to kill is way worse. I don't want to see anyone else cry or die, not even Iris. That's why I'll save her. I practically screamed it. Everything I'd been holding in my heart came pouring out. I wasn't expecting them to understand, but I couldn't just let this go without saying anything. Is killing Iris the right choice? The answer is yes, but that's the right answer for humans. From Iris's perspective, it's completely unfair. And for me, it's also the wrong answer. In the end, what's right and what's wrong, those are personal judgments. There's no such thing as absolute justice. there is no perfectly correct answer. So then, I'll walk the path I believe in. Ah, seriously, you're such a pain in the ass. Axe scratched his head in frustration. Watching him, Cell slowly reached for her bow and arrows. Cell, I told you beforehand, didn't I? That we wouldn't be able to convince Rain and the others. Cell's voice was calm, endlessly so, but it wasn't that she lacked emotion. It felt more like she was deliberately suppressing it. Rain, I understand your reasoning. I probably don't even need to ask, but everyone else feels the same way you do, don't they? Of course. Yes, I suppose we do. Sora wants to save Iris. I will do what I want to do. I don't think we can just leave things like this. I'll follow Rain, plain and simple. One by one, everyone voiced their agreement. Cell watched them, smiled faintly, and then her expression hardened. See, Axe, it's just as I said. There's no convincing them. Just like us, they stand here with unwavering resolve. Yeah, I get it. Good. That's all I needed to hear. Then Cell turned her eyes back to me and calmly dropped a bombshell. I'm not one for secrets, so I'll be honest, we're here to stall you. You are. Relax. We didn't report anything to the higher-ups. Really? I believe this is something we should settle between ourselves. I see. So then what now? There's only one choice. I didn't want to do this, not really. But if there's no other path, then I'll move forward. As if to declare my resolve, I slowly raised Kamui. If you're going to stand in our way, then we'll break through you by force. I figured it had come to this. For a brief moment, Cell looked sad. But the next instant, her usual calm expression returned. If we both have something we can't compromise on, then let's settle this here and now. Let our strength decide who's right. Cell raised her bow. Don't expect me to hold back. If you die, don't hold it against me. Axe drew his sword. That's my line, everyone ready. Nya Rain, are we really doing this? Those two aren't going to back down. If it's too hard, Canade, you can. No, I'm in. I'm not going to let you carry all the weight, Rain. Canade drew her weapon. The rest followed suit, preparing for battle. And then the fight began, a fight that probably wouldn't change anything. We had the numbers, and I didn't think it was arrogance to say we had more raw power, too. Ordinarily, no one could stand against members of the strongest race. And yet we were struggling. Haya. As he charged, Axe drew his sword. The slightly curved blade came at me at high speed. Even with my enhanced senses thanks to my contract with Canade, I nearly missed it. I managed to block it using Kamui like a shield. Nya. Take this. While I was holding Axe off, Canade and Tania leapt in to attack. But Axe was fast enough to instantly shift his focus from me to them and unleash another flurry of strikes. His reaction speed was insane. We were fighting, he was the enemy, but I couldn't help but admire his skill. Take this. Canade kicked off midair and aborted her attack to evade. Don't underestimate me. Tania continued her assault. She dodged Axe's sword by twisting her body, closed the distance, and struck. A punch, a kick, then her tail, a triple combo. That's my line. Axe dodged all three attacks cleanly, and then, with perfect timing, launched a counterattack. Tania's bangs were narrowly clipped. She dodged just a split second too late. If she'd hesitated even a moment more, the thought alone sent a chill down my spine. Rain, Canade. Tania, move aside. Reacting to Sora and Luna's voices, we all leapt away in unison. Flash impact. Their magic exploded at the exact same moment. A burst of light engulfed Axe in a blinding flash. That should do it. Even if they held back a little, there's no way anyone could withstand a spell from both Sora and Luna. Next up was Cell. We're not done yet. What? Cutting through the dust cloud, Axe burst forward. He took that hit and is still conscious. I powered through it with grit. That's cheating. I despise motivational nonsense like that. Axe charged toward Sora and Luna. He must have decided to take them out before they could cast any more spells. That he managed to withstand the attack was unexpected, but if he thought things would go any smoother from here, he was in for a surprise. Happy. Nina grabbed Sora and Luna, using teleportation magic to get them to safety in the sky, only for. Wah! Cell released an arrow, as if she'd predicted it. It sliced through the air, targeting all three of them. Not so fast. Tina's voice rang out and the arrow veered off course. She must have used her ghost powers to redirect it, but Cell didn't care. As if to say, so what? she continued firing in rapid succession. She readied 3 arrows at a time, launching them with flawless precision, instantly reloading and firing again in an endless cycle. The rate of fire and accuracy were insane, like an actual weapon of war. Sora and Luna kept up magical barriers, Nina continued blinking them away, and Tina redirected the arrows. But even with their combined efforts, they were only barely keeping up. There was no room to counterattack. Looks like I've shut down your support team. You're seriously good at this. Axe wielded his sword like an extension of himself, a master of close-quarters combat. His strength rivaled that of the strongest races. In melee, his power was staggering. Maybe we could take distance, but that would only turn us into perfect targets for Cell's arrows. Her frightening precision made her shots nearly impossible for me to dodge alone. So this is what it means to be an A-rank adventurer, as expected. Without Suzu's training, we might have already lost. Is that all you've got? KH. Axe's relentless assault was overwhelming. He was going all out, no holding back. He was fighting with intent to kill. Cell, too, she wasn't pulling her punches. Both of them were fighting with full resolve, and meanwhile we were still holding back so we wouldn't kill them. Even if we were on opposite sides now. Even if they were standing in our way. They were once our comrades, people we spent time with. Going all out against them wasn't something we could just switch on. Don't screw with me. Axe shouted, fury rising as he slashed down with even greater speed. He was accelerating. Even without holding back, I was starting to reach the limit of what I could follow with my eyes. He's still holding more back. You're holding back, aren't you? I'll say it again, don't screw with me. GRH. I blocked Axe's sword with Kamui. Our blades locked, pushing against each other with raw force. As we struggled, Axe shouted in my face. His frustration exploded into raw emotion. You chose this path, didn't you? You decided to push forward, even if it meant fighting us. You made your choice, so don't start hesitating now. Don't waver just because you're fighting us. But Axe and Cell were our comrades. I can't just go all out against someone like that. That's your weakness. GRH. Overwhelmed by brute force, I was blown back. I managed to block Axe's follow-up strike at the last second. If you've chosen your path, then stop looking away. Make up your mind, we already have. The way you try to shoulder everything, you piss me off. Easy for you to say. I kicked him back to create distance. Then I lunged forward with a counterattack. Fine then, I'm coming at you for real. Even without words, I could feel what Axe was thinking. Make up your mind. Let go of your softness. If you're determined to take it all, don't hesitate. That's what he meant. He was scolding me on purpose. Even though we were enemies now, he still cared enough to push me. Who's really the soft one here? I gave a small, bitter smile, but didn't let it show on my face. Instead, I responded with action. Boost. With the spell enhancing my physical abilities, my body felt as light as a feather. I charged Axe again. You're fast. He tried to counter with his usual lightning-fast swordplay, but I moved even faster. By the time his blade slashed through the air, I was already behind him, fast enough to leave afterimages. Don't underestimate me. Of course, Axe wasn't going down that easily. He twisted his body, spinning around, and brought his sword down in a diagonal slash. His reflexes were insane. I couldn't dodge in time, so I blocked with Kamui. But that was fine. Nya got your back. I wasn't fighting alone. In moments like these, I could rely on my friends. It might seem unfair, ganging up on one opponent, but in battle, there's no such thing as fair. Kanade struck from behind with a fierce kick. Axe raised his sword like a shield and blocked the first hit. The second one he caught with his free arm. GRGH. Even if he blocked it with his forearm, Kanade's strikes as a Nekore were no joke. He couldn't come out of it unscathed. Axe grimaced from the heavy impact. Axe. Cell fired a volley in support. Fast, 3 arrows loosed simultaneously, 3 times. 9 arrows came flying like a torrential storm, but someone was ready. Sorry, but this ends here. Tania launched fireballs to intercept the arrows, and others moved in to follow that momentum. Sora will take on Cell. We won't let you interfere with Rain. Sora and Luna jumped in to back up Tania. They unleashed a barrage of low-tier spells with short cast times. Even if they were basic spells, firing over a dozen of them at once turned them into a serious threat. KH. Now it was a long-range fight, but the problem was who Cell was up against. No matter how skilled an A-rank adventurer she was, and no matter how monstrous her archery skill, she couldn't handle all three of them, Tania, Sora, and Luna, at once. With continuous magic and fireballs coming at her, she was gradually being overwhelmed. I'll do my best too. Let's go. Nina and Tina joined the fray, completing the formation. Cell was completely sealed off. There was no way she could support Axe now. Sealing off Cell like that, you're good. I don't have time to drag this out. Sorry, but I'm ending this. Don't underestimate me. Axe gripped his sword with both hands and unleashed another lightning-fast strike. But Canade's earlier attack had taken its toll. His movement was clearly sluggish. He couldn't swing like before. His speed had visibly dropped. Normally, I might have hesitated here. But now, with everything that's happened, I had no choice but to make up my mind, to accomplish our goal, to make my wish come true, to take hold of what I'm reaching for. I will defeat Axe, Canade. Yeah. We exchanged a glance. No need for drawn-out words or planning, just that was enough. Canade understood what I wanted. Without needing a cue, she continued her flurry of attacks on Axe. Punches and kicks came in rapid succession. Axe responded with his incredible reflexes, managing to block them, but little by little, his reactions slowed. Canade's power was starting to wear him down. Maybe the earlier blow was still affecting him. Nya. GRGH. Canade wound up her arm and delivered a powerful strike, sending Axe flying. Just like I'd hoped, she created an opening. Now's my chance. Not yet. Axe recovered immediately, sweeping his sword sideways to keep me at bay. Figures it wouldn't end that easily, but it's already too late. I'll never accept you. That's fine by me, I'll walk my own path. I clashed with Axe, our blades colliding. A single flash. Clang, our swords struck and rang out, then again and again, faster and faster. Like a storm, like a whirlwind. Steel against steel, our blades clashed, forming countless cuts. Still, we didn't stop. We couldn't stop. Axe and I were both pushing forward, laying everything on the line to reach our own ends. We fought in an endless dance of blades. And in this moment, where a single mistake would decide everything. Suddenly, Axe lost his balance. Startled, he looked down. Wrapped around his leg was a rabbit I had tamed remotely. Wah, a rabbit. Forget already, I'm a beast tamer. Thrown off by the interference, Axe hesitated for just a second. I wasn't about to waste that moment. I gripped Kamui, closed in on him, and struck him in the gut with the hilt, not the blade. GRGH, Ga. A decisive blow. Axe tried to hold his ground, but his legs gave out. His sword dropped from his hand as he collapsed to the ground. Almost at the same time, off in the distance, Tania and the others destroyed Cell's bow and successfully neutralized her. Phew. The battle was over. I let my tension go. Axe and Cell wouldn't be moving for a while. I'd landed a punishing blow on Axe, and Cell had her hands full trying to care for him. It was over. They wouldn't be able to stop us now. And yet, I couldn't just walk away without saying something. Are you okay? Seriously, quit worrying about us already. Axe looked exasperated as he spoke. You an idiot, we were just fighting each other a second ago. I'm your enemy, Rain. Don't go worrying about your enemy. Even so, I can't help it. You're such a damn softie, way too nice for your own good. But that's what makes Rain so great, don't you think? Canade chimed in with a warm smile. I mean, we're the ones who won. Isn't it kind of pathetic for you to be saying stuff like that? Tania's jab clearly hit a nerve. Axe looked visibly awkward, so he was at least a little aware of it. All right, we're heading out. I still felt concerned about the two of them, but we couldn't afford to spend any more time here. Judging by the timing, the subjugation force likely hadn't reached the ruins yet, but we couldn't be careless. If we got there after the fighting started, it'd be too late. We had to beat them there and seal Iris first. I turned my back on the two, but then a voice called out. Just so you know. Axe forced his voice out like a final act of defiance. I still don't accept this. Rain, what you're trying to do, I don't agree with it. I see, got it. Why do you sound like you're okay with that? Damn it, you're too soft. Maybe I am, but this is the only way I know. For me, this path is the best option I have, so I have to believe in it and keep moving forward. That's how I stay true to myself. You idiot. It seemed Axe had reached his limit. He lost consciousness. Cell looked at him with a faint sense of affection, then turned to me. There's no one left to stop you. Do as you will. Thanks. I will. If I may say just one thing, I agree with Axe. That's why we fought you today. I understand. Still, if we could have avoided ending up like this, I would have preferred it. Yeah, I feel the same. Even after all this, do you think our paths will cross again someday? I don't know, maybe it'll be difficult, but I hope they do. What about you, Cell? If I come to feel that way later, I'll be glad. That answer was enough for now. Asking for anything more would have been greedy. Goodbye. Yeah, goodbye. We didn't say another word after that. We left them and moved on. Another sighed. Some time after Rain and the others left, Axe finally regained consciousness. He tried to get up, but pain shot through his body and he gave up. Yeah, I'm not moving properly for a while. Damn it, Rain didn't hold back at all. Well, I told him not to. You're awake. Cell, hey, why am I not getting a lap pillow? Is that really something to cry about? It's worth crying over. Want me to put you to sleep forever instead? I'm sorry. Axe rolled over and collapsed into a full-body bow in the dirt. Where's Rain and the others? They flew off to the ruins quite a while ago. There's no way we'll catch up now. I see. Axe's expression turned complicated. He disagreed with Rain's actions, but that didn't mean he couldn't understand how he felt. In fact, part of him sympathized, and the reason for that was because Axe had once made a similar choice himself. His mind wandered back to the past. It happened back when he had just started his career as an adventurer, around the time he met Cell. They were gaining strength, recognition, and a name for themselves. Then came a request to deal with bandits attacking a village. Axe and Cell raided a cave believed to be the bandits' hideout. But the so-called bandits they found there were just children. Kids who had been abandoned by their parents and cast aside by society. They had nowhere to go and turned to stealing out of desperation just to survive. What they were doing was wrong, but it was hard to say they were entirely to blame. Moved by their situation, Axe and Cell decided to help them. They provided food and continued offering support so they could find real jobs and reintegrate into society. Thanks to their efforts, the kids were on the verge of recovery. But then, just before that final step, one of the children reverted to banditry and ended up taking someone's life. Naturally, the child was arrested. And with him, all the others were taken in as well. Faced with that reality, Axe and Cell were filled with regret. Even if the ones at fault were children, even if there were reasons to sympathize, wrongdoing could never be allowed. Because they gave in to their emotions, an innocent life had been lost. No matter their age, no matter their circumstances, wrong is wrong. Even if you could understand their reasons, you still had to respond firmly and carry out justice. That's what Axe came to believe. From that point on, Axe and Cell committed themselves to doing what they believed was right. With a solid sense of justice in their hearts, they had continued to stand firm against evil. And that path had led them to now. Watching Rain is like looking at my younger self. It's kind of a weird feeling. Yeah, I know what you mean. And yet, he doesn't irritate me at all. He spouts soft-hearted, naive ideals that sound completely unrealistic, and yet, he's so much like how I used to be. It wasn't that Axe had accepted Rain's ideals. He still believed they were wrong, and he could say that with confidence. But still, a thought occurred to him. Could it be that Rain still holds something we lost? Something we gave up on and cast aside when we chose to face reality, something he still holds dear. He was beginning to think that might be the case. Lacking the strength to stand, Axe sprawled out flat on the ground. He exhaled deeply and looked up at the sky. Following his gaze, Cell also looked up. Well, it's a big world. I'm not saying I accept him, but maybe it's not such a bad thing for someone like that to exist. Yeah, I think so too. The sky they both looked up at was a deep blue, with white clouds drifting slowly by. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 6, To Escape from the Dark World. Iris sighed. As my consciousness slowly returned, I awoke. I stepped down from the slab that served as a bed and stretched lightly. I'm not completely recovered, but this should be good enough. The injuries I sustained in my battle with Rain-sama had mostly healed. I was more than ready to go all out again. Now then, it seems rather noisy outside. I gave a small wave of my hand. In response, an image of the outside world was projected into the air before me. This wasn't my power, it was a function built into the ruins. A remarkable mechanism that allowed one to observe the exterior from within. Fufu, there are quite a lot of humans, like swarming ants. They must have tracked me all the way here. I suppose I should give them some credit for their investigation skills. It's impressive they managed to pinpoint this place. But do they seriously think they can defeat me? Do these foolish humans truly believe they can best me, a celestial? How absurd. It's so ridiculous I can't stop laughing. There's no way I'll be defeated by humans again. My chest surged with emotion. Most would say that one should control such passion and not be consumed by it, but I'm different. This burning intensity grants me power. It strengthens my resolve like nothing else, and that resolve is essential for the battle to come. That said, there is one thing that weighs on my mind. Is Rain-sama among that crowd of humans? He said something strange about not wanting to defeat me, but regardless, a battle seems inevitable. If possible, I'd prefer not to fight Rain-sama, but I suppose that's wishful thinking. If he stands in the way of my revenge, even he won't be spared. Rain-sama is still just a human, and one I only recently met. Even so, it's baffling how deeply I find myself drawn to him. Is it his eyes, perhaps? So beautiful, so clear, so unwavering, always looking forward, just like that person. Perhaps it's because of those eyes that I allowed myself to trust him. But if he stands in my way, that's another matter. If possible, I'd rather avoid it. But if he becomes my enemy, I'll fight with everything I have. Because that's the only way to protect my memories. However, doing that would also mean crushing the feelings I hold dear now, all in order to preserve the past. How contradictory. Even I couldn't help but chuckle at myself. I might be broken, thinking like this, behaving like this, but even so, all I have left is this burning passion in my heart. My only purpose in life is revenge, and so I cannot stop. I'll keep running, keep charging ahead, and I'll sink my fangs deep into the throat of my prey. Because doing so is, surely. Fufu, I'll be waiting, Rain-sama. Section. After repelling Axe and Cell, we once again took to the skies on Tania's back. I felt bad, having her fly at full strength right after a battle, but we didn't have time to rest. Tania, despite everything, accepted without complaint and soared through the sky at full speed. After flying for several more hours, the ruins finally came into view. A vast forest stretched below, with a fortress-like structure at its center. We were a step too late. The subjugation force had already arrived. They were spreading out around the forest surrounding the ruins. The operation hadn't started yet. It looked like they were still setting up camp, pitching tents around the perimeter. Getting any closer now might risk being spotted. I signaled Tania to circle around and land on the opposite side, far from the subjugation force. Everyone, myself included, dismounted onto the ground. And lastly, Tania shifted back into her human form. Phew, it's been a while since I flew that far. Kinda tired now. Thanks, Tania, you really saved us. Don't mention it. More importantly, what's the plan now? I'd like to scout things out a bit, but I doubt we have time for that. From what we saw from above, the subjugation force had nearly finished setting up their tents. They were just about ready to go. Sora, Luna, can you locate Iris? Leave it to us. Wait just a moment, please. Sora and Luna closed their eyes and focused. After a few seconds of casting, they tilted their heads slightly, looking confused. That's strange, there's no response at all. Does that mean Iris has already left the ruins? We can't say for sure. It's just, we weren't able to sense anything inside the ruins. Maybe the ruins block magical energy. Or maybe they've got some kind of anti-magic seal built in. Either way, it's a pain. We can't sense anything in there at all. Does that mean we can't use magic inside either? Yes, it seems that way. Not being able to sense what's going on inside was bad enough, but the real issue was not being able to use magic. Even if Iris was in there, we couldn't seal her inside. We'd have to lure her outside. That would be difficult and risky. Still, we couldn't just walk away. Sora, Luna, I want you two to wait here. Be ready to cast the sealing spell the moment we get Iris out. Understood. Got it, no problem. Nina, Tina, I need you to wait here too. Support Sora and Luna, and if anyone shows up, politely send them away. Will do my best. Leave it to us. Hey, what about us? Canaid tugged on the hem of my shirt, ears twitching. Are we going into the ruins with you, Rain? No, it's dangerous, but actually, I have a different favor to ask. Oh, what is it? Tania didn't flinch at the word danger. On the contrary, she almost looked pleased. If I had to guess, it was probably because being entrusted with something dangerous meant I trusted her, and that made her happy. I want you to stir up the subjugation force at the front. You mean, as a diversion? Exactly. If we do nothing, they'll storm the ruins. I want to delay them as much as possible. I see, got it. But don't overdo it, all right? Tania, transform into your dragon form. Canaid, ride on her back. Just fly around above them, safely out of reach, and cause a bit of a distraction. Make sure they don't find out who you are, and if it starts to look risky, retreat immediately. Oh my, are you implying I'd fall behind? These people were gathered specifically to defeat Iris. We can't underestimate them, and I won't let anything happen to either of you. Are you saying you're worried about me? Of course, how could I not be worried about you, Tania? You're important to me. Rain, you say things like that so easily. But well, if you're going that far, I guess I can follow your instructions. Tania turned slightly pink, mumbling her words in typical tsundere fashion. But her tail was wagging wildly like a dog's. It looked like it could really hurt if it hit someone. Anya, Rain probably doesn't mean anything by it, but still, it really, really gets to me. What's up, Canaid? You're worried about me too, right? Of course I am. You're important to me too, Canaid. There's no way I wouldn't worry. Naya, fufu. Canaid's ears twitched happily as she broke into a bright smile. What was that about? Oh, right. As if she just remembered something, Canaid's expression suddenly turned serious. Wait, does that mean you're going into the ruins alone? What are you going to do? I'll scout inside, and if Iris is there, I'll lure her outside. That's where Sora and Luna will seal her. Will you be okay? You won't get lost. You won't do anything reckless. I'll be fine. I promise I won't do anything crazy. That's definitely suspicious. Everyone piled on, with the same exact retort. Rain always acts like it's nothing even when he's clearly overdoing it. That's why we worry so much. Totally. Our dear master's dictionary doesn't even have the word restraint in it. I couldn't argue. There were a few things that came to mind. If I could help it, I didn't want anyone to worry about me. But I think now's the time to push myself a little. I'm sorry, I might do something reckless. Honestly, you're such a handful, Rain. Despite her words, Canaid's expression was gentle. Everyone else was smiling too. You can be a little reckless, but you have to come back. Promise, okay? If you go from reckless to suicidal, I'm blasting you with my breath, got it? I'll be praying for your success. So please, return to us. Just like you trusted me, I need to trust in you too. Do your best, Rain. Do your best, okay? I'll be cheering for you. I know you can do it, Rain. And if anything happens, we'll jump in right away. Hearing everyone's voices filled me with strength. This plan, no matter what, I'm going to make it succeed. Section. I parted ways with everyone and moved cautiously through the forest. About 10 minutes later, I arrived at the entrance of the ruins. Luckily, no one had spotted me. Then I heard commotion from the direction of the encampment. It must have been the start of Canaid and Tania's diversion. They were up against veteran adventurers and knights. I hoped they wouldn't push themselves too hard. Yeah, I'm not really in a position to worry about others right now. I had to focus on myself first. If I failed, everything would fall apart. I steadied my breathing and entered the ruins. The moment I stepped inside, a strange sensation hit me. My body felt heavy, like I couldn't move properly. Boost. I tried casting a spell, no response. Yeah, just as I thought, magic doesn't work in here. As Sora and Luna had said, this ruin either blocked or scrambled magical energy. No wonder magic was unusable. But that wasn't all. My body felt sluggish, as though I were submerged in water. I couldn't move freely. It wasn't just my magic, my physical abilities had also been suppressed. The strength I gained through my contract with Canaid was almost entirely sealed. My current ability level was barely above an ordinary person's. This is bad. Even if I find Iris in here, getting her out might not be so easy. Force won't work. I'll have to rely on talking her into leaving. That might be my only option. Wait, what about Iris? Is she affected by the ruins' effects? If she is, then why is she hiding here? It seems like she's put herself at a disadvantage on purpose. Well, I'll just have to ask her myself. I'm sure there's a reason. Staying alert for traps, I ventured deeper into the ruins. Thankfully, there were light sources installed all around, so I wasn't engulfed in darkness. And the structure wasn't particularly complex, so I didn't have to worry about getting lost. I steadily made my way forward. Eventually, I reached a large hall. It looked like a throne room. At the back of the chamber sat a crumbling, rotting throne, and there was Iris. "Good day to you, Rain-sama. I've been waiting. I thought some other human might arrive first, but it seems you're the first one here." I did hurry, after all. Despite seeing me, Iris didn't show the slightest sign of surprise. She must have expected this. "Fufu, were you that eager to see me again?" "Yeah, I wanted to see you." "Oh my, how passionate. Fufu, I'm quite flattered. Still, you look better than I expected." "Yes. I was put through quite a bit of pain by someone, but I've since recovered fully." "That goes both ways, doesn't it? We had a pretty rough time ourselves." "Fufu, I suppose that's true." Iris giggled softly. There was no malice behind that smile. She was simply enjoying the conversation, purely and genuinely. This girl, she could smile like this. That's why she didn't belong in a place like this. She shouldn't be living for vengeance alone. If she's going to live, it shouldn't be to die for revenge. She should live for her own happiness. "Rain-sama, you truly are a strange one." "Huh, that's sudden. What do you mean?" "After all, we once tried to kill each other, didn't we? And yet here we are, chatting so casually. Normally, there would still be lingering hostility. Now that you mention it, maybe so, but I guess there's a reason why that's not the case." "A reason, you say?" "I'd love to hear it." "Well, it's because, despite everything, I just can't bring myself to hate you, Iris." Iris blinked, stunned, and then burst into laughter. "Ahahaha, truly, you are an amusing one. Even though I'm an enemy of humanity itself, you can say such things. And not even as some shallow excuse, you mean it from the heart, Fufu. I find myself more and more intrigued by you, Rain-sama. I'd love to sit and talk more like this, but sorry, we're short on time. Because of the humans gathered outside, I assume." "You noticed?" "Naturally. With so many buzzing around like insects, it's quite noisy, you know." She said it with clear annoyance. But so she had noticed. That only made it more puzzling. Why was Iris holed up in the depths of a ruin where magic and abilities were suppressed? "You're wondering why I'm in a place like this, aren't you?" "How'd you know?" "Rain-sama, you're far too easy to read. I can tell exactly what you're thinking." "Really? I get told that a lot. Maybe I should work on a better poker face." "But I think that's part of your charm, Rain-sama. Please stay just as you are." "I can't tell if you're mocking me or praising me." "Fufu, I'm praising you, of course." Iris smiled gently, then her expression sharpened. "Now then, since you've come all this way, I suppose I'll answer your question." "How generous of you." "I'm quite generous with people I like. I won't even ask for anything in return, so rest assured." "Then I'll ask without hesitation, why are you here, Iris?" "The answer is simple. This place is where we can wield our greatest power. This ruin is a sanctuary of the Celestials." "A celestial ruin?" "Indeed, this stronghold was built by us Celestials." The word stronghold caught my attention. A stronghold usually meant thick walls, gates, traps, and a complicated structure to hinder intruders. But this place didn't seem to have any of that, so why call it a stronghold? Was there something I wasn't seeing? Wait, maybe I was wrong. Maybe it was functioning perfectly already. Its function was, if this is a stronghold, then it must be equipped with something, right? Yes, that's correct. And that something is the magic ceiling and ability-suppressing field. Fufu. You reached that conclusion quickly, as expected of Rain-sama. Iris smiled, as if to say correct. I'd hoped I was wrong. A barrier that seals intruders' magic and greatly suppresses their physical abilities, that's what's deployed here, isn't it? Indeed. Even if you tried to destroy the barrier, it would be pointless. The ruin itself is the mechanism. Unless you want to destroy the entire structure and be buried in the rubble yourself, that is. Yeah, no thanks. But hold on, wouldn't that affect you too, Iris? You really are sharp, aren't you? Apparently she hadn't anticipated that question. Her eyes widened in genuine surprise. Then, looking proud, she answered. Yes, that's right. This stronghold was built by the Celestials. Therefore, its effects do not apply to us. It seals the enemy's power and lets you fight at full potential, I see. It really is the perfect stronghold. Exactly. As long as I remain here, I'm completely safe. Though, since my wounds have healed, I will be stepping out to crush those noisy little insects soon. That's bad. If the subjugation force storms this ruin, they'll be wiped out. I had believed that even Iris couldn't take on that many enemies at once, but this stronghold was a complete curveball. The subjugation force wouldn't be able to put up a proper fight. They'd be wiped out before they even knew what hit them. I didn't want Iris to be defeated, but that didn't mean I was okay with the entire subjugation force being annihilated. I had to find a way to warn them. No, Rain-sama. Iris snapped her fingers. In response, the room's entrance slammed shut. Tattling is not allowed. Yeah, I figured this would happen. Of course, she wouldn't let me go that easily. Now then, shall we continue our little talk? Iris walked toward me, closing the distance without a hint of caution. She could afford to be bold. After all, in here, she could fight at full strength while my power was suppressed. Why have you come here, Rain-sama? You seem to be acting separately from the humans outside. But either way, you've come for me, haven't you? You mentioned before that you intended to stop me. Yeah, I suppose I'll be honest now. Before resorting to combat, I wanted to try speaking with her. The odds were slim, but maybe I could persuade her. I had to try, no matter what it took. I came here to seal you, Iris. Oh. Her expression changed into a cold smile. I could tell Iris truly did like me. Everything she'd shown so far made that clear. She'd never directed overt hostility toward me. Even during our previous battle, it had felt like she was just toying around. But now that her life was on the line, it was different. There was no way she'd take this lightly. Her eyes turned cold, filled with quiet hostility. Is that true? Not a bluff like before. It's true. There's no point lying again, is there? Then, may I ask how you intend to seal me? Same method as before. With Sora and Luna, their spirit tribe magic and a legendary artifact as the vessel. I see. Sora and Luna have mastered the sealing spell, and we've secured the item we need. Everything's ready. How unfortunate. Iris took a step back. She turned her back to me so I couldn't see her face, but judging from her tone, she sounded sad. I'll say it again, Rain-sama, I did like you. Even though you're human, I couldn't bring myself to hate you. Spending time with you, it was enjoyable, truly precious. I feel the same. You've done a lot, Iris, but I never could bring myself to hate you. Maybe it's just sympathy, but I wanted to help you. And yet, you've come to seal me. Exactly because I don't hate you. If things continued as they were, Iris had no future. She'd lose everything. That's why I chose this method, to seal her. By sealing you, I can save you. That's the answer I came to. I see. Iris turned to face me again. Her expression was blank, emotionless, like a broken doll. And honestly, it was terrifying. I understand how you feel, Rain-sama, but I do not wish for such an end. If I cannot unleash the raging flames of hatred burning within me, then I see no reason to live. Iris, you don't have to go that far. If you stand in my way, Rain-sama or not, I will show no mercy. Her eyes burned with killing intent, true, unfiltered bloodlust. Just the sight of it made my body want to freeze. I had felt a glimpse of her hatred in our previous battle, but that was only a fraction of what she held inside. Now, for the first time, I saw the true darkness that Iris carried. I had no idea it was this deep. I wanted to shrink back, but I couldn't afford to retreat. If I backed down now, I'd never be able to face Iris again. I'd lose the right to stand before her. That's why, no matter what happened, I wouldn't move. This is your final warning. Stop this foolishness and leave. If you do so now, I will let you go. Sorry, but I've already made up my mind. I can't do that. Then your stance remains unchanged. It does. Even if I have to fight you, I'll see this sealing through. And I won't let you harm the people outside. This is the path I've chosen. Very well, then. Iris spoke with a tone of regret. But that expression lasted only a second, soon replaced by something cold and sharp as ice. A storm of freezing killing intent roared through the room. In that case, I suppose there's no other option. Even if you are Rain-sama, if you intend to interfere, I will show you no mercy. Will you die for me here? I refuse. Because I have to save you, Iris. Even though you intend to seal me. Exactly because I have to seal you, to stop you. Yes, of course, I have no intention of stopping. I've sworn to fulfill my revenge, even if it means staking this body, this soul, everything. No one lives for revenge alone. What did you say? That struck a nerve. Iris's face twisted in anger. Her emotions froze over. Her killing intent took form, sharp as blades. Wreathed in that aura, fury blazing in her eyes, she glared at me with pure intensity. In the end, you're just another human. Pretending to understand my heart, offering your worthless pity, I won't forgive that. Then what will you do? I'll kill you. Bring it on. I drew Kamui and took my stance. Iris spread her arms, assuming her own stance. Let me bring your story to an end, Rain-sama. No, I won't let either of us end here. Only your revenge ends today. And so we clashed. Iris, with murderous intent, began to chant. As a final mercy, I'll end this swiftly without pain. Come forth, flames of the otherworld. Let all be consumed. Above her palms, glowing orbs of fire manifested. 1, 2, 3, and countless more. A barrage of fiery bullets. Right now, I couldn't use magic. My physical abilities were also heavily restricted. Under normal circumstances, dodging those attacks would be impossible. But what? Iris unleashed her spell, and her eyes widened in disbelief. I twisted my body, leapt to the side, and ducked low. I slipped through the barrage, dodging every single shot. Incredible, you're light on your feet, almost like a circus performer. Beast tamers have to stay agile to tame their partners. This much is nothing. You still have the nerve to joke? I must not have realized it, but it seems I've been holding back. Very well, how about this? Come forth, flames of the otherworld. Come forth, annihilating lightning. Come forth, wailing ice shards. Fire, lightning, and ice, 3 spells at once. A storm of pure destruction raged toward me, ready to devour everything. And yet, I remained calm. 1 hit and I'd be done for, but still, I didn't panic. I calmly tracked the trajectory of her spells, found the safe zones, and slipped my body through them. All of Iris's attacks missed, not a single hit. No, how? That wasn't luck. Not twice in a row. Iris seemed to realize it and made a bitter expression. What did you do? Rain-sama, you can't use magic. You shouldn't even have access to the powers you gained through your contract with the Nekore tribe. There's no way you could avoid my attacks, and yet. I read you. What? We've fought before, haven't we? And back then, you showed me nearly all your cards. After seeing all that, it wasn't hard to come up with ways to deal with them. Why you can't be serious, that's absurd. Sure, the drop in physical ability was unexpected, but even with that, this much I can handle. Iris's spells were powerful, 1 clean hit could end me. But that didn't mean there weren't openings. Iris wasn't a perfect god. Somewhere in there she had gaps. If I could exploit them, I could hold my own. You figured out my power after just 1 fight. That kind of growth is like. Now it's my turn. While Iris was still stunned, I launched my counterattack. I fired Narukami's wires, binding her body for a moment. Then I charged in, diving into close range, ramming forward with all my weight behind both outstretched arms. Ah! Iris's small frame was knocked flying. It must have been a reflex. She was a moment too slow to guard. I'd thought this during our previous battle too, but Iris seems to rely too much on summoning magic. That likely explains her slight weakness in close combat. The fact that she let me get this close proves it. Well, only slightly. It's not like I can expect much from that. To think I'd falter like this. Iris quickly regained her stance. I didn't hesitate and went in for a follow-up. I closed in again, swinging a right, then a left. But both punches were easily caught by Iris. I may have shown you a pathetic display just now from being caught off guard, but so long as I keep my composure, this much is nothing. In the end, Rain-sama, you are still only human. I admit your talent is exceptional, but it's not enough to reach me. Is that so? Huh. I twisted my body, pivoting on my left foot. Then, with the tip of my right foot, I drove a kick into Iris's side. Ah. Iris, the strongest race, winced from an attack by an ordinary human like me. She wavered as though unable to bear the pain. I aimed for that opening and drove my knee in. She wasn't just any person, she was a member of the celestial tribe. Her body was clearly built differently. It felt like kicking iron. Hard, but not quite to the point of breaking bone. Still, I was sure I landed a solid blow. Proof of that came when Iris instinctively protected her leg and shoved me away with brute force. Then, she swung at me with everything she had. I caught Iris's punch with both palms and used that moment to jump back. I was blown away like a sheet of paper, but I took no serious damage. By launching myself backward, I drastically reduced the impact. How? How did you manage to hurt me? I won't deny you're strong, Iris. Not just with magic, your physical ability rivals the Nekore tribes. But even you have weak spots. Weak spots? Your body is built just like ours. And no matter how much you train, there are still places you can't strengthen. I aimed for those. You can't deal effective damage just by swinging with brute force. You have to identify the vulnerable points and strike with precision. It was something I learned from training with Suzu. To think you could execute that in real combat with such accuracy. I've been through my share of life-or-death battles. I'm confident enough in my abilities to pull it off. KH. For the first time, Iris hesitated and came to a halt. Will my attacks even work? What if I get hit with a painful counterattack? I could clearly see her wavering. Things were going well, but that didn't mean I had the upper hand. In fact, I was still at a disadvantage. Catching her off guard had disrupted her rhythm, but I hadn't landed any decisive blows. She could turn the tables at any moment. That's how big the gap in power was. Because she's rattled, she's forgotten just how vast that difference actually is. Normally, she could end this just by spamming magic from a distance. Even if I've somewhat figured out her patterns, there's no way I can dodge an endless downpour of magic forever. I can't let her realize I'm walking a tightrope. Where have you been hiding this power, Rain-sama? Hiding? I've always been going all out. I fought with everything I had last time too. I wonder about that. It feels like you were holding back. Otherwise, I wouldn't be struggling this much. A cornered rat will bite the cat. If you're the rat, then why not just accept being hunted? Sorry, but I don't like pain. You insolent. Magic began to gather in Iris's hands, light pooling around them. But this was different from anything I'd seen before. Just watching it sent chills down my spine, every alarm in my head blared at full volume. If you figured out my spells, then I'll just use one you haven't seen yet, Rain-sama. So you're getting serious now. To be honest, I was underestimating you. I thought this would be enough and was merely humoring you, but no longer. Rain-sama, I now acknowledge you as an enemy. I'll eliminate you with everything I've got. Iris spread her wings. Iris sighed. I decided to unleash my full power. Even though Rain-sama is human, I found myself strangely drawn to him. I genuinely liked him. It wasn't out of whimsy or deceit. He reminds me of that person. Maybe that's why I let my guard down. That's probably why I'd been holding back without even realizing it. I used the exact same patterns as last time, and he saw through them far too easily. That proves it. In that case, it's time to cast aside my leniency. With my full power, I'll shatter the wall that obstructs my goal. I began gathering an immense amount of magical energy. Come forth, white strike of the end. I unleashed my trump card, a summoning spell I hadn't used in our previous fight. It filled the entire space, an overwhelmingly wide area attack, and each individual strike carried power equivalent to advanced magic. Rain-sama claimed he could see through my magic, but there's no way he could dodge something he's never seen before. Farewell, this is the end, or so I thought. What? I cried out in disbelief. A storm of destructive light ravaged everything, as if devouring the very space around us. There was no place to run, not even a rat would have space to escape. And yet, there was one safe zone, right beside me, HMPH. Even though it was his first time seeing that magic, Rain-sama ran straight at me without hesitation, as if he knew that my side was the only safe place. And then Rain-sama slipped into my blind spot and evaded the spell. Impossible, impossible, impossible. How in the world could he possibly read my attack? Frozen in confusion, I stood motionless. Rain-sama didn't miss that opening. He landed a powerful blow. Ugh. Section. Iris's summoning magic was incredibly powerful and rapid fire. It had no real limits, and she could even perform outrageous feats like summoning alternate versions of herself from parallel worlds. But the real threat lay elsewhere. She definitely had another ace up her sleeve. There's no way she revealed everything in our last battle. She's smart enough to keep a trump card hidden. So I'd anticipated a spell with overwhelming destructive power. Of course, it's impossible to completely read an attack you've never seen before. Impossible, but you can still figure out where it's safe. The area around Iris. Her summoning magic may be powerful, but there's no way she can distinguish friend from foe. Which means she has to leave a safety zone to avoid hitting herself. She wouldn't allow her spells to strike too close to her own position. With that logic, I made my move, and I was right. Yuo. Right, left, and then right again. Between the flurry of punches, I landed a kick, from an angle, aiming for a blind spot. I hammered her with a rush of strikes, forcing Iris on the defensive. KH. Right now, I was no stronger than any ordinary human, but I was striking nothing but vital points. The damage slowly, yet certainly, began to accumulate, and Iris's expression twisted in pain. So persistent. Iris leapt high into the air, trying to shake me off, but I wasn't about to let her get away. Sticking close to her like glue, I leapt up too, refusing to let her escape my range. Having given up on using magic, Iris swung her fist. F-whoosh. A chilling sound cut through the air as her fist closed in. Given that Iris's physical strength rivals the Nekore tribe, it was sure to pack a serious punch. That punch, while lacking in technique and relying purely on brute strength, was a serious threat to me now that I was no different from a regular human. Just one hit would be the end, so I decided I wouldn't let a single one land. What? I dodged Iris's lightning-fast punches. Or at times, I would divert their trajectory mid-swing, letting them graze past me at most. Without taking a single direct hit, I avoided them all. Part of it was because I could read her movements, but more than that, this was the result of my training with Suzu. We'd trained to the point of exhaustion, endless combat drills, endless evasion practice. If the opponent's attacks relied on strength but lacked skill, even if I was seeing them for the first time, I could still handle them. Thanks to Suzu, I was able to stand face to face with Iris like this. Maybe she saw this future coming all along. Maybe that's why she hammered those techniques into me. Maybe I'm overthinking it. But I couldn't help but feel that way. Hiya. GHHH, even though you're just a human, Rain-sama. Dodging or redirecting Iris's attacks, I countered each time. I was completely in control of the battle. Iris, clearly frustrated, twisted her face in irritation. And the more emotionally shaken she became, the more the advantage swung my way. You, come forth, wailing ice shards. Iris cast a summoning spell, clearly not caring if she got caught in it too. A storm of icy blades surged around her like a blizzard turned to razors. There was no way I could nullify or block something like that. I jumped back, creating distance between us. Finally putting space between us, Iris was breathing heavily, gasping for air. Blood trickled from various parts of her body. She must have injured herself with that last spell. But she didn't care about the wounds. Her fighting spirit remained undiminished. With eyes like a wild beast, she glared at me. Why? Why do you have that kind of power? Iris roared her question, her earlier composure completely gone. She was drenched in sweat. It hasn't even been that long since our last fight, so how do you have this much strength? Overpowering me like this? It's not possible. Even if Rain-sama carries that bloodline, this rate of growth is insane. It doesn't make sense. Just what is that power of yours? Well, if I had to say, it's because I made up my mind. Made up your mind? Iris blinked in confusion. I decided to tell her. Back then, when we first fought, honestly, I was hesitant. We'd talked, we'd laughed, so I couldn't understand why you were doing this. I didn't know what I should do, I didn't have a clear goal, and I was fighting without any real resolve. And now it's different. I've made up my mind. I'll fight you and I'll seal you away. That's my goal. That's why I won't falter. Unlike last time, I'm shockingly calm. And that made you stronger. Yeah, pretty much. You know, a person with resolve, though it might sound arrogant coming from me, they're actually pretty strong. Don't be ridiculous, a mere human against me. I'll show you the strength of that mere human. There's no way I would fall here. There's no way I would be sealed away. Iris bared her fangs again. This was her final resistance. Come forth, flames from beyond. Come forth, wailing ice shards. Ha! Iris cast her spells and launched her fists at the same time. It looked like she was trying to weave martial arts into her magic to eliminate any openings. I barely managed to withstand the storm of attacks. Even though it was a mix of techniques, they were moves I had already seen before. Dodging them was no longer too difficult. Then I launched my counterattack. Ha! As I had been doing all along, I aimed for her weak points. The damage I dealt was minor, but even dust, when piled up, becomes a mountain. Again and again, I struck her, chipping away at her. Iris wobbled and dropped to one knee. I stared at myself in shock. I can't believe I've been driven this far. Iris clenched her fists in disbelief. Grinding her teeth in frustration, she bit down hard. I will never accept this. She roared and lunged forward. But her movements were sluggish. It wasn't just the accumulated damage. Her injuries from our last battle hadn't fully healed. The pain must have lingered, even if only slightly. When she said she was fully recovered, it was bravado, a bluff to avoid showing weakness. If she truly were back at full strength, things wouldn't have turned out like this. I probably would have been the one to fall first. But now, I was able to stand against her at just the right time. It's as if fate itself is telling me to save Iris. Gah! I countered her reckless charge and followed up with a flurry of attacks. Punches and kicks rained down. I wore away at Iris's stamina, her resistance, and her will to fight. How could this really be happening? Sorry, but this is where it ends. To be honest, I was already near my limit. My whole body was torn up. Every movement sent pain through me like my bones were shattering. Frankly, some of them probably were cracked. I may have dodged her attacks, but that didn't mean I went unscathed. Even glancing blows from Iris's overwhelmingly powerful strikes left serious damage. My body was falling apart. It didn't show through my clothes, but I was probably in a pretty miserable state. If I let my guard down for even a moment, I might lose consciousness. But I couldn't afford to let this chance slip by. I couldn't let Iris go any further. I wouldn't let her rampage any longer. Today, it ends. Everything ends here and now. There's no way I'll fall. I'll kill every last human until none remain. It's over. You too, Rain-sama. Are you denying my revenge? I'm not. What? I think your revenge is justified, Iris. It's your right. Then. But still, living just to kill. Don't you think that's incredibly lonely? There's so much more out there. The world is full of light, full of joy. And to live without ever touching that light, sinking deeper into the dark instead. Doesn't that sound unbearably lonely? So let's end this here. No, I'll end it. Iris's eyes wavered with the hint of hesitation. It was just for a moment, but maybe, just maybe, my words had reached her. Even so, Iris couldn't give up. She didn't know how to give up. She howled like a wounded soul, crying out from a life where she never learned any other way to live. A reckless charge, throwing everything aside, and this time her strike reached me. Gah! Her fist slammed into my right chest. Crack, I heard a bone break. Pain exploded inside me, like something tearing through from within. My consciousness flickered. But I couldn't let myself fall, not now. I gritted my teeth and pulled myself back to reality. Enduring the pain. Killing the fear. This is it. While Iris left herself open after landing her blow, I drove a kick into her neck. I'd deliberately taken a hit just to land this counterattack. A reckless move, but it worked. I felt it, her body trembled and then collapsed to her knees. Gah-os. Iris was still conscious, but she had no strength left to stand, she could only tremble. F.U. The tension finally snapped, and I nearly collapsed to the floor myself, but I held it together, just barely, letting out only a shallow breath. It's over. Iris, still on all fours, looked up at me and glared. It wasn't over yet. She hadn't given up on her revenge, her sharp gaze said it all, and though unsteady, she pushed herself back to her feet. Not yet, I'm not done yet, not in a place like this. Iris, even now you're still. Seeing the strength of Iris's will, I felt a lump rise in my throat. To hold such powerful hatred for revenge, it meant she had loved what she lost just as deeply. Realizing the depth of that sorrow, my heart ached with indescribable emotion. I will. That's enough. It's okay now. Before I knew it, I reached out and embraced her. It felt like she was trembling all alone, lost in sadness and loneliness. I couldn't bear it anymore. Without thinking, I wrapped my arms around her. Rain-sama, let's end it here. There's no need to keep getting hurt. Iris stared blankly at me. All the hatred and hostility had vanished. Her expression was that of a girl her age. You've embraced me again. Again. No, it's nothing. I just remembered something from the past, that's all. Iris gave a small smile and continued speaking. Yes, I was taught once, long ago, what it means to be embraced by someone. To feel someone's warmth. I should have remembered that moment, but somewhere along the way, I forgot. Ah, what on earth was I doing all this time? I had no idea what Iris was truly thinking in that moment. But she wore the same gentle, pure smile she had once shown me before. After a brief silence, Iris quietly stepped away from me. 1 step, 2, 3, she walked a short distance, then stopped. When she turned back, her expression had returned to the one I knew, but now with a self-mocking smile. To think I'd lose in this ancient ruin of all places, and in a one-on-one battle, no less, foo-foo. At this point, it's almost refreshing. Even the frustration has faded away. Rain-sama, what kind of magic trick did you pull? I just made up my mind, that's all. Oh, that's right. You did say something to that effect. Iris closed her eyes as if reflecting on something. What could she be thinking? Only she would know. I'll say it, well done. She opened her eyes and gave a small, serene smile. I've seen for myself the strength of human resolve, so this is the power you held all along. To tell the truth, I'm falling apart. I'm barely holding on here. Foo-foo, you did fight me after all. If you'd walked away unscathed, my pride would be completely shattered. Was it because the battle had ended? Or maybe it was when I embraced her. Iris looked like a weight had finally lifted from her. If only all humans were like you, Rain-sama. Iris. If they were, I never would have sought revenge. No, forget it. I was thinking of something foolish. Swaying slightly, Iris rose to her feet. She looked like she could collapse at any moment. Are you okay? I reached out to steady her, but she shook her head. Heh, how strange. You're the one who did this to me, you know. Yeah, I guess that's true. But it's not like I wanted to kill you. Is that so? I only want to seal you away, Iris. I never intended to end your life. You really are too kind. Maybe so, but this is who I am. Rain Shroud, just a guy who was born and raised this way, and I'm not about to change now. At those words, Iris gave me a soft smile. A smile I'd never seen before, one that looked almost saintly. But then a terrible feeling crept up my spine. Now then. Iris, I may have lost, but that doesn't mean I'll just let you seal me away. And I have no intention of letting the humans outside kill me either. You think you can run? I doubt it. Honestly, standing is about all I can manage. You're falling apart too, Rain-sama, but you can still move, can't you? Then, you're going to say, just give up and let me seal you away, right? Yeah, that's what I'd say. Well, I absolutely refuse. If it's a choice between being sealed again or being hunted down by humans, I'll choose neither. I'll end it on my own terms. Iris snapped her fingers. In response, the entire ruin began to rumble with a deep, echoing growl. What? Phew-foo-foo, it's cliché, I know, but it's what you'd call a self-destruct mechanism. A trump card for emergencies, to bury both enemy and self without exception. Damn it. She had something like this prepared all along. I let my guard down. Iris. I may have lost the battle, but I suppose that means I've won the war, wouldn't you say? Iris smiled and snapped her fingers once more. In response, the door behind her slowly opened. Rain-sama, please leave through that path. I have no intention of dragging you into this. Hi. I intend to meet my end here, by my own will, that freedom. At the very least, I won't let anyone take from me. No one will decide that for me. Iris. She smiled brightly, and in the next moment, the ground beneath her collapsed. A violent tremor shook the ruin and debris scattered. A massive hole opened up in the floor. And Iris was swallowed into it. No, Iris. I rushed toward her, ignoring my screaming body as I forced it to move. And just as she was about to disappear into the abyss along with the rubble, I caught her hand. Rain-sama. I barely managed to hold onto her. Lying flat on the floor, I supported my body with one arm and gripped her tightly with the other as she dangled in midair. The pit she was falling into was deep, too deep to see the bottom. Even someone from the strongest race wouldn't survive a fall like that. What are you doing? Trying to save me. Of course I'm saving you. I don't understand. We're enemies, aren't we? If I die, everything ends, so why would you do this? Why are you so mistaken? God, she's smart, but she's so stubborn about the wrong things. Maybe my intentions still haven't gotten through to her. Then I'll say it as many times as it takes. I want to save you, Iris. You can't stop your revenge, and in the end, you intend to die for it, don't you? That's why I tried to stop you. That's why I wanted to seal you away, to bring it all to an end. Because I want you to live. I can't accept the idea of you dying, of it all just ending like that. That's why I fought so hard up until now. Dangling from my arm, Iris just stared at me, stunned. Her expression was almost comically blank. I'd never seen her like this before. Happy. Eventually, she let out a soft laugh. You really are something else, Rain-sama. Every time, you act completely outside the bounds of my expectations. I've always been good at surprising people. It's probably because of that I found myself drawn to you. She whispered those words under her breath. GH. My body screamed in pain. I had no strength left. I couldn't pull her up. All I could do was hold her in place. Meanwhile, the ruins' collapse was accelerating. Debris rained down and the tremors grew stronger. If I had to guess, we had maybe a minute left before the entire place came down. Iris, quickly, grab on and climb up. But don't you dare die here. Don't you dare think this is how it ends. Rain-sama, when you die, that's it. Everything's gone. I know it's selfish of me to say this, but your friends, your family, they didn't get to live, even though they wanted to, right? That's why for them, for their sake, you have to live. Iris's eyes flew wide open in shock. There was a brief pause, a moment of hesitation. And then, she reached up and grabbed my arm firmly. That's more like it. I tried to pull her up. But the damage from our battle had taken its toll. No matter how hard I tried, my strength just wouldn't come. GH, Iris, try flying up, get to me. I'm sorry, I've no strength left either. I see, then just keep holding onto my hand. I'll take care of the rest. Rain-sama, why are you? Why are you trying so hard to save me? There are a lot of reasons, but if I had to put it simply, because I'm human. Because you're human. I just wanted you to live, Iris. That's all, I just wanted you to be alive. That's completely irrational. It doesn't make any sense. That's just how the human heart works. The human heart. As Iris repeated my words, she had a look on her face I'd never seen before. GH. The tremors shaking the ruins were growing stronger. The ceiling crumbled, the walls collapsed. The hole beneath us widened, threatening to swallow us both. Rain-sama, that's enough. If this keeps up, you'll be. I said it's fine. I will save you. I've come this far because I want you to live. There's no way I'm giving up now. Rain-sama. Still suspended in the air, Iris looked up at me with eyes full of astonishment. Then, she smiled softly. You really are a strange one. Iris, you're the first human to try to save someone like me, truly a fool. Call me an idiot all you want, I'm not backing down. Foo-foo, I can't say that. Because I'm glad you feel that way, Rain-sama. So foolish, and yet so dear to me. Iris kept smiling, but for some reason, I felt a terrible sense of dread. To act without logic, to simply follow one's feelings, that's what it means to have a human heart. Even if only a little, I think I understand now. What are you talking about? Now that I think about it, this is the first time I've ever done something like this, doing something for someone else. I've lived so long, and yet this is the first. Iris, what are you saying? Just hold on to my hand. Rain-sama. She cut me off with a firm voice. I realized, I want you to live, Rain-sama. I've lived solely for revenge, but the very last feeling I came to know was one I held for you. How amusing. Wait, no, you can't mean that. Understanding what she intended, I shouted in desperation. But Iris had already made up her mind. She had already resolved herself. Rain-sama. May I ask for just one selfish favor? Don't say it's the last, not here, not like this. If we should ever meet again, would you make a contract with me? Or, would someone like me be unworthy of that? Of course you are. You're more than worthy. Foo-foo, I'm glad. Iris smiled gently. Then, with quiet words, she let go of my hand. Goodbye, my kind beast tamer. Her body floated in the air. And fell. I reached out for her. But I couldn't reach her. Iris. She kept smiling to the very end. And vanished into the depths below. Section. A week had passed since then. The aftermath of Iris's actions had left a significant impact across the region. The Guild and the Night Order were now scrambling to respond. Rebuilding the village of Pagos, treating the wounded, and investigating whether there were any other similar seals. The Guild and Knights were working together to handle it all. There was still a mountain of tasks left to tackle, and the chaos wasn't likely to settle anytime soon. But with the demon vanquished, smiles had returned to people's faces. As someone who didn't do things by the book, I had mixed feelings, but in the end, the incident was resolved, and I decided to leave it at that. As for me, despite disobeying direct orders by refusing to join the subjugation team and acting on my own, I wasn't punished. In fact, I was praised. The official explanation was that I didn't participate in the operation as a contingency plan in case it failed, and that my solo action was due to having anticipated Iris's trap and that I deliberately acted to save everyone. Somehow, that version of events had become the accepted truth. All I really did was act selfishly. I'd been fully prepared to be punished, so honestly, the outcome left me more than a little bewildered. I even considered confessing what actually happened. But everyone told me not to stir things up without reason. If nothing was wrong, just leave it. So I did. After everything, I still didn't want to quit being an adventurer, so I chose to let it go. Maybe things would have turned out differently if Axe and Cell had exposed everything, but the two of them quietly left without saying a word. Perhaps that was their way of being kind. And so, after the questioning was over, we joined the cleanup efforts too. I figured keeping busy would stop me from overthinking, and so I threw myself into the work. I also needed time to process everything. Another week passed like that. I found myself back at the mountain where Iris had been sealed, but not at the ruins of the shrine. We were gathered on a hilltop with a nice view, together with everyone. Rain, how about this spot? Canaid held out the flowers she'd picked nearby. Yeah, that's perfect, thanks. No problem, happy to help. I'm done too, Tania said, bringing over a cross she'd carved from wood. It was surprisingly well crafted, with a bit of intricate detail. She might be pretty skilled at this sort of thing. Thanks, Tania. Please, I can do this much any time. Saying that, Tania drove the cross into the ground. Then Canaid gently placed the flowers beside it. Holy bless. Holy bless. Sora and Luna cast a spell together. A soft light spread from the cross. It was a spell often used by priests, one that bestowed blessings on its target. Nina knelt before the cross, folded her hands, and closed her eyes in prayer. The kettle resting on her head, Tina, was quietly still, too. She must have been praying in her own way, just like Nina. I followed their lead and offered my prayer. Canaid, Tania, Sora, and Luna joined in, silently bowing their heads. Phew. After a while, I opened my eyes. The others opened theirs around the same time. I looked at them all and spoke quietly. Thanks, everyone, for going along with my selfish request. Now that 2 weeks had passed, and the major cleanup was finally over, I was free to move again. So I decided to build a grave for Iris. No grave had been made for her, of course, considering the incident. She would be remembered as a demon who spread terror and destruction, but I thought that was far too sad. No one knew Iris's past, and even if they did, after what she did to the village, most would only feel anger, not sympathy. Even so, even after death, to be the target of anger, that's just too sad, too lonely. So at the very least, I decided I would remember Iris. And as one way of doing that, I made her a grave. I didn't know where her people, the Celestial Tribe, once lived, so I chose this place. A spot with a beautiful view, where she could rest peacefully. Looking at Iris's grave filled me with an indescribable feeling. She wasn't buried beneath it. The truth is, she vanished, along with the ruins. Just thinking about that moment still makes my chest ache. Wasn't there another way? What if I'd held onto her hand no matter what? Those thoughts won't stop running through my mind. Even if there's no point in dwelling on it, regret doesn't simply disappear. Rain. Before I noticed, Canaid had gently taken my hand in both of hers. You did your best. Canaid, I wasn't there myself, but I really think Iris understood how you felt. After all, she smiled in the end, didn't she? Everyone had heard the full story. Things might have ended this way, but what you did, Rain, wasn't for nothing. And it's not like you did something wrong. You did your best, took the best possible action, She started to trip over her words, tilting her head in confusion with a little plop. Canaid was never great at these kinds of talks. Somehow, that made me want to laugh. Anyway, Tania cut in from the side. Her expression was stern, but her voice carried warmth. What matters is, you did something no one else could. Tania, hold your head high, no one else could have done what you did. Sure, things didn't go perfectly, but what good does it do to keep wallowing in regret? You think Iris would accept that? No way. She'd say something like, "Since you managed to defeat me, you should be far more proud of yourself." You stole my line. Tania looked stunned as Luna beat her to the punch. While the two of them bickered, Sora smiled gently. Luna joined her in cheerful laughter. "Rain, that gloomy face doesn't suit you. You should smile like always." I think Iris would say the same, that she prefers it that way. Indeed, setting aside Luna's terribly off-mark impression of my sister, I agree. If you look like that, she won't be able to rest easy. That's how I would feel anyway. No matter what happens, Luna always eats something tasty and then sleeps soundly, though. That's not true. Please say that while looking Sora in the eyes. Anyway, enough moping. From now on, be your usual cheerful self again. It won't be easy, I know, but you've got us. She's right, Sora and I are here. You can rely on us. Their words struck straight into my heart. That crushing feeling of helplessness was slowly starting to fade. If I'd been alone right now, I don't know what would have happened to me. I think so too. Smiles are best, right? She's right. Just like Nina said, Rain, your smile's the best. You made us smile, so you should too. Yeah, everyone's smiling. And you too, Rain, smile, that's the best. So yeah, let's all smile. Even if it starts out forced, it'll turn real before you know it. Nana and Tina joined in too. I couldn't see Tina's face, but I had the feeling she was smiling warmly. Their feelings came through clearly. Thanks. Everyone was worried about me, thinking of me. That kindness warmed my heart. Yeah. I can't keep dragging this on forever. The regret won't vanish right away, and I won't forget about Iris anytime soon. But I'm still alive, and I'm here with everyone, so I have to keep moving forward. At last, I looked once more at Iris's grave, and in my heart, I spoke to her. Even after everything, I still couldn't bring myself to hate Iris. If anything, I may have found her dear to me. That's why I want her to rest now peacefully. Goodbye. Iris sighed. I slowly opened my eyes. I was lying on my back, staring up at a ceiling I didn't recognize. Where am I? I could tell it was a room, and I was lying in a bed of some kind. But there was no lighting at all. Instead, an open window let the moonlight spill in, casting a faint glow across the room. I could see ornate furniture arranged throughout. There were also paintings, sculptures, and decorative weapons and armor. It looked like the room of a human noble, but I didn't sense any humans nearby. More precisely, there was no sign of anyone actually living here. Why would I be in a place like this? I tried to sit up, confused. Pain shot through every part of my body. The sudden surge of agony made me cry out involuntarily. Unable to withstand it, I collapsed back onto the bed. What was that pain just now? It would be best not to push yourself too hard. A voice echoed out of nowhere. I hadn't sensed anyone else in this room. Ignoring the pain, I forced myself up. When I turned around, there was a woman standing there. You're already trying to sit up? I thought you'd be bedridden for a while. Impressive. She looked to be in her mid-20s. Tall, with a strikingly voluptuous figure. Her outfit was extremely revealing, almost as if she took pride in showcasing her body. But the most eye-catching part of her was her eyes, deep red, like blood. I also had red eyes, but hers were darker, more intense. Looking into them gave me a strange feeling, as though I were being drawn in. You're not human, are you? Correct, you figured that out rather quickly. It's because you don't have that smell I hate so much. Once I managed to sit up, the pain remained, but I began to get used to it. It was still harsh, and I had to push myself, but I wasn't completely immobile. The pain continued to throb through me, but I had no intention of letting this woman see me weakened, so I forced myself to stand. You really shouldn't push yourself. As if reading my mind, the woman said that casually. Just standing must be painful, isn't it? There's a chair right there. I tried to read her intentions, but nothing came to me. She seemed genuinely concerned, and yet, it also felt like she was testing to see how much I could still move. A mix of kindness and malice. She was a difficult one to deal with. Then I'll accept your offer. If she could already see through me, then pretending wasn't going to help. And truthfully, it really was painful. So I sat down in the chair without protest. So, who exactly are you? That son of yours, you're a demon, aren't you? Oh my, you can even tell that. Of course I can, don't underestimate me. Foo-foo, my apologies. I didn't mean it that way, but I suppose I did end up testing you without realizing it. Yeah, right, this woman, she probably lies as easily as she breathes. I wasn't sure how much I could trust her. My name is Reese. I'm a demon. So you admit it openly. There's no reason to hide it. Honesty is nice, but are you sure it's wise to admit you're a demon? Aren't demons the natural enemy of all living beings? That's true. However, you're not like the rest, are you? Do you know who I am? Yes, of course. I've done my research through documents and records. So, you're one of the strongest races, yet you harbor hatred for humans. Given that, I thought perhaps you might get along with us demons. I believed that you and I could build a good relationship. That's why I revealed myself as a demon so openly. What are you hoping for? Nothing at the moment. The woman smiled. She was likely using magic to disguise herself as a human, but that smile, so full of malice, was far from human. Why did you save me? There was little doubt I had been saved by this woman, but I didn't understand her reason. Normally, someone like me, a member of the strongest race, would be a natural enemy of the demons. I wanted to recruit you. Recruit? You want me to become a demon's lackey? Not quite. Someone as exceptional as you couldn't possibly be treated like a mere underling. I want us to form a partnership. A partnership, huh? Can someone like a demon really be trusted? The thought lingered, but the fact remains, I was saved. Maybe I should at least hear her out. I watched everything unfold from the beginning, but to think a mere human defeated you, a celestial. I was so shocked, I hesitated to step in. I nearly let you die right then and there. You were watching. Very closely. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to save you in the nick of time. How distasteful. If that offended you, I apologize. She gave a token bow. Sigh, fine, whatever. More importantly, what is it you want from me? As I said, you won't say unless we become allies, is that it? If that's your stance, then I can't give you an answer either. Ahem. State your objective first. Only then will we talk. Hess, very well. She smiled again. This time, it was a grin laced with madness. Do you know what it is we demons ultimately seek? Your kind doesn't have personal goals, do you? If I had to say, it's following the Demon King. That's your collective purpose. Correct. We follow the Demon King's will and act to fulfill his desires. And his goal is the extermination of humanity, or rather, their disposal. That is his foremost priority. I'm aware of that. However, the current Demon King is in a dormant phase and not fully conscious. Because of that, we demons don't act freely. If we move on our own, we risk being punished later. There's precedent, after all. A little rampage here and there is tolerated, but major actions are strictly forbidden. That's certainly an intriguing situation. But you see, the woman Reese smiled again. Predictably, her expression was soaked in malice. Just looking at her was repulsive. I'm something of a rebel. If someone tells me not to do something, I get the urge to do it. Besides, no one knows when the Demon King will wake. Just waiting around, that's boring, so I want to play. And I say play, but I'm not that strong. If I act alone, I'll be taken down in no time. That's why I need powerful allies. That's why I've set my sights on you. You want me to help you? Yes, as a demon, my goal aligns with the Demon King's, killing humans. Doesn't that line up with your interests? For some reason, I couldn't answer immediately. I hate humans, they are the targets of my revenge. But when his face came to mind, the fire of rage didn't burn as brightly as before. Well, right now, your priority should be healing. You don't need to answer right away. For now, just rest. With that, Reese vanished, melting into the shadows. Left alone, I gently placed a hand over my chest. If I accept that woman's offer, I can continue my revenge. So why doesn't it make me happy? Has something inside me changed? And if so, is that because of Rain Sama? She walked over to the window and stared at her reflection in the glass. What do you want to do, Iris? Section. In the royal capital of Rolries, located on the central continent. At the heart of this thriving metropolis stood the royal castle. Within its audience chamber sat Argus van Rolries, the king who ruled over the central, southern, and eastern continents. Though he was said to be over 60 years old, the aura of authority surrounding him showed no signs of waning. From his throne, he cast a sharp gaze down at his subordinates. Standing before him were Arios and his party. Arios, Agath, Leanne, and Mina, known collectively as the Heroes' Party, celebrated and admired by the people, now knelt, sweating coldly as they bowed their heads in shame. Arios! The deep, commanding voice of Argus echoed through the hall, making Arios flinch. You understand why you've been summoned here, don't you? That is. After releasing the demon, you silenced a witness adventurer to cover your tracks. Then you colluded with that demon to fake its defeat and claim the glory for yourself. Do you have anything to say? I did no such thing. Even under Argus's piercing gaze, Arios refused to admit any wrongdoing. Oh. Then, what about the petition we received from the villagers? I did save the villagers, but I did nothing that would have put them in danger. They're likely just confused and afraid. The demon was a formidable foe, after all. And what about the reports submitted by the guild? I'm not aware of any such thing. They must be mistaken too. There's been a lot of confusion. So, you claim you bear no guilt? Yes. Arios answered firmly, standing tall as though he had nothing to hide. Watching him, the king's advisors began to waver. Could the guild's report be wrong? Maybe the villagers misunderstood something? After all, Arios was the hero. Someone like him couldn't possibly have done such a thing. The sanctity of the title hero clouded their judgment, leading them down that line of thought. But King Argus was not so easily swayed. Fools! His thunderous roar echoed like a crack of lightning, and Arios's expression stiffened. Beside him, Agath and the others visibly flinched. Argus was a king. Not a puppet ruler swayed by others, but a wise monarch who stood firmly on his own 2 feet. Could someone like him truly be deceived? The answer was obvious, not a chance. You really thought such a pathetic lie would work. But it's the truth. It's not a lie, I swear. Even now, you try to pile on more lies, no remorse, only concern for your own survival. How disgraceful. Argus's mood soured rapidly. Sensing this, the color drained from Arios's face. Desperately, he tried to defend himself further, without realizing that every word only made things worse. In the end, Argus's patience reached its limit. Enough. With a gesture of disgust, Argus waved a hand as if he no longer wanted to look at them. It seems we can't have a proper conversation right now. You need to cool your head first. Knights, take Arios and the others to the dungeon. Why? Throwing a hero in jail? The words were so unthinkable that Arios was struck speechless. But Argus's eyes held no hesitation. And the knights who received his order were equally serious. They approached Arios and restrained his arms from both sides. This way, please. Damn it, this is absurd. I'm the hero. Why am I being thrown in a cell? Don't worry. It's only for one night. Use the time to cool off and reflect on your actions. Your Majesty, this is. Silence. I don't want to hear another word from you today. I don't even want to see your face. Go and reflect on your sins in the dungeon. Arios's face twisted with emotion, anger, frustration, humiliation, written all over it. He could easily shake off the knights. No matter how well trained, they couldn't match a hero. But if he resisted here in front of the king, it would be seen as open rebellion. No matter his title, crossing that line would brand him a traitor. From hero to enemy of the crown. He understood that. Grinding his teeth, Arios let himself be taken without resistance, though to the very end he glared daggers at Argus. Phew. Once Arios and the others were gone, Argus sank deep into his throne. A heavy sigh escaped him. To think he'd go so far. Recalling what Arios had done, Argus grimaced. Yes, Arios had always been prideful and dismissive of others, but to think he'd go this far, it was deeply troubling. With a hand pressed to his temple, Argus thought. Arios's actions were unforgivable. Under normal circumstances, he'd be tried and imprisoned like any criminal. At worst, exiled or condemned to forced labor. But Arios was the hero. Without him, humanity had no way to fight back against the Demon King. The Demon King might be dormant now, but eventually he would awaken and rise again to threaten humanity. If there was no hero then, humanity would stand no chance. Arios was necessary, but that didn't mean he could be allowed to run amok. Small infractions might be overlooked, but this was far beyond that. If only he would reflect on his actions, but judging by his attitude earlier, that seemed unlikely. So what to do? I need a way to keep Arios in check. Perhaps I can sway him with rewards. No, that'll only inflate his ego more. Maybe assigning someone to watch him is better. If giving him free rein was a mistake, then it's time to place him under supervision. That way, I can exercise some control. Muttering to himself, Argus began formulating a plan. He ran through various scenarios, strategizing carefully. Yes, let's start with that. With eyes on him, he won't be able to act out so easily. We'll observe him for a while. If he finds his way back to the right path, all the better. But if not, I'll have to consider replacing the hero. Section. Damn it. In the dungeon beneath the royal castle, Arios slammed his fist into the wall in frustration. Dust and sand rained down lightly, but the sturdy cell showed no signs of damage. Why don't you calm down? Agath, who had been thrown into the same cell, spoke up. Leanne and Mina, meanwhile, had been placed in a separate cell across from theirs. Even if it was just for one night, housing men and women together would have been problematic. You think I can stay calm like this? Me, the hero, thrown in a cell, damn it, damn it, damn it. I've never experienced such humiliation in my life. Arios's fists trembled as he shouted, his face flushing red. Then he turned toward the bars and barked out into the hallway. Hey, is anyone there? Get me out of here right now. Locking up the hero, have you people gone insane? Please keep it down, hero. Right now, this place suits you perfectly. The guard, fully aware of the situation, shot him a scornful look, only fueling Arios's rage further. But the cell was solid, reinforced with a barrier that absorbed magical energy. There was nothing he could do. To think even the hero has fallen so far, I'm disappointed. Maybe we should just leave him in there permanently. Not a bad idea. Should we recommend it to the king later? Damn you. Clang. Arios slammed a fist against the iron bars. The guards paid it no mind, continuing to joke among themselves. Geez, Arios, you're being way too loud, came a voice from the opposite cell. It was Leanne, locked up across from him. Arios glared through the bars at her. You're telling me to just sit quietly after being treated like this? I mean, I'm not okay with it either, obviously. But in this case, Mina added hesitantly, her expression uneasy. Seeing the two of them like that only made Arios more agitated. What are you trying to say? This is your responsibility, Arios. Agath declared it firmly, and without hesitation. Arios's face twisted with hostility as he was accused so bluntly. What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying this is all my fault? We all agreed to use that celestial, didn't we? That's true. I won't deny that. But no one agreed to killing the adventurer who guided us. The hit landed. Arios clammed up, clearly struck where it hurt. If all you'd done was manipulate the celestial, we could have spun that. Played it off as strategy, making her lower her guard. But killing an adventurer, there's no excuse for that. Why did you do it? Agath asked, though deep down he already knew. Arios was a cautious man, more accurately, a man who trusted no one. Most likely, he feared the adventurer might talk. That's why in the end, he chose to silence him. I don't see any reason to explain myself to you. I see. A vague deflection, but Agath let it drop with a single cold reply. His expression was icy. Hey, look. Leanne spoke up again from the opposite cell. I get that Arios has his own way of thinking and all, but murder? That's where you cross the line. Maybe just threatening the guy would have been enough. Too late for that now, though. Even you, Leanne, you're criticizing me too. Well, yeah. We ended up like this because you killed that adventurer. Let's be honest, this is on you. I agree with Leanne. I believe there were other ways this could have been handled. One by one, his allies turned on him, and even Arios couldn't hide his unease. And then he realized. Agath, Leanne, Mina, all of them were looking at him with cold eyes. This happened because of you. You went too far. Their stares said it all. Damn it. Arios stormed off to the cot and collapsed onto it, turning away from them. Whenever things didn't go his way, whenever reality turned against him, he refused to face it. He shut down and ran. It was a terrible habit of his. That said, Arios couldn't be solely blamed for all of this. True, the murder of the adventurer had been unexpected, but Agath and the others had still agreed to use Iris. Whether their hands were clean or not didn't matter. At the core, they had all done the same thing. They had all walked the same path as Arios. If someone were to assign blame, none of them would be exempt. And yet, Agath and the others now directed all responsibility toward Arios, refusing to face their own wrongdoing. Pretending in their attitude that they had done nothing wrong. It was a thoroughly hopeless situation. Leanne, Mina, can I speak with you for a moment? Lowering his voice so Arios wouldn't hear, Agath called out to the opposite cell. What's up? Don't you think Arios has been spiraling out of control lately? That's... Mina trailed off. It seemed she'd been thinking the same thing. He talked about using the Celestial, then went on to murder that adventurer, and from what I've heard, there's a good chance he was involved somehow with the demons sighting in Horizon. Wait, seriously? Leanne's eyes widened in shock. Agath gave her a quiet nod. I don't have the full details, but the likelihood is high that he was working behind the scenes. But why would he do such a thing? The demons are our sworn enemies. It makes no sense. I don't know either. But regardless, his recent behavior has gone too far. Just look at us now, locked up in a cell because of it. This place is cramped and smells awful, you know. And we don't have time to be stuck here like this. Though Arios was the one being directly blamed, it wasn't just his fault. The party as a whole had issues and responsibility. Yet neither Leanne nor Mina seemed to acknowledge that. They wore the expressions of victims, looking thoroughly fed up. Agath, too, showed no sign of recognizing his own part in this. We can't let something like this happen again, but if nothing changes, it will. That's why I've decided. I'm going to keep an eye on Arios. Keep an eye on him. Think about it, no one's ever stepped in to stop him. He's had free rein all this time, and this is the result. To keep things from getting worse, I'll monitor his actions. And when he tries to cross the line again, I'll stop him. Sounds fine to me. If it's you, Agath, I think it'll work out. You're the right person for the job. What do you think, Mina? Yes, I do feel uneasy about the idea of watching over the hero's actions, but I agree with what you're saying. Very well. I'll support it too. Good, then it's settled. From now on, I want us to meet regularly without Arios, to share updates and keep him in check. Is that all right? Sure. Understood. And so they reached a decision, something unthinkable for a normal party. To monitor one of their own. There was no longer any true bond between them. What remained was suspicion, calculation, and self-preservation. The party's collapse crept one step closer. Epilogue, the daily life we took back. We're back home. Cannade shouted energetically as we returned to our house in Horizon. We'd been away for about a month, but with everything that had happened, it felt like we'd been gone even longer. Nyafu. I'm the first one in. Hey, wait up. Cannade darted inside, and Tania ran after her. Everyone's so lively. Don't say that like some old man. You're still young, Rain. Right now, Rain totally feels like a grandpa watching over his grandkids. Sora and Luna chimed in with teasing remarks. Seriously, do I really seem like a grandpa right now? Sensing that I was feeling a bit down, Nina gently patted my head. That helped a little. All right then, let's go home, darling. Yeah. Following after Cannade and Tania, the rest of us headed into the house as well. Phew. As soon as we stepped inside, the kettle sitting on top of Nina's head gave a loud pop. From it, Tina appeared in her maid outfit. Now that we were indoors, it seemed like she could finally come out. Finally, I can get out. Staying cooped up in a kettle for so long makes you feel kinda weird. What kind of weird? Like, am I actually a kettle? That kind of weird. Nina tilted her head, clearly not getting it. Tina chuckled at Nina's reaction and then gently floated into the air. Then, her eyes widened in shock. What's wrong, Tina? This is terrible, our house is covered in dust. Just as she said, dust had collected all over the place. Well, it was to be expected. We'd been gone for a month without touching anything. I was hoping to relax, but looks like cleaning comes first. Cleaning, I'll do my best. With sleeves rolled up, Nina looked eager and ready to help. Nope, you two sit tight. For some reason, Tina stopped us. Cleaning's my job. Rain, Darling, and Nina, you two must still be tired from the journey, right? I'll get the living room nice and clean in no time, so just rest for now. No, I can't let you do everything alone, Tina. It's fine. I was a maid, so I'm great at cleaning. Plus, I spent most of the trip inside the kettle. I'm not tired at all, so there's no problem. Still, it's fine, really. Now come on, you two sit. Tina used magic to control a broom and quickly cleaned off 2 chairs, then guided me and Nina to sit down. Alrighty, let's do this. Before we could even try to step in, Tina had already started cleaning. With her magic, she controlled several dusters at once, swiping dust off the shelves and other surfaces. Then she swept the floor with a broom, followed by wiping it down with a cloth. Okay, that's the living room done. Incredible. In no time at all, the living room was sparkling clean. We hadn't lifted a finger. Tina, you're amazing. Clap, clap. Told you, I'm awesome, right? Yeah, really amazing. Hearing it said so directly is kinda embarrassing. Despite what she said, she didn't seem to mind the praise one bit. All right then, I'd like to clean everyone's rooms too, but it seems like they're resting, so I'll leave that for later. Next up is the kitchen, then the bath, and if there's time, the garden too. Let's go. Was this her old maid instincts kicking in? Tina was fired up, practically bursting with enthusiasm as she cleaned. It had been about 2 hours since Tina started cleaning. Though Tina had said everyone's rooms would be saved for later, she'd apparently finished cleaning the rest of the house. Everything was now sparkling clean. Thanks for all your hard work. Oh, Rain, darling. I greeted Tina as she finished tidying up and took a break. By the way, Nina had started nodding off partway through, so I took her to her room to sleep. She must have been more exhausted than she let on. I thanked Tina on her behalf as well. Thanks, Tina. The place looks amazing thanks to you. Ahaha, hearing that makes me a little embarrassed. And sorry, in the end, we left it all to you. Don't worry about it. I used to be a maid, remember? Cleaning's kind of my thing besides, if it's for you, Rain, I'll gladly do anything. Tina's cheeks reddened slightly as she gave a shy smile. She looked me straight in the eyes and spoke from the heart. You accepted me even though I was a ghost, treated me like real family. That meant the world to me, you know? You helped me let go of my regrets, too. I owe you more than I can count. That's why I always want to do something for you, so really, don't worry about it. Even if you say that. Tina might mean it, but I can't just push everything onto her. She's not just a maid, she's a comrade. Noticing my hesitation, Tina paused to think for a moment, then said, Well, how about you help me make dinner? Since we're finally back home, I was thinking of making something a bit fancy tonight. But it's a little much for one person. Yeah, sure, I'd be happy to. Hee, thanks. And so, I ended up cooking with Tina, the two of us standing side by side in the kitchen. My cooking skills are average. I can cook, but I'm no expert. Guy cooking tends to be a bit rough around the edges, you know? So, Tina took the lead and I played assistant. Can you pass me the salt? Here you go. Thanks. Tina, how much should I stir this? Until it thickens a bit. If you lift it with chopsticks and it stretches a little like a thread, that's perfect. Got it. I followed Tina's instructions as we continued cooking. I glanced over and saw Tina humming cheerfully. Standing here like this, we really do look like a newlywed couple. Not that I'd ever actually say that out loud. That'd be way too embarrassing. Besides, she might not like it. Hey. Yeah. Suddenly, Tina glanced over at me. Her cheeks were faintly flushed pink. It's not like it means anything special or anything, but... What's up? Well, I was just thinking, doesn't this kind of feel like we're newlyweds? Hi. And no. Forget I said that, just pretend you didn't hear anything. Tina's face turned bright red. Then she held her head in her hands, mumbling nonsense like, ooh ugh. Oh no. Why did I say that without thinking? So embarrassing. You don't have to be that embarrassed. But I said something totally weird, didn't I? You must be shocked too, Rain. It's not like that. Yeah, I was surprised, but it was more like, oh, Tina was thinking the same thing as me, that kind of surprise. You too. I had a similar thought. It's only natural, right? Doing this kind of thing together, it kind of makes you feel that way. So Rain, you too. Tina smiled bashfully, fidgeting a little. Then she turned her gaze away from me. What's wrong? And nope. Don't look at me right now. I'm definitely making a weird face. Even if you say that. Just give me a sec. I'll be back to normal soon, so don't worry, okay? I'll calm down. Eventually. She looked and sounded a bit different than usual. There was something refreshingly sweet about her in that moment. A peaceful moment, after a long while. The mood had gotten a little weird for a moment, but somehow, I didn't mind. I found myself thinking, this is nice too. Section. Because of everything that happened with Iris, we'd been caught up in a hectic stretch of days. So I decided to give everyone about a week off. We earned a good amount of rewards from the last incident, so it wouldn't be a problem to rest that long. Pushing your body nonstop only leads to burnout. Rest is important. So I made sure to tell everyone to take it easy. Though despite that, Early morning. I was outside alone, doing some training, working on my physical fitness and close combat skills. I was the one who told everyone to rest, but I just couldn't sit still. If I'd been a little stronger back then, maybe I could have saved Iris. Things might have turned out differently. I know it's pointless to dwell on it, but I can't help it. Ah! A sudden loud voice echoed across the yard. I turned to see Canaid glaring at me with half-lidded eyes. Rain, what do you think you're doing? Oh, well, you're the one who told us to rest properly, right? So what's the guy who said that doing out here, Scary. Canaid was smiling, but there was something intense behind it. Ooh. Anything to say for yourself? I'm sorry. Good, that's what I thought. I'm a beast tamer, and yet here I am obeying one of the tamed. So, why were you training? You understand the importance of rest. You were the one who insisted on it. I know. It's just, when I'm not moving, I start overthinking things. Like how I need to be stronger. When I'm alone, my mind goes to those places, so I end up doing stuff like this. Naya. Canaid made a conflicted face, but it quickly turned into a smile. Then you should just be with me, right? Hi. Come on, Rain, let's go for a walk. Ah, wait, Canaid. She grabbed my hand and pulled me along, and just like that, we were out on a walk. Since it was still early, the streets were quiet. Almost no one was around. Walking alone with Canaid through such a peaceful town felt strangely refreshing. We walked through the town, the plaza, up a hill, and eventually arrived at a park. Neafu. Canaid ran across the open space in the park, looking absolutely delighted. Maybe it was her wild instincts getting excited. Just watching her like that lifted the heaviness in my heart. Her smile healed me. Being with her reminded me that I wasn't alone. I was really grateful for that. Ooh, such pretty flowers. Canaid moved over to a patch of flowers. It wasn't just flowers. Vines and all sorts of other plants were growing there too. No one seemed to be tending to it. It must have been a naturally overgrown area. Though it looked a little messy, it had a kind of charm to it, and it was beautiful in its own way. Rain, come here, let's relax together. Yeah, I will. I followed her lead and sat beside her. We decided to take in the peacefulness of nature together. Naya. Suddenly, Canaid froze. She was staring at a small brown nut on the ground. What is that? It looks familiar, but I couldn't quite place it. Then I noticed something was off about Canaid. Her eyes were unfocused, her expression dazed. Not just that, her cheeks were flushed, and her ears twitched restlessly. Canaid. Snayafu, rain. Wah. Suddenly, Canaid threw herself at me. Caught completely off guard, I lost my balance and fell to the ground. Enfufu, rain. Canaid straddled me, giving me a sultry look. What the heck? Something's definitely off. Rain, you smell so good, ha, purr. Hey Canaid, what's going on? You're acting really weird. I'm not acting weird at all. This is totally normal, Naihan. No. Anyone can see this isn't normal. What on earth happened to her? She was just looking at those plants earlier, and then suddenly, this. She doesn't seem poisoned or anything, more like drunk. Wait a sec, is that? The brownish nut Canaid had been staring at earlier. It was silvervine, the stuff that sends cats into bliss, so that means Canaid is tipsy from the silvervine? Nyafu. Rain. She rubbed her cheek against mine and squeezed me tighter. Her tail was happily swishing back and forth. W8 Canaid, calm down. Stop. Nope, I want to stay like this forever. She snuggled up even closer. Like she was saying, I'm never letting go. Hey, Rain. Why, yeah. There was something seductive about her. She had this charm she normally didn't show, and it made my heart race. I've been thinking about you, all the time, you know. Hi. Whether I'm asleep or awake, all I think about is you, Nyafufu. What do you mean? Rain. She gently leaned her face toward mine, too close. Our foreheads were about to touch. No, it felt like we were already touching. And some parts we really shouldn't be touching were dangerously close, too. And yet, Canaid didn't pull away. Her damp, shimmering eyes stared deep into mine with a look that clearly wanted something. Completely swallowed up by the mood, I found myself frozen, unable to move. Rain. Canaid. I really about you. Gulp, I don't know whose throat just made that sound. Canaid. Efnaya. Before I knew it, Canaid's eyes were spinning. Then she flopped backward with a thud. She must have hit her limit. Relieved, but kind of disappointed too, I'm exhausted. Canaid, completely oblivious, just rolled on the ground with a peaceful smile as she slept. I was drained in every way imaginable. For now, guess we're heading home. She didn't look like she'd be waking up anytime soon, so I lifted her onto my back. I held her tightly to make sure she wouldn't fall and began walking back home. Ugh. Carrying Canaid through the quiet town, I moved forward. It was still early, so the streets were deserted. It almost felt like I was the only person left in the world. Maybe I'm thinking this way because I still haven't moved on from Iris. I keep remembering what happened back then. I can't forget it. My thoughts keep spiraling downward. This isn't how I should be. I need to come to terms with it. I have to get back on my feet so no one worries about me. I keep telling myself that, but my heart won't catch up. Iris must be alone too. Buried in that ruin, sleeping quietly all alone. Maybe we're the same. Both unable to accept reality, pretending to move forward when in truth we're just looking away. And me, Naya. Canaid. Rain because we're together, Naya. It was sleep talk. Soft, peaceful breathing followed. Feeling the warmth of her against my back, I felt something gently stir inside me. Thanks for everything, Canaid. The words came out naturally. In good times and in hard times, Canaid was always by my side. And even now, she's here with me. I can't count how many times she's saved me, how many times her presence has healed me. Yeah, I'm not alone, am I? I have Canaid, and not just her. Tania is here, Sara is here. Luna is here, Nino is here, Tino is here, everyone is here with me. Half. A smile crept across my face. It felt like I was finally laughing from the heart. That's right, I'm not alone. So, I've got to face forward properly. Naya fishy. Thanks. I paused for a moment and adjusted Canaid on my back as she started to slip. Then, I looked up. The sky stretched out above me, clear, endless, and blue. Afterward. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. This is Rin Fukuyama. Thank you for reading as always. This arc brought closure with Iris. Personally, Iris is one of my favorite characters. With so many members of the strongest race becoming allies, I thought, why not have one appear as an enemy? That was the starting point for her character. Originally, I imagined her as a charismatic villain with a dark presence, but somehow, she ended up pretty cute instead. I guess writing cute characters is just more fun, so that's how it turned out. Still, I think it actually worked out for the better. What did you think? Hoping we'll meet again soon, that's it for now. See you next time. End of Volume 5.